Hey. Happy Thursday, everybody. What's going on? Good to see you. Good to have you here today. Today, guys, we are looking back at yesterday's hearing with Bryan Kohberger. We're going to review it, break it down, and talk about it. And luckily, we get to be joined by the amazing Mama Bear today. So I appreciate that and all of you that are joining us today for this. So thank you all so much for joining us. Let's get this show on the road, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. Hello, everybody. Mama
Hello.
Bear, how are you?
I'm good. It's my day off. I'm always good.
It's awesome. It's awesome that you're here with us, too. I'm greatly appreciative, and thank you for joining us.
Of course.
Because you
Any
could
chance
have
I get.
slept all day, or went to McDonald's, or Burger King, or went
Ugh,
swimming, or went, ice
no.
skating, or skiing, skateboarding.
I'm in Indiana. No.
You can't do
Doesn't.
those things in Indiana?
Yeah, but I'd have to drive all the way down south to Nashville, Indiana. And
Okay.
yeah, I'm just not up for that.
But the point is you chose to be here with us.
Of course.
It's awesome. And we love it. And we love you. So thank you.
You're welcome.
You sound perky and
My
upbeat.
medicine's kicking in.
There it is. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it.
That's right.
I need some of that medicine too. Shoot.
Right.
Um,
It would do the opposite for you because you're ADHD.
yeah, so I'd be sitting here talking to you guys and yeah.
Well,
No,
no, you wouldn't be out. You would just be calm. You'd be able to concentrate and focus.
maybe I do need it then.
Yeah, probably do.
hmm hmm Like I said, we are looking back at yesterday's hearing, which, wow, that was an insane hearing, you guys. It's one of the, I did not expect it. I'll just put it that way. I think Golf Inspector was in here and she says, I got to say, whoa to this hearing. That was her statement. And I was right there with her, like,
Whoa.
yeah. It was like, whoa, pump the brakes, bro. they were like, I was waiting for somebody to jump over a desk and like latch on to the throat. You know what I mean? It was pretty out there. I was extremely surprised. I'll just put it that way.
Well, yeah, that surprises me because at the point that I left, the guy was putting me to sleep. So I was like, well, whatever.
Yeah,
And then you're telling me it was like they were going
yeah,
at each other, and I'm like, what?
it was so up and down. And then, like I said, I gotta say this. A lot of people probably won't agree with me, but that judge was just kind of like just back and forth, listening to this, watching this, and his face. It was classic, guys. I couldn't.
Wow.
I was
There's
so surprised.
that doesn't seem to surprise me with him. He seems to do that a lot.
Yeah, but like I said, golf inspector's comment was the whole thing to me, and I loved it. It was hilarious. She said, "I gotta say, whoa." To this hearing, and I just was like, yes, that's it right there. I did not expect it, but anyway, it was interesting to say 100%. Very interesting. I'm not even there yet, Willie, but we'll get there, I promise. Um but so anyway, we're gonna look at it, review it in segments, hopefully, and break it down, talk about it, all of that stuff. So welcome everybody that's here with us. Looks like we got 60 peeps in here so far. Please make sure you're hitting the like button as you're strolling through that door. I appreciate that so very much, so we can make sure that we're in that algorithm. But first off and foremost, the most important part of today, let's see who is gracing us with their amazing presence today. We know Willie's here. Looks like Miss Cassie's in the house. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Kimber. Carolyn Miller, thank you for joining us as always. Robert Bell, I hope I'm not too loud for you today, my friend. And I hope, let me know how this microphone's been doing, because I think it's changed a lot of my tone and stuff like that. So,
I think it
whoa.
sounds great compared to the other one that you had,
Yes.
because the other one
And
made you sound like you were eating the microphone. So,
that's what
and
I
you're
was
good and
told.
clear.
Yes. Well, it looks like Draw Latina's here. Hello, hello, and wow. Thank you
Wow.
so very much, Draw.
Thank you.
And also let me know if you hear the background sound effects and stuff.
Okay.
If they're going through. Have you heard anything yet?
Nope.
Nothing. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think I can't run both of these. This mic with the soundboard, and I have to run the other stuff. So we'll figure it out. But either way, Draw. God bless and thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Please don't work too hard today. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate that more than you know. First super chat of the day. That's very awesome. And again, William Tardy, welcome back, my friend. Michelle Weddle, of course. Miss Bonnie Messick, thank you for being in here. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Kimber, great to see you, dear. Miss Kells, always a pleasure. Of course, again, Truth Nation, uncensored. Mr. Willie's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Excuse me. Good deal, Robert. Good to hear. No. Let me see. Miss Victoria, thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. Good to see you, Ray Baldock. Thank you for joining us today. Of course, our Doodlebug's in the house. Thank you for being here, Doodle. Thank you for being with us. I appreciate it very much. T2014, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. There's the Golf Inspector General in the house. Welcome back, Golf. Thank you for joining us today. I wish the chat would quit moving so I could catch it. Green Bean, welcome. Good to see you. New name. Or no, you've been here before. Either way, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you so much. Party of 5, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us today. 12, ciao to you. What's going on, my friend? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Green Bean, yes. I just seen you. Yeah, OJ Simpson died today. Wow.
What?
Yep. Or last night or early this morning. Something like that. I can't remember, but I did see it. We'll talk about it in a minute. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Good to see you. As always, I saw Victoria. Of course, crime time with Mama Bear. Who is that lady? She's
I
that
don't
awesome
know.
lady
She's
sitting right next
crazy.
to me. Yes, a little bit, just a little. Mr. Philip Hughes, my friend, welcome, brother. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you here. Nellie M, welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Come on down, guys. Let me see. Let me hit the bottom real quick. Miss Pamela from over the pond. Welcome back, Polly Pepper. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Good thing it's Pamela and she understands you.
Yeah, so sorry.
That
I
just
am
made my day.
so sorry, Pamela. I'm so sorry. I love you to death. You know that. Good God. Polly Pepper. Jesus. Moving forward, there's another one to add to the reel. Um, Peaches 81. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. I can't believe I just did that. Wisdom
I
speaks.
can't.
Welcome. Yeah, Moni 69. You better be careful today. Send me no pictures. Welcome back, Neil Homestead. Great to see you as well. I can. You're right. Tiffany Tracy. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to see these new faces. Makes me so happy. Yes, Cassie, I can too. That's just me. I've done that 3-4 times now, guys. I talk too fast when I'm reading. Mm-mm. Poor Eddie. Poor Eddie. I did it to him. Groot, welcome back. Good to see you. I think I got everybody. And if I didn't, just slap me around a little bit, yell it out. Let me know. I'll catch up with you soon. I promise that. Good God.
Exactly,
I'm
Robert Bell.
so sorry, Pamela. I really am.
And
Um,
Dago's good at giving us all a good laugh.
I don't even mean to do that. That's the
I
problem.
know. That's
Can you
what's
imagine if
awesome.
I'm trying? Good God.
That's what's awesome about you.
Yes, 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 yes. Holly
You're just a
Pepper.
natural
Pepper. I want to know
comedian.
what made me say that. There's nothing even close to that around her that would have made me say
Holly
that.
Pepper. Yeah,
Pepper. Pepper. Pepper.
there you go. Well,
All
now we
right.
got Pecker Toe, which
She
is
she said she'll let me
Doodle.
off. Thank you. Thank you. God forbid. I would not want to have to get a knock on my door and this awesome lady, retired police officer from the UK, is knocking on my door. Go, what did you call me?
She'd probably take
No,
it too.
no, right. I ain't dealing with that one. So I'm so glad she forgives me. Thank you. I promise it will never happen again. No, wait, I can't do that because I can't. No, I promise you I'll try to make it never happen again. We'll do that. Welcome, Great Pearl. Good to see you. Great to have you here today. Um, did you say Pecker Kimber? Is that where I saw it?
I don't know.
It's Kimber's fault. Let me look. Let me look.
Kimber,
There you go,
you're in
Pamela. It's not
trouble.
me. I told you I wouldn't say it. It had to have been something that I was looking at speed reading. It was Kimber,
Well,
but blame Doodle.
right.
Oh, I
See,
can't blame
we got.
Doodle.
Yeah, you can see on
She
the
did
screen.
say, "Oh my God, there it is." That makes sense. Thank you, God. Thank you.
So, Doodle, it's all your fault.
I let myself off the hook. Oh Lord Almighty, you guys are great. Thank you. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate it. Hey, Stenny, what's going on? And Al, if you're there, what's up, brother? Good to see you today. Oh, I call Doodle Pecker Toe. That's what it is. It makes sense. Thank you so very much. Good Lord. PowerPoint overruled. Yeah, guys. This hearing, good Lord Almighty. This was interesting to say the least. As I said already,
How
I was
long was it?
literally it went on for a long time. It was one of the longest ones I've seen. Um Alyssa Masseth, I can never say her name. Masseth got up, she spoke. Of course, Bill Thompson interjected multiple times. Um, the judge spoke. They were up and down, up and down, up and down. Thompson and Taylor were just boom, 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 boom. And like I said, I was waiting for one of them to jump across to the other desk at the other one's throat at some point.
Mm,
Bill was pissed. He turned purple a couple times. And you could tell, and like there was some shakiness in her voice. And the whole point, the first thing I'm going to say is this hearing didn't even need to take place, you guys. In my opinion, this was a big waste of time and taxpayers' money, as far as I'm concerned. Um, and again, you don't have to agree with me or at all, but that's just how I felt, and it went all this way. Ann was making comments, a couple comments. Bill made a couple comments that were offhanded, and said something at this rate, we'll never get to the trial. And I was like, ooh. So yeah, it was definitely not something I expected. So
Sherry said it began to get a bit unprofessional.
oh, 100%, very much
Wow.
so. Yeah, I told you you left right at the beginning. Um, and I knew
Mm,
you had to go, and I felt bad.
yeah,
But the
I was
guy,
falling out of my chair.
Dr. Edelman, what he was saying was monotone voice talking will put anybody out. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you are tired. I get it. So
And narcoleptic.
yeah, yes, that doesn't help. I agree.
No. I was like,
So oh wait a minute. What am I missing here?
I don't
Kimber.
know. Hmm?
Kimber. What did she just say? I saw Party of Five said Kimber, congratulations. Continued prayers. Are you dealing with something like that, Kimber? That I had no idea about? What did you say? Let me find it here. Unless your eyes are quicker than mine, because I'm looking, I don't see it. Back me up here.
Kimber, that's amazing. She's a 12-year cancer survivor.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. Wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Congratulations, Kimber. God bless. My mother is a 17-year breast cancer survivor. So 100%, hon. God bless. God bless. Seriously. Good for you. Um, and like I said, my mother's 17 years breast cancer she had. She went through
Wow.
everything and she made it through, and she didn't have to have any surgeries or anything like that. So 72 years old, still going. So any 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 woman, any person that fights against cancer and comes through it, God bless
Mhm.
you. I lost my best friend to cancer 3 years
Yeah.
ago, and it was a fight. I'll tell you that much. It was a fight, but I'm behind every one of you, especially the women that. Oh my God, yeah, I can't even imagine what you have to go through. My my wife's ex-husband's sister, her and her mother both got it at the same time, breast
Oh,
cancer.
wow.
Same time. It was amazing. I mean, I just never heard anything like that. And his sister went and had a double mastectomy done right away. Okay. And she went through everything else. She survived. His mother did not do that, but she went through chemo and radiation. She survived. So I give love, as much love as I have in my heart, to all of you survivors, no matter what form it is, for everything you've dealt with. God bless every
I'm
one of
sorry
you.
to hear that, Robert.
1 second, Mama Bear.
Okay. Oh my gosh, party of 5. I'm so sorry for you as well. That that's hard. I'm sorry, Cassie. Wow. I'm sorry for all of you who have lost, and congratulations to everyone that has managed to beat it. Ankles had cancer too. It's very scary. Gosh. I'm sorry, Michelle. Yes, it does. It sucks big time. Um, Knock on wood, the only cancer that I'm aware of in my family, my mom and dad have had some minor, as far as I'm aware of, like skin cancers, but they were also, they had to farm when they were back, when they were younger. They helped their parents farm and everything, so they were out in the sun all the time. I'm sure sunscreen didn't exist then, or anyway, they probably, anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. Um, and then my grandpa had bladder cancer, um, but I think they got it all. And that's all that I'm aware of in my family. So I am knocking on wood. I have heard that a lot, Cassie, especially when I was working in the medical field and we would have patients come in, that would be struggling. Um, they're like, "I have cancer, but I never, I have lung cancer. I never smoked a day in my life." And I was like, "Wow." And then the ones that smoke seem to not get it, but they get other stuff like the COPD and all of that stuff that makes it hard to. Dad had lung, your mom had liposarcoma of the kidney. Wow. You know what? Now that you mentioned that, Kimber, I think my cousin had either her kidney removed or part of her kidney removed. I'm not sure if it was cancer or not. Ugh. What did you see? Hold on, I missed. I'm sorry, Brandy. I missed yours. Wisdom, did I see that you were a survivor too, honey? I think I remember you telling me that a while back. Of course, back to back. Okay, no problem. There it is. My ex landlord went through lung cancer, then it went to her brain and then her stomach. All right after each surgery. She is cancer free now, but is going to be on chemo. Oh my gosh, Victoria. That's awful. And you are very welcome, Party of Five. Yes. Absolutely, Bombshell. I okay, as we keep going through these, things keep popping up in my brain. I did lose a cousin to cancer. It was ovarian, I believe. From what I understood is they went in to take it out and they accidentally nicked it or cut through it. And so therefore it spread throughout her body. She was doing chemo and everything. She was getting ready to go for her 3-month check. She started having pain, and within 24 to 48 hours, she passed away. So, yeah. My oldest brother passed in 2019 from medically induced cirrhosis. Had him on medication. Oh no, Kimber. My gosh. Yay, Cassie. I'm glad to hear that.
All right, guys, I'm sorry about that. That was Mrs. Dago. Remember that conversation we just had about Caden's medication?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was about. We're
Mm.
still she talked to them. My apologies, guys. She talked to them. Um, they had never put the prior authorization through for the change of the
uh,
medication, and
that,
they're still waiting on it. Right.
yeah,
This
that
is
makes sense.
March 28th is when he went, and he still doesn't have his medication. It's insane. So again, my apologies, you guys, for making you hang out like that. Again, I'm reading this stuff in the chat. You guys are amazing, and God bless every single one of you guys that either has dealt with it yourselves or has had family that has survived it. And for those of you that have not or have had people that haven't, you're every one of you are in my thoughts and prayers because I get that too. Um, the most the worst experience I've ever had in my life was 3 years ago with my absolute best friend of 41 years, Angie. Um, it went I watched her deteriorate over a year from some form of cancer I've never even heard of that started in her lung and went through her whole body. And no matter what she did, well, there was another side of the story. She lied to us, said she was doing
Mm.
things and didn't. So she's no longer with me. And that was rough. So I get it. I've been there um, multiple times actually. So I get it. And all of you guys are in my thoughts and prayers that have to deal with that. I promise you that. So, um, again, this hearing that we're going to be looking at is crazy. Bear with me. Bombshell, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Jingle, thank you for joining us. Did I see somebody else that I didn't see?
I don't think so,
I
but
don't think so. Oh, good Lord. 1 second. I have to grab Milo. He's freaking out right now. Hold on. I'm here all by myself, you guys. I'm sorry.
yeah, Bonnie. It was, yeah, I remember that she had a mass. I just don't know if it was benign or not. I don't remember. Um, I'm not sure, Leslie. I haven't, uh, you know me, I haven't been around, so.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, oh, yes. That's weird. I just saw that. Somebody stated,
Hello, Brandy. Diego says hello too.
where's she at? I didn't see her.
Oh.
There she is. Hello, I see you, dear. Welcome. Leslie and Billy, welcome. Good to see you here. I just saw you. Uh I don't know Leslie. Haven't spoken with them yet today. La la la. I think it's everybody. Like I said, be prepared for those of you that didn't catch this because this was crazy. Let me pull this up. And like I said, my opinion is, and you don't have to agree with me, and I understand people that don't, that this hearing didn't even need to happen. I think they just need, me personally, again, just needed to do a venue change and move forward. But Bill Thompson does not want that. He wants, based on what my understanding is he seems to want every dime that is spent to go into Latah County. That's my understanding, and I get that. You know, part of the government there, you want that to happen. Well, wow. Definitely. Um, wow. That's all I can say. Let's see here. And it starts off slow. But like I said, we're going to break this down, review it, talk about it, and move forward. Let me see something here. All right. He really seems to be, and guys, don't get me wrong, I'm not an attorney. I don't get the deep ins and outs about all this stuff. I'm not going to lie about that at all. I don't. Some of you may, some of you may not. You know, but if you look at it, the cut and dry parts and the aspects of this, like it is what it is. And it really seems like, and I'm not degrading him by any means, and I'm not sticking up for either side right now because I can't. Welcome, Steve. Good to see you. Um, he really seems to be bothered by the fact, badly, not just like, irritated, but really irritated that they want to change the venue. And it's a big deal to him. So I personally feel that it needs to happen. And I feel like if they did it, and here's the thing, there's another way to do this. And I said this before, bring the jury in from out of the area and you can still have both. You know what I mean? Why can't they
Mhm.
come to that agreement? But he doesn't even want to seem to do that. Bring the jury in and give us a jury from a different area, that is non-biased, possibly, but that I still think they're going to struggle with that.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, what do you mean, Bonnie? Oh, for that. No, no worries, dear. Thank you for that. Um, he seems to be whining because he can't line Lathrop County picket pockets. Well, that's kind of basically what I was saying, Sherry. You know, we got to keep the money here. We got to keep the money here. He's not saying it, but he has said it without saying that. Sorry if I went in a circle there. That's what he's stuck on. I agree. Okay. And again, I'm not defending either side. Anne has her quirks with this too, in my opinion, that I've watched that I'm a tad bit irritated with. So it's on both sides, folks. Again, let me know how the audio is, please. Let's see what we got. I got what you were saying. Wisdom, no problem.
I think we have Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty on Zoom. Anybody else on Zoom? Ms. Taylor?
No, Mr. Logston is not going to be on Zoom today. He has the other hearing.
Ms. Beatty made it.
And I'm going to be stopping and starting throughout this as we review it. I was surprised Jay wasn't there, even on Zoom. And I think she knew it was going to get heated. And if Jay would have been there, it would have been way worse, you guys. We've seen Jay Logston, and he doesn't seem to have any fear of the court or the judge. And he pretty much states what he feels, even in his documents. You know what I mean, Mama Bear?
Yep.
His documents and everything, he does not seem to care. And I can imagine after what you're about to see, Mama Bear, watch this. If he'd have been there, you'll see what I'm saying that for, because I think he'd have just let it out. Exactly, Bombshell. It would have been crazy. I'm telling you. I still can't get over this. And I should have titled this. I love Golf Inspector's comment. It was great. Whoa. It was perfect. Yeah, this hearing, I got to say, whoa. It was perfect. So, all right, here we go.
Apparently. So, and I have also, you have Mr. Edelman, Dr. Edelman here today.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. So I think what we're doing today is just a continuation about the questions.
One other thing I noticed, and this isn't about visual or this and that, we need to listen. But I was watching Bill and Bryan, Miss Masseth, their faces, you can see somebody questioned it when I said it yesterday. I said, Bryan even looks like he's a little floored. And she said, how can you tell that? I kind of zoomed a little and put my glasses on. His face, he just kind of looked, he was looking at Bill's side of things, and he kind of had this look of like, what the hell's going on his face is what I was meaning. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Maybe it's me, but that's what it looked like to me. So,
particularly on the surveys and where we go from here. You did drop off a sealed exhibit, right? Anything to say about this, or just?
Yes, Your Honor. That sealed exhibit goes with one of our discovery requests, that the exhibit that outlines what we're requesting has to be under seal. And so I had to hand deliver that to the court. A copy was hand delivered to the state. It is not up for discussion today.
Okay, great. Thank you. One other thing to just tie up is the order unsealing the state's motion for order prohibiting contact with prospective jurors. There was a discussion between both of you about redacting a particular sentence maybe last time. And so that we were going to take care of that.
I didn't, Ms. Taylor indicated that there was a sentence she thought we might want to consider redacting. I haven't heard back on that. And I know that she's been busy on other things since the 6th.
You want to just talk to each other for a second?
I understand the microphones in the courtroom are very sensitive. Perhaps we should do this after court today and go ahead and do the testimony of Dr. Edelman first. And I'd be happy to talk to the state afterwards.
Thanks. All right. So is that where we're starting now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, Judge, I think we need to discuss the preliminary matters first.
Okay.
and here we go. Okay. we all know that Bill is not happy with this whole Dr. Edelman thing, okay, from the last hearing. And he objected immediately to it, got upset, stood up in the last hearing, said this, and that, turned purple, of course, blood pressure. And it was definitely not about it at all. He does not like it. He doesn't want anything to do with this, okay? And he objects immediately, as you can tell here, and throughout this whole thing. And he gets heated, guys. He gets heated, especially when Dr. Edelman gets on the stand. It's pretty wild. So we're off right here.
Okay, go ahead.
As Your Honor indicated just a moment ago, this is a continuation of where we were on the 6th. And the issues on the 6th and the issues that we have here today is first, whether there was violation of the non-dissemination order. And if so, where do we go forward from that point? And I think it was clear from our discussions on the 6th that the fact-specific questions did violate the order. I realize that the defense would like to proceed with those questions. That's perhaps an issue for today. But I just wanted to define what we're looking at today, because about 10:45 this morning, we got what was up on the screen there, a PowerPoint that apparently Mr. Edelman prepared. And
okay, so another part of this is this man does not like this PowerPoint at all. He doesn't want this PowerPoint shown. He thinks it's going to be a problem. And it makes me wonder, is there more to this than just the venue issue with Bill? Is there more involved in what he doesn't want put out? Okay. I don't know. Welcome, Tanya Oberoff. Thank you for joining us. There's a big mistake he makes here too, by the way, you guys. Big one. I mean, huge to me, at least. And I think some creators have already covered this, but he said something he should not have ever said. And that tells you how irritated and upset he was at this, how pissed off he is. He should have never said this thing he says here in a few minutes. And I was just like, whoa, okay. It's a little bit more than a few minutes, but he says blatantly, he spits it out and says that one of the questions in the questionnaire was about Bryan stalking the girls, right?
Oh.
And he said, and you know that's a lie. Bill says that. And I was like, whoops. And granted, guys, that was based on a rumor, okay? But not everybody knew if that was true or false.
Right. Now
we do. We do now. There's no, yeah, Tomboy, that's it. Allegedly stalking. Well, he comes right out and says that was a lie. And everybody was just kind of like, okay, here we are. So, you know, that'll show you what anger does. You're tripping over yourself and stuff like that. So I wonder how that's going to be covered now and how that's going to be picked back up. So who knows? We'll see. But I promise I won't stop as often. I'll try not to.
As I understand, I don't think Ms. Taylor got it until sometime this morning herself. That's information that I was given. And we have concerns because a large part of this PowerPoint deals with the issue of a change of venue itself, which is we are not prepared to address. It is not before the court at this time. It's premature. And I don't think that it should be part of this record as we proceed forward today.
And again, there he is. He does not want to talk about this change of venue, no matter where we're at, what we're doing, who's talking about it. It is not something that's in his platform, guys. He doesn't want it at all. So again, there he is talking about that when this was not supposed to be about that. And he's going at this full force right out of the gate. So
and so the state took a copy of preparing a printout of the PowerPoint. It doesn't take long to look through it. Perhaps the court might want to take a look at that before we proceed, at least with eliciting things
exactly.
From the PowerPoint. And I realize it's last minute, but the last time that we presented something to the court in advance, Ms. Taylor complained profusely, and I realized it was only 10:45 when we got this today. And so
there's the first dig at Anne. She complained profusely, blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is what they're doing. Okay. So it's both sides, guys. This is crazy. This man is not happy with this situation. I'm telling you, if you can't tell, you got to be able to tell. That's all. Thank you, Sherry, very much.
We just figured we would raise it with you now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I would disagree with counsel that the court made a determination that we violated the non-dissemination order. In my mind, that issue is very right for the court today, as is where do we go from here with the survey? Dr. Edelman has made himself available in court to explain the survey, the process of the survey, why it works, how long it's been used, how widely it's used, and what it doesn't do, and what it does do, to present the court with some options to make a decision where we go from here. Whether the court decides we violated the non-dissemination order or not is up for discussion, and we're prepared to further argue that, but we think you need to hear the testimony first. As far as this PowerPoint, I had access to Dr. Edelman yesterday afternoon, and we worked on it late. I didn't have a final copy to give to the state until this morning. So they have it. We are not arguing venue now. We're talking about survey and how that relates to our change of venue motion. We know we're arguing the venue change later, but we have work that we still need to do. And that's where we are today, and would ask to present our PowerPoint and present our testimony with Dr. Edelman as we prepared to do.
Okay. Yeah, so,
Actually, Your Honor, Ms. Taylor still has a copy of the PowerPoint that may be able to forward.
okay, so seems like this happens to me in this case, that there's an argument about whether I should go ahead on something or provide some information that I don't see yet. So I feel like sometimes I'm making decisions that I'm in the blind here. So I'm gonna look this over. Any problem with that, Ms. Taylor?
Well, Judge, give me just 1 second. Your Honor, the purpose of the PowerPoint is to inform the court about the questions in the survey and the purpose of them. I can tell the court that showing up every time we want to have a hearing and have to fight to have the actual hearing is something I haven't experienced before either. There is nothing in that PowerPoint that the court can't hear today when making the decision about where do we go from here, and did I violate the non-dissemination order. There's just nothing wrong with the process that we're doing here, and you're continually being asked to say there's something wrong with what we're doing. We're 10 after 4. I have a witness who's traveled here today, and we're ready to go.
All right, Your Honor, just to clarify, as we made clear last time we report, we are not saying Ms. Taylor herself violated the non-dissemination order. We're saying that the people who prepared the survey and disseminated the survey and called citizens of Latah County with those fact-specific loaded questions violated the non-dissemination order, and they are agents of the defense. So I don't want this to become personal between Ms. Taylor and myself. We are not alleging Ms. Taylor has done anything wrong. We are dealing with reality that this survey was conducted on, as we understand it, 400, I'll say, innocent citizens of Latah County who were force-fed information that they may or may not have had about this case before they were called by the surveyor takers. And they are loaded questions. Some of the questions are factually wrong. They simply aren't true. That's what we're here about.
And that's what we're prepared to address, Your Honor. That's why we have a witness here. And if there's violation of the non-dissemination order, it's me. I'm the one that's bound by it. And the court.
Okay, welcome, Teresa. First of all, I'll be honest with you guys. I disagree with Bill on this. I do, and I think that he's jumping the gun, and for some reason, this really bothers him. We can't tell that. Okay, I can for sure, but this really bothers him. You know, he doesn't want to let anybody have anything to say about this, and I feel like at this point he's gonna do anything he can to stop this. Okay, that's for I guess a lack of better way to put that. Welcome back, and you'll see it starts to get heated pretty quick here, Mama Bear. Unfortunately, you missed. After that, it gets pretty hot. So
Court just needs to hear about this process instead of hearing the conclusion that the state wants the court to reach.
Number one, I'm past that. I'm not going to violate you. I mean, this was a communication problem with Dr. Edelman not getting the order. One of the things I think that maybe needs to clear up, not for counsel, but maybe the public, is that one of the terms in that, and this is in the ethics, right, is what is the public record? Public record is not traditional media. It's not social media. It's not what anyone might say in public. Okay, that's the problem that we're kind of balancing here, because the public record is case that is available to the public in this case. I mean, I think we can all agree with that. No. You think the public record is whatever the media pumps out?
Your Honor, I think it's what's in the public, and what's in the public is derived from the affidavit that supported probable cause to arrest Bryan Kohberger. That's the first document that the court finds in the whole cases of interest on Idaho State Supreme Court's website. That document has a ton of information in it that relate to the questions in the survey for the case-specific questions. So that document became public record, and that was spread far and wide all over the place and reported and interpreted repeatedly. That's the public record. That's where the questions came from. There's no violation of the non-dissemination order if that's what we're going to talk about today, but I think the court should hear from our witness and understand a little bit more about this survey process.
I'm very interested in that. I told you last time that I'm interested in what you have to say about this, but so you're saying that the public record though comes out of the case, right? That's public.
I'm saying in this case, that's exactly what happened, Judge. I don't want to argue the finer points of what's in the media, but I'm saying in this case, that's exactly what happened. That affidavit's there, and this court knows we have a ton of things that are filed under seal and more things that are not filed under seal. But that affidavit that began this case has been shared far and wide, and media stories have generated. When you understand how Dr. Edelman does his work to determine if a survey even needs to happen, you'll know where the information came from.
Okay, so I'm understanding, okay, the initial probable cause affidavit is part of the public record. And you're saying, well, that got spread, okay, by the media, as you would expect. And that's something that could be concerned. So what I think Mr. Thompson is talking about, though, is information or questions that were not in the record. And so what I'm nervous about this is I don't want to continue to spread things out that shouldn't be spread. And so I don't know what's in the slides, but if there's information in the slides that are not in the public record, that really have not been disseminated generally, then I mean, I don't really want to spread it. None of us want to spread it more than necessary.
Well, last week in court, that was right inside the courtroom. That all became part of the public record. The 9 questions were stated repeatedly in different formats by Mr. Thompson. That's part of the public record. We've been accused of violating the non-dissemination order. Dr. Edelman's reputation has been impugned by what was stated about him repeatedly. Those questions are fair game. But having this hearing and allowing our expert to talk about this process, that's not the problem. The problem with the media happened a long time ago, and it started with the sharing of the affidavit far and wide.
I understand that. I'm pulled in 2 different directions right now because I'm trying to protect.
So what she's saying, in essence, Salty was in here yesterday. She hit on that a bit. Basically, it sounds like Anna's saying that she didn't want the PCA to be shared with the public. That I disagree with.
Kind of way I took it last night when I heard that little bit.
Right. Yeah. And that I have to disagree with, because you can't put a case on the news or anything like that without releasing that PCA to show what evidence there is, because the speculation without a PCA, can you imagine? Can you imagine? We've seen what it's been like with this already, right? Imagine if there was no probable cause affidavit, you guys.
Oh,
holy
Lord.
shit. I mean, we would have aliens and spacemen and little tiny little like doozers from Fraggle Rock involved in this. Something. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but like it would have been crazy.
Crazier.
Yes, definitely crazier. I can agree. Way worse. Yes, 57. I didn't know she was 57. Wow. Yeah, me too, Willie. But anyway, that doesn't even sound right. So at that point, that's where I do disagree with that. But I think that it's true in some senses what she's saying, but it's still we do need to see that. You can't put this case on the news, which is impossible to not do. Okay. If they would have kept this case completely quiet and nobody knew about it, that's different. But there's no way in hell that this would have been quiet. So, what was that Wayne just said? Remember about a year ago when he said he was ready for trial? I think he was hoping for a plea because he has nothing. I wish they would have went, then Bill would have. Oh, okay. I got you. Gotcha. So again, that's in essence what she's saying is that the PCA should have never been shared. But that's how fair is that, folks? But again, it could have been way more dangerous, and I don't think she thought of that when she said that, because the speculation would have been so much worse than what it is already. So,
Your client at the same time. So if we keep talking about this, what is not true, okay, I mean, I guess we can just say, well, it's not true on some of these questions. Maybe that helps to reduce bias.
one more thing I want to say before we go forward. Yesterday was amazing. Everybody in here had their differences of opinion. I said it at the end of the show yesterday. It was amazing. You guys were awesome. Let's try to do a duplicate today of yesterday. Respect each other's opinions, feelings, theories, and all that, please. Because you're all going to disagree. I'm going to disagree. People are going to disagree with me, Mama Bear, everybody up in here through here. It's going to happen. But let's carbon copy yesterday if we can, please. Because it was an amazing show. There was a lot of the vibe in here. Salty said it herself too. The vibe in here was amazing. It was very community, and I love that. We can all disagree and continue going on like we did yesterday. It was great. So thank you guys.
Good job, guys.
I was very proud of that. So let's go. It's not the PCA that was shared. It was that it was encouraged to view and share. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Ray. Yeah, I can understand that.
But if we don't make that clear, then it could increase.
You don't have to go, Willie.
I think. I don't know. Maybe I'll hear this from the expert.
I'm going to say it like this. Mr. Kohberger is my client, and his rights are of the utmost importance to me. Him being treated fair, his presumption of innocence, him having an impartial jury, those are important things to me, as is his right to counsel. I am not standing up here saying, let me tell you about this survey. Let me finish this survey to hurt him. I'm saying there is pervasive media coverage in this case. It's prejudicial media coverage. We've conducted a survey in Latah County. That survey is going to show bias and that you shouldn't have a trial in this county. What I'm trying to do is say, do you want me to give you information about another place where maybe the bias isn't so great, where maybe Mr. Kohberger can have a fair trial? I'm his advocate. I want to help him. I believe in his innocence. I'm not going to stand in this courtroom and do anything wrong to him at all. I need you to hear the information so you can make a decision, to have the surveys, to have the information when we come back here for change of venue and make a decision on all of the information. Right now, if we come in and do our change of venue, we're going to say you can't have this jury in Latah County, but I can't tell you a better place that will protect him better. And that's what I want to do.
Mr. Thompson?
We aren't here to argue about venue today. We aren't here to argue about
I wouldn't either.
What this particular survey with the loaded questions, fact-loaded questions, may have produced in Latah County residents. As we mentioned last week, the structure of those questions assumes that every person that is called has heard all of the media in this case, and we know that just simply isn't true. So for those citizens in this county who have not heard all of the rumors, who have not been following the media, who haven't inspected the court record, who are essentially ignorant of facts in this case, well, that's just been jaundiced by the questions they're asked. They have now been force-fed facts, some of which are not true, some of which would not be offered in court, and in fact, probably wouldn't legally be admissible in court.
Now, see, that's another thing. I disagree with how he keeps putting that. They're force-fed, they're shoving it down their throat. I mean, that's not the way this is going.
No.
And I don't believe that it was. Okay. And you'll hear when Dr. Edelman starts talking. I disagree with him on that. Like I said, I don't have sides on this, you guys, but I will disagree with both sides on different things and agree with both sides on things. So, and Willie, absolutely, you're stuck here, bro. You got to stay with us through this whole thing. You ain't going nowhere. And roll tide, bro.
Yep.
To somebody who may never have heard them before. That's the state's concern about the way this thing is put together. And the arguments from the defense seem to be completely ignoring that point. That there are people out here who don't know all the things that they were being asked, and by asking the fact-specific questions, we were inoculating them with information that they didn't have before about this case that could affect their ability to sit as jurors. It's just simply irresponsible. It doesn't make sense.
This is one of the things that I was thinking about, is maybe we can inoculate by saying you can't rely on any of this information. It's not established by evidence. It's not been provided in court. But to just send a message out to be clear that these questions have nothing to do with guilt or innocence or even truth.
But that's not what was done, Judge.
I know. We have to fix this in some way.
Yes, sir.
That's what you said last time. And so I just want to help the public understand that this is not the trial.
Your Honor,
Yes.
at this rate, we may never get to trial.
And she's right. She's absolutely right. At this rate, we may never get to trial. And that's a big thing, is that people need to understand. People are so amped up, so overly excited about this. Okay. He's right. The judge is right that people need to understand this ain't the trial. So all the things that go into a trial, they don't need to be presented at this point. They don't need to be talked about. We need to talk about what's important at this moment. Or they need to. I'm sorry, like I'm there or something. But anyway, they need to talk about what is important at this moment to get to the next step in the trial, to get to the trial. And like she's saying, at this point, they're never going to get there. And I agree with her, because it's just ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a hearing set for something else every day because of some problem. And like, they need to be able to work together. I know that's hard. This guy here, I have nothing bad to say about him yet, but it's getting close. Okay. Because of how demanding he is about this, guys. He doesn't want to seem to work with anything on this one thing. Okay. So again, that's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with me.
We know this isn't the trial. We brought Dr. Edelman to talk about the process, which will answer the state's concerns about this process. He hasn't even had a chance to tell you how this is constructed. He's the one that's the doctor of this kind of work. He's the one that's the professional. He's the one that knows how to do this. He's the one that spent his career understanding surveys and how to construct these. You need to hear from him. Going back.
And see, that's my point right there. Bill doesn't even want to let this man speak. Okay. He's that worried about what this guy's going to say and how it's going to impact a scenario. He didn't even want to get to that point. He has stopped us at every aspect before we can even get to that. So again, that's something I really noticed and thought was a big problem.
Back and forth between what Bill thinks and what I think doesn't matter. What matters is you hearing from the expert to make a decision. He's here. He's ready to testify. We're 20 minutes into this hearing, and he hasn't been allowed to take the stand yet. He came to inform the court about this process.
You know what, Carolyn? It does come off that way, that he fears the expert. It really seems that way to me, guys. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way towards him. It sure as hell looks that way to me, that he has a fear of Dr. Edelman and what the impact of what he's going to say will impact on here. You know what I mean? So
that, or he won't understand what Dr. Edelman's saying.
Well, maybe, because I think he's misread it to this point at some extent. I really do.
Yeah, it could be.
It's either that, or he knows that what Edelman is saying is proving something that's going to go against him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
well, there's no question I'm going to let him testify. I just wondered about what's in this. I haven't even looked at this, but it's you're comfortable having this come out into the public?
Yes. After last week's hearing, absolutely.
Okay. And you looked at it, Mr. Thompson?
You have concerns, Judge.
Alarming?
Well, part of what's in there is a part of the survey study being published now, if this comes to the public, without any comparison to anything else. And it's the product of these loaded questions. It takes us back to the fundamental issue of how this survey was conducted and the assumption that the people who were being called already knew all this stuff. And so it didn't hurt to specifically ask them, have you heard about such and such, the specific item? Well, if they hadn't heard about it before, they sure as heck have heard about it now. That's the core concern that led us to this in the first place. We don't dispute the defense doing a survey. I said that last week. Please do a survey, but don't go around screwing with the knowledge that prospective jurors have or may not have.
So again, in essence, he's basically stating that this survey is tainting a possible jury pool. Okay. Tainting the trial per se. But basically tainting the jury pool, the possible jury pool. And the people, the 400 people that could be jurors possibly. I can't sit back and think to believe that 400 people in this area didn't know about this. I can't believe that. I'm sorry, because it's a local case. Welcome, Hiromi. No. And Mark and Betty, good to see you. So I don't understand how he believes that they didn't know a lot of this stuff already either. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, that's what his big fear seems to be with this, as you hear him say that this is tainting a possible jury pool. So again, here we are.
That's our concern. And Your Honor, when we parted ways last week, the court said, Ms. Taylor, talk with Mr. Edelman and see what the options are. Well, my understanding from the email I received day before yesterday is the survey cannot be changed. That was from Ms. Taylor reporting what Dr. Edelman said. I interpret that as they don't want to change it. Anything can be done, but that's where we're left. I would have been happy to engage in discussion with defense about maybe some middle ground, but the line has been drawn black and white. I am concerned about the specific things that relate to venue, partial survey results that are in this PowerPoint. I believe it is premature for them to come out now. The rest of it is fine. Let's bring it out so that you have whatever information you want. You can give it the weight that you decide. I just didn't want to let this willy-nilly come into the public record in a half-baked fashion.
I have lots of concerns. We're not left with this because I have to make a decision about several things.
Yes, sir.
And so in order for me to have the most informed decision, I need the information. So they're just gonna go ahead. All right,
Thank you.
and you can show your slides, and if something is concerning, we can.
Point, Sherry. Very good point. I'm right there with you.
So, are you ready to call your witness? I think you are.
I am. I'm ready to call Dr. Bryan Edelman.
Okay, Dr. Edelman, if you could please come forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Thank you for joining us, Zelda.
There you go.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Now, so nobody gets freaked out here in a minute. They're about to flip this over, and we're going to be seeing the PowerPoint. It's not the camera getting screwed up. They put that up for us to read, okay, as they're talking about it.
Under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. If you could please take your seat there. And then once you're comfortable, please state your name and spell your last.
It's Bryan Edelman, BRYAN EDELMAN.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Taylor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Edelman.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work as a trial consultant, and also I do quite a bit of work as an expert witness in the field of pretrial publicity and change events.
Are those two separate roles?
Yes, they are.
What do you do when you're a trial consultant?
So as a trial consultant, you're an advocate for your client. You do mock trials, focus groups, to really try to develop a trial strategy, a trial story for your side, and cultivate that for the audience, the jury. We also do jury selection. I assist with writing voir dire questions, juror questionnaires, help ferret out bias during voir dire, recommend cause challenges and how we use peremptories. Post-trial interviews. I do jury-related research, present my findings at
I agree,
conferences,
Carolyn.
bar associations, law firms, and so on.
When you work as an expert in the field of change of venue, does that differ from your work as a trial consultant?
Absolutely.
How so?
Well, as I mentioned, as a trial consultant, you're retained to be an advocate. As an expert, you are retained to be an objective expert, which means I'm not advocating for either side. I do not advocate for the defense. I do not advocate for the prosecution. My role is to collect information using standard methods that have been widely accepted in the field, and then present the findings to the court so they can make a well-informed decision on whether or not any remedial measures are necessary. So there are times where my findings support what remedial measures, like a change of venue, and there are times they don't. And when they don't, I recommend against a change of venue. Whatever the data supports is where I go.
I want to understand a little bit about your educational background that allows you to do that work.
Okay.
How were you educated?
I'm sorry.
How were you educated? What degree?
Starting in grammar school.
We can skip to college.
Yeah. So I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Florida State University. From there, I attended the University of Nevada in Reno, where I studied social psychology. My particular interest was in the application of social psychology in the field of the legal arena. So I was really interested in juror decision-making, jury decision-making, group dynamics, how people process information and evidence, the impact on pretrial publicity, pre-existing attitudes, and that sort of thing. The school I went to really focused on that area. That's where the National Physician College is, the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies, and several professors in that field. So I conducted research.
Now, just so you guys understand, they're doing this here because we've had issues in the past, if you remember, with people being brought up as experts and then being challenged. We know what happened with the prosecution and Gabriela Vargas and things like that. So they're making sure that the education is broadcasted as to every expert they have now, which I think is a good thing, but still, that's why.
At the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. I helped run a program through the Department of State that brought in judges and attorneys to the United States, where they would travel around the country to meet with people in their field. So I worked with the National Judicial College in that regard as well. And then from there, when I finished my PhD, I got a Brewery Scholarship to study in the United Kingdom, where I got an LLM in International Humanitarian Law, which I do not use.
During the course of your career, have you been published?
I have. I've been published in this area of survey methodology. My research was on the death penalty, so I have a book published on the death penalty. I am the co-editor in California. There's something called the CEB, the Continuing Education of the Bar, and there's a criminal procedure book that comes out every year. It's kind of like the Bible for criminal procedure, and I'm a co-editor on the chapter on change of venue. I was also on the committee for the American Society of Trial Consultants that publishes professional guidelines for writing change of venue surveys. So I'm on that. And I've also done research on, one of the questions is always, well, why can't we just pick a jury in a high profile case? So I've done research on the use of the set-aside question. So if people have been inundated with a lot of prejudicial media coverage, how do they respond to that set-aside question? Do we see, for example, if somebody's been exposed to a lot of prejudicial coverage, you'd expect them to say, I cannot be fair and impartial, I know too much. And so we're looking at research on that as well. And then last thing I promise is, I've also done research on what's called minimization language. So when you ask people an open-ended question on a juror questionnaire or in voir dire in a high-profile case, this is the only standard question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? That's the open-ended question. And people minimize what they know. That's something Dr. Ed Bronson came up with because he had noticed it. And that's like using language such as, I only recall what was in the paper, or I just followed it. I just remember it was on the news. You don't really elicit a lot of information. It's minimized knowledge. So did research on that.
That's been part of your research?
Yes.
When you work as an expert, if you're hired as an expert to work on a change of view issue, and I think you told us how your work is different than when you're a trial consultant. Can you tell me how you start in that role as an expert for change of venue?
Yeah. So first of all, I've been doing this for about 15 years, I'd say, as an expert witness on this area.
On change of venue specifically? Okay. And to do with surveys, just to be clear?
Yes. From some it's surveys, other times it's post-conviction. Once again, I've done federal cases, state cases, multiple states, including Idaho. But the way I learned was from Dr. Ed Bronson, who was kind of the pioneer in the field. He worked on cases like the Oklahoma City bombing case and a host of other private ones, the Boston Marathon, a bunch of them. So he was kind of my mentor in this area. And there's a 3-stage process. So the first phase is collecting the media coverage. Because really the question is initially, is there extensive coverage and is there prejudicial coverage? So I collect the coverage and assess the nature of that coverage. Does it include inflammatory language? Does it include inadmissible or misinformation? Now, just because it's not true does not mean people don't see it. And it does not mean that they don't develop opinions based on that information. So it's very important. In fact, some of that stuff is the most prejudicial stuff that there can possibly be. For example, if there is a prior conviction and then the conviction's thrown out, well, that's pretty prejudicial for the new trial. Not admissible, but very prejudicial. So I'm looking for information like that. I'm looking for references to prior records. Maybe there are victim impact statements where victims' families may be suggesting what the outcome should be. That could be prejudicial. How did the community respond? Are there candlelight vigils? Are there, GoFundMe efforts going on? The status of the victims are focusing on that. So there's a gambit of things that we look at. Sometimes there's political elements that are important in high-profile cases because it might be that a politician's involved. So it just depends on the case. So the first thing is assessing the nature of the publicity. Now, if there's not a lot of extensive pretrial publicity and it's not prejudicial, it stops there. And that's happened where there's coverage, but it's very superficial. It's very neutral. There's not a lot of detail. There's nothing particularly impactful. Maybe it's focused primarily on just the victim or something like that. However, there are other cases where there is extensive pretrial publicity, and then I would recommend phase 2, which is a community attitude survey. Because just because there's prejudicial coverage does not mean it had an impact on the jury pool. And that is the question that matters most. What impact has the prejudicial media coverage had on the jury pool? I don't really care if it's correct information, it came from social media, it came from the news. It had an impact on the jury pool. That's what matters because they develop opinions and attitudes. It doesn't make a difference if that that's true or false, they still develop an opinion and an attitude about the defendant, about the evidence and perceptions of guilt. All of that is what I'm looking at. So I want to see if the media coverage has had an impact. And that's why we do a community attitude survey. And then depending on the results of the survey, there's not enough evidence there to suggest that anything is required. It could be remedial measures such as individual sequestered blood gear. Maybe that's appropriate in some cases, all the way to the extreme case where it might be a change of name.
I want to understand a little bit about the source of media you review to do your work. Can you tell me what you take a look at?
I always take the conservative.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I need to object. This PowerPoint is being played for everybody with no foundation. It's not an exhibit. I think that's improper.
Here we go again. I told you guys, every time he gets a chance, he tries to shut this down. I disagree with this. I think it needs to be seen and heard, and then we can talk about if there's problems with it. I don't understand this, especially this objection here.
I mean, I'm trying to listen to Dr. Edelman's testimony, and I keep seeing slides changing in front of me over here, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, you've seen the slides.
I have.
You looked at it.
Everybody else here hasn't.
What does that even mean? How do you run?
Great.
How do you run a slideshow? Are they supposed to? I mean, this is so frustrating to hear this. I see the slides changing. That's inappropriate. So are they just supposed to freeze on one bill and leave it there? How do you see a slideshow? This is ridiculous, and this shows, in my opinion, the instability of his anger. Okay. It's bothering him that bad that this has to be an issue at this point. And again, thank you everybody for hitting that like button. I appreciate it. We got to get out in that algorithm we can. So thank you all of you guys that are saying that too.
I mean, it's not like it's showing any information. It just says that.
It's really not doing anything. If you
Right.
think about what we're looking at, what we're hearing, what is this doing? How is this?
This doesn't affect diddly squat.
Right, Ray. What does that even mean? It's inappropriate because these slides are changing. Come on, Bill. Again, I'm not being disrespectful, and I don't have a huge problem with him, but he's really building that stack for me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Here, though, is just an explanation of how he goes about in surveys.
Understand that. That's what his testimony is, but we're getting this visual aid that there's no foundation for, Judge.
Well,
It just seems,
well, hold on. I'm viewing him as an expert. Okay?
Yes, sir.
He's explaining what he does. So I'm going
No
to,
problem with that. The PowerPoint's a problem. I don't have any problem with this.
It goes hand in hand, Bill. That's what doesn't make sense. I don't have a problem with that. The judge just said, I'm viewing him as an expert. He's explaining this. I don't have a problem with that, but the slideshow, it goes hand in hand. I don't understand this, you guys. This is one thing I got yesterday. I'm sitting here going, huh? What are you talking about? That's why I said we needed to go back, talk about this, break it down, explain it, because this is ridiculous right here. I'm sorry. And again, I know people are going to disagree with me, and that's okay. I respect that, you guys. I do.
Yeah, I think I missed all this because
you did. It's crazy that this is even an issue. Okay. Thank you again, Zelda. This is off in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Willie.
all right.
I'm sorry. Frankly, I've never seen something like this occur.
That objection. I mean, this is not necessarily factual. It's just an example of how he got to where he got.
That's his testimony, but the PowerPoint is different, Judge. I don't know why we're seeing the PowerPoint when we have his testimony.
You want to?
What the hell does that matter? Why is this such a big deal is what I don't understand. Does anybody else in here think that I'm ridiculous for thinking this? Honestly? Brandy just said, ain't that what slides are supposed to do? Right. And then Sherry comes behind it. Where to go? Isn't that how slide presentation works? Yes. And then Brandy said, I'm sorry, I had it backwards, ladies. I'm on the right page. 100%, you guys. This doesn't make any sense. It sounds to me, and I hate to say something like this, and again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Bill Thompson. This almost sounds like a temper tantrum.
Seriously.
Seriously, I mean, this is a temper tantrum, you guys. The slides, why do we need the slides if he's giving his testimony? Well, why not? If it's the same thing to you, what the hell's the difference? Some people are visual people. They can't just hear it and understand it. Some people need to see it. Okay. Bonnie
No,
just
you're-
said she's a visual. I'm a visual learner. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Just sit down, guy. Sit down.
Respond to that.
I do,
Okay.
Judge. This is a courtroom demonstrative aid that helps to
Mhm.
track the testimony of Dr. Edelman. I can hand him my computer and let him advance the screens if that makes a big difference in it. This just helps explain his testimony.
Judge, we don't have a jury here. Let's just proceed.
Thank you. Proceed. Go ahead.
Dr. Edelman, we were talking about where you get your information.
It's
We were
okay,
talking about
Sherry.
where you get your information. What media do you look at? I think that's where it was.
Yes. So I take a conservative approach to how I do it. I look at newspapers in the local coverage right now. So I'm interested in papers that have primary circulation in the venue. Case like this has been reported in many other newspapers, but I wouldn't, for example, look at a newspaper published in Dallas because I don't know if somebody in Latah County would be looking at a paper in Dallas. So I look at the local coverage. I try to look at like local television coverage to see what the community is likely exposed to.
While we're here, I want to ask you some questions about the non-dissemination order.
Okay.
That's been a hot topic and we've heard some of it again today. Are you aware that there's a non-dissemination order in this case?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, the first time I became aware of it was when I was reading the newspaper coverage, because that was one of the topics of media coverage, was discussing the non-dissemination order and media's efforts to have it changed. So I was able to read it and follow it in that media coverage. So that's the first time I saw it.
And in January, did you receive an email from my office with the non-dissemination order?
I believe I did.
And you looked at a hard copy again recently?
Yes.
All right. Does that non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
I'm sorry, can you even though
Does the existence of the non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
No, it did not.
Have you worked in cases where there's a non-dissemination order at other times?
Many times.
Was the sole source of the information that you use contained in the media?
Was it came from the media? Sorry.
Hey,
Yes.
EB.
Everything I used was widely disseminated through the media. Widely disseminated.
Did you find out where the media got the information?
Yes.
I think this is why Bill is throwing his fit. I'd be honest with you. I know it sounds kind of childish. I think this is why he's that irritated with this whole slideshow, to be honest with you, because he's one of the stars of it, folks. That's just an opinion I have. Because here we are.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
You turn it up.
I can't hear.
Kohberger,
Well, I'm gonna do my best to turn this up.
Just in case anybody can't see what that says, it says Bill Thompson tells the media that the probable cause declaration will soon be released and encourages the media to share details with their viewers. That was December 30th of 22. So there you go.
Yeah, you don't have to.
If I put the microphone up, is that better?
So, yeah, but Christie, you don't have to type out things that are recorded.
And I saw this yesterday, and I really, because we were going through this, I was focusing on the whole thing, right? And as I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that makes perfect sense to me. Okay. So now it clearly does, and that's why I said it. It's like a temper tantrum because he doesn't want the public to see this.
Let me preface, there's a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can.
Okay, again, for those that can't read this, the next one. Bill Thompson tells the media that the probable cause declaration will soon. Oh, wait, no, that's the same one. I'm sorry. My apologies. I thought that.
In that clip, you heard reference to the probable cause affidavit.
Yes.
And did you hear reference to sharing it with all your readers and watchers?
Readers, watchers, and listeners, and anyone else who's interested.
Did your research tell you that the media took Mr. Thompson up on that offer to share this far and wide?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks.
What did you say?
Basically, the media took that document and then published the highlights and key findings in that document and added editorial commentary to that information. So let's be.
Okay, here's where it changed. The media serves as a megaphone and saturates the public with prejudicial details from the government's affidavit. That came from Creme 2, which is a news feed that comes across YouTube. So again, that's for people that may not be able to see that because I know some of it's small.
Be clear, they didn't just read the affidavit. There's editorial, there's debate, there's discussion, there's spin, all of it in news stories. And these stories, for example, this one has over 200. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Do you have a copy of the?
I do, Your Honor. I have a printed copy of his PowerPoint. If it would help him refresh his memory.
I just can't see it.
Sure, go ahead.
I need to make something known to you guys too. Another good comment, Sherry. There's a lot of people in here, you guys, and that's what I want you to understand. There's people in here that believe and have believed from the beginning that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, and they're still not liking the way that this is happening. Okay, so what does that say to you? Okay, that's interesting in a lot of ways to me because it's about true justice and how things are handled, whether they believe he's guilty or innocent. Some of these things are just being done the wrong way, in my opinion. So,
okay, thank you.
Hit the like button, guys. We need 8 more to get this in the algorithm, please, if you will.
For example, this one is on a local television station. On YouTube alone, 130,000 views and 224 comments. So people discussing. That's just one example of how this document was disseminated through the media in this county, just as Mr. Thompson suggested during his press conference.
And did you check another media source?
What'd you say, Mama Bear? Oh, I thought.
I didn't. My daughter made a growling noise. That's all.
Oh, okay, no problem.
And see that it continued to be shared.
Yes, this is a second example And you can see just from the heading, it says court records unsealed. And then they go through a timeline, including information from that affidavit, highlighting all the key findings about the car and other things that are widely reported and disseminated from that document. Too late to account, saturating the community with prejudicial details from that document, which was reported in the press conference to be truthful as well. 54,000 views, 176 comments on just one other video of a news clip on YouTube.
And based on your research, did the story or stories continue to be shared far and wide?
Yes.
Janelle Finch is joining.
Cases received massive media coverage, saturating this county with prejudicial pretrial rules.
How about to social media?
It was also spread through social media, and people have talked about it on social media.
And do you know if misinformation and rumors ended up as a result of this information shared right from the start?
Yes, and the reason I looked at this and knew it was because in the media coverage, they discussed the spreading of rumors on social media. For example, a professor who was accused by a psychic of being responsible for this. Other references to questioning the implication of people knew about the crime before it was reported to the police and so on. So there's been quite a bit of discussion, spread of rumors, misinformation, factual information all over social media, which you'd expect in a small community such as this.
Did your review of all of this information tell you as a professional, as an expert in your field, that a survey was necessary in Bryan Kohberger's case?
Yes, based off of the media coverage that I reviewed, which was over 200 plus articles, and the television coverage, I thought it was appropriate to move forward to see what impact, if any, this coverage has had on the community.
What kind of survey did you think would be appropriate?
We always use random digit dial telephone surveys in these cases.
Before you tell me a little bit more about that, I want to understand the history of this kind of survey. Is this something that you just made up all on your own?
No.
Where does this come from?
So these surveys have been done for decades. The first one I recall that followed a similar design and focus on case-specific items was done in 1979, Constantini and King in 3 cases in Yolo County, California. This approach was done, Dr. Ed Bronson, who I mentioned, my mentor, had been using it for decades, 40 years or more. Other experts in the field do it. John Walker, in the American Taliban case, they used a similar approach that was published as well. Used in Skilling, Boston Marathon. I've used it in countless cases, so hundreds of times, I would say.
Is there research that supports this process?
There is. One of the things we're looking at, so when you think about the survey, is the structure and how we test validity. So there's 40 plus years of social science literature on the impact of media coverage on jury decision making. And one of the things it tells us, for example, is knowledge, or let's take a step back. People who regularly watch and listen to the news are more likely to know about the case. When I say know about the case, are more likely to have case-specific information from the media. So they test similar things like we did. Have you read, seen, or heard if ... And they assess how much knowledge does this person have, and then they correlate it with media consumption habits. And what you find is people that read the news regularly know more of these details than people who do not. And they find that the more information you have, the more likely you are to hold an opinion regarding a defendant's guilt or innocence. So those are some of the findings, and we craft the survey similar.
Okay, again, if anybody can't read that real quick, it says the random digit dial telephone survey. Section 1 is eligibility for jury duty. Section 2, criminal justice attitude. Section 3, case awareness and prejudgment. And then section 4 is demographics.
Similar to the others because we want to test the validity of the survey. So if we know we should see these relationships, we should expect to see them in our survey. So we ask the same similar types of questions, and we look at those relationships to see if we see the same thing. That's one of the ways we test the validity of the survey.
Would this be considered a methodology in your field to do surveys in this certain format?
Yes, it's standard practice. We look at APOR, which is called the American Association of Public Opinion Research, American Society of Trial Consultants. They have professional code, how to conduct surveys, venue surveys. Those are the primary ones I look at. And again, I've taken course training during my program on how to craft surveys, how to write questions, all of that type of thing. I've done it hundreds of times, testified about it. So that's kind of the basis of how I craft this.
So I would generally have to say that this man is an expert in what we're looking at right now, what we're talking about right now. I have no qualms with that. I think he's actually pretty good at explaining all of this, and I'm grateful to hear him talk. So, and explain this for all of us. So that's my thought. And thank you, Zelda.
And I heard you mention standards and validity.
Mhm.
Why are there standards? Why does that matter?
I'm sorry, why are there standards?
Yes.
Well, one is you want to make sure, I mean, as we learn more about research in human behavior, we learn more about what you should and shouldn't do. So, for example, there's something called social desirability. People want to create a positive impression of themselves. So when you ask questions, for example, can you be a fair juror? Well, we all want to be fair people, so you're more likely to get a socially desirable response. The initial step on that was all the way back into voting. In California, there was a election for governor in Davis or something like that. And all of the polling suggested he was going to win. He was African American, and he lost. And that was when it starts looking at that.
Thank you,
They saw
Tracy.
all these different impacts in terms of like race of the interviewer. All these things affect how people respond. People overestimate that they vote because you can look at voting records and it's inflated. People overestimate they have a library card and a million other things. So those are things like we look at when we craft the survey. We don't want to have social questions that lead to socially desirable responses, order effects, a host of other things.
In your survey, it looks like you have sections designed in your survey.
Mhm.
Sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
Better with the microphone.
Okay, I'll try to stand closer over here. I want to understand this section, these sections.
Okay.
Why do you have sections in this survey?
Sections?
Yes.
Well, one is you don't want things to be jumping back and forth all over the place because it's harder to take a survey like that. You'll have more people drop off, confusion, potential order effects. So we try to organize the survey into sections. So all of the key questions on one topic are together, and then the next section changes topics, so it's easy to follow.
What is the purpose of section 3, case awareness and prejudgment? Why is that in there?
So that's the meat of the survey. That's the most important section. So case awareness measures initially case recognition. We craft a recognition question based off of the media coverage. What are the things widely reported that are not overly prejudicial because you don't want to create an order that would stimulate a memory of, yes, I remember that case. So if widely reported A, B, and C facts that you read the coverage and you see this was mentioned 100 times, that's a widely reported fact. So we create case recognition question. Now, if somebody says, yes, I remember that case, I have read, seen, or heard about it, they're asked a prejudgment question next, guilt or innocence question. Then they're asked open-ended questions and then those case-specific items. Now, let's say someone does not remember the case based on that case recognition question. We give them one more fact to see if it'll stimulate a memory. Something neutral that might stimulate a memory. You usually get 1% to 2% more that recall the case from that. If that person recognizes the case from there, they are also asked that prejudgment question to be continued. If they do not recognize the case, they skip the rest of the survey and they're asked demographic questions about media consumption habits and demographics. The next step of the survey after the prejudgment question is an open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case? There might be a few others we add based off of these things we might find in the media coverage. And then they continue on to those case-specific items that we've been talking about. Have you read, seen, or heard if so and so?
I want to make sure I understand this and that this is clear for everybody. Those 9 questions that have been the problem last week and this week, If you have somebody who says, no, I don't know that case, do you ask them those 9 questions?
No, they skip to the demographic questions.
Tell me, what are the demographic questions, just to be sure?
If somebody doesn't recognize the case, they immediately go to questions, for example, how often do you read the newspaper? Every day, several times a week, rarely, never, something like that. Then they're asked how often they follow the local news, and then they'll ask a few demographic questions like age, gender, race, ethnicity.
So if somebody doesn't remember the case, you don't infuse information or do any of the things that were brought out last week.
No.
I have on the screen in front of me some of the read, seen, or heard questions.
Yes.
What are these? You don't have to read them all, just tell me what they are.
These are 9 items, which we always use. Have you read, seen, or heard if? And these are items taken from the media coverage that were widely reported. And let me be clear, widely reported hundreds and thousands of times, and potentially prejudicial items, because neutral run-of-the-mill media coverage is often not grounds for a change of venue. So if somebody knew there were 4 victims, that's not particularly prejudicial, is it? That's a pretty benign fact. But if somebody knows, for example, about a prior conviction that's not admissible, that's very prejudicial. And it might be correlated with prejudgment. And I would like to know that, because if it's widely prejudicial and everybody knows about it, and it's correlated with prejudgment, that would likely have an impact on my recommendations, because that's the type of pre-trial publicity that has been recognized by the Supreme Court, I'm sure the state court here, that is most concerning.
So these kinds of questions, these case-specific questions, you do this in all the surveys that you do.
Yes.
And in this case, these 9 questions came straight out of the media.
Absolutely. And again, widely reported throughout the media, thousands of times.
Now, just to be clear, you gave an example of information that might be widely reported that's highly prejudicial that you would use in a survey. You haven't talked about Bryan Kohberger's survey yet, have you?
What do
You haven't told us the 9 questions.
I have not.
Okay. And we'll get there, but I want to talk about a little bit more about the history of this survey. You told us it had been used for decades. And I think you told us a little bit about some of the other really high profile cases where this survey format, the survey method that's been widely accepted was used. Are some of these cases your cases that you've done these surveys in on this list?
Yes, I used these types of questions in the George Floyd case for Alexander King, who was one of the defendants. There was also a gag order or non-dissemination order in that case. The Parkland shooting case in Florida, there was a non-dissemination order in that case. Used there as well. Used it in the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting case in Pittsburgh. State of Idaho v. Jonathan Renfro, which was here. State of Idaho v. Gilberto Rodriguez, also used it there. And many others. I've used it 100 times. Dr. Bronson used it more than me because he was doing it even longer than I have. Other experts in the field do it. This is the standard practice.
Standard in your field.
Yes.
And are these surveys, doing a survey like this, is this just criminal defendants that ask you to do these surveys or that have any interest in doing these surveys, or is it other people too?
Other people use the same process as well, including the prosecution and the government.
I think you provided an example in your PowerPoint of the government using this survey process in a case that you worked on.
Yes, this was the Jason Van Dyke case in Chicago. He had been charged with shooting and killing Laquan McDonald. It was like 17 shots was like the famous saying. It was a very significant case, interracial crime, widely reported on. And the government also did their own survey to see if there was any potential bias and followed the same exact process and used case-specific media items. And once again, there was a non-dissemination order in that case.
Okay, so again, anybody that can't see this clearly, government survey in the state of Illinois versus Jason Van Dyke. Mayor Rahm Emanuel fired the police superintendent. The police dash cam video was released to the public. The McDonald family received a large settlement Laquan McDonald had a troubled childhood. Laquan McDonald spent some time in the juvenile detention. The toxicology report showed that Laquan McDonald had PCP in his system when he was shot, and Laquan got into a confrontation with another police officer before the shooting. So there you go, guys, for those of you that couldn't see that. And I think this is great example. These are great examples in a sense, in my opinion. Thank you, War Eagle.
Earlier, you talked a little bit about validity being one of the standards.
Yes,
Tell me how you measure validity in one of these surveys.
sure. So this is from the professional code from the American Society of Trial Consultants. As I mentioned, we want to look at things like consistency. So we want to, for example, the research tells us the more case or media items you know, you develop knowledge, and the more you know, the more likely you are to exhibit bias. So I want to test that in the survey. That's one of the reasons why I include those case-specific items. I also want to compare what people or that item to prejudgment. So the more people know, are they more likely to prejudge? How about case-specific media items?
Validity, consistency between respondents' answers to open-ended questions about what they recall about the case and their responses to questions about recognition of specific case facts, that excuse me, can be an indicator of survey validity. Similarly, a positive relationship between case awareness and media exposure can also be an indicator of survey validity. False facts should generally not be used to test accuracy of other responses in venue surveys. If false facts are used, they must be clearly false, with no possibility that respondents who know about the case could confuse the false facts with true facts that have been publicized. General principles of survey item construction that apply to other fact/opinion items must be adhered to, e.g., emphasizing simple statements and avoiding compound statements.
Is there specific prejudicial items in the media that are particularly concerning? Maybe I'm going to go back to my prior conviction example. If there was a conviction, so I've had this happen in the case, and then years later, that conviction was thrown out and there's a new trial. Well, that's extremely prejudicial if people know about the prior jury verdict. So I want to know, what percentage of people know that detail? And is that related to prejudgment? And most importantly, when you ask the question, have you read, seen, or heard about the case, the open-ended question, do people report it? Because if they don't, and they do know it, well, that's very concerning. And that's the type of problem we run into in voir dire.
Sounds like that's one of the reasons you have case-specific questions in there.
That's one of the reasons, absolutely.
You heard talk last week, and then you've heard it again today about, can't you just change this survey and take those case-specific questions out and then do the survey? Can you do that?
I would not do that, no.
Can you explain why not?
Because this is based off of 15 years of doing this. I know for certain, and there's research on it as well, that when you ask people an open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? They have a difficult time recalling everything from memory. That's a recall question. The cognitive effort required to recall everything from memory that you know is very challenging versus recognition, which is a much lower cognitive load. Have you read, seen, or heard if? Oh, now I can search my memory. Yes, I know that fact. If I asked you, tell me everything you know about the movie Star Wars, you would tell me a whole bunch of interesting things about Chewbacca and Ewoks and maybe a bunch of other stuff. But I am very confident that you would miss things. You would not tell me every single detail from memory you know about that movie. And then I would ask you something like, did you know that Darth Vader was Luke Skywalker's father? And you'd probably say, yeah, of course, I knew that. But you didn't mention it in the recall question. There's a mountain of research on this. Usually what they do is they have people read like a paragraph or a story, and they ask them, write down everything you recall from what you just read. And then they do a different type of quiz. Did you read that the truck was red? Did you read that there was an ambulance? Oh yeah, of course. And they check that too. And what it shows is recognition rates, the ability to recall information when asked a closed-ended question, is much higher than when you ask an open-ended question. So getting back to your comment or question, if I only ask, what do you know about this case? I know for a fact you'll get things like, well, I remember when it happened. There were 4 victims. There was a knife. I remember there's a delay. I just saw it in the media. Those are the things that people say. They've said it in this survey. They've said it in 100 surveys I've done prior. They've said it in voir dire when I look at transcripts. That's what you see. But when you ask those closed-ended questions, you discover that they know quite a bit more. And that's what I'm trying to look at. I need to know, what do people actually know? And is there information, prejudicial details that they don't mention that they do know when you ask the open-ended question?
And those details, the closed questions, the have you read, seen, or heard questions, are they important to determine if there's bias, that media coverage has created a prejudicial effect, and that there's bias?
Absolutely. If 80% of people are able to recognize a prejudicial detail, and I keep making up because I don't want to upset anyone here, like a prior conviction, if 80% know that detail, but only 3% mention it in the question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? That's a major problem. I need to know that because it's an extremely prejudicial fact. Things spread on social media, whether they're true or not, they still impact the jury. Very prejudicial. I need to know if they know that. And I know for a fact in this case that, for example, I'm not going to mention the detail, but for one of them, only 3% of people in this survey mentioned the detail when asked, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? It was something spread on social media. But when you asked, have you read, seen, or heard of X, Y, and Z, 45% knew that fact. And that fact happened to be significantly related to prejudgment. People who knew it, over 80% of them think the defendant is guilty, compared to 57% who don't know the detail. So those are important findings. If I don't include those questions, I can't do any of those analyses. It makes it look like there's not that much of a problem here. People don't seem to know anything. They just say they remember reading it in the paper. I guess we don't have to move the case because they don't seem to know much. And that is misleading, inaccurate, and I would not do that.
Have you had a unique opportunity to kind of actually watch this in real time to see how it works?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes.
How did you get this unique opportunity first?
So I worked on a case that was called John Fight. This was a Catholic priest in Hidalgo County in Texas who had been charged with murdering a beauty queen.
Yes, Janet, thank you.
The 1950s. And the trial happened in like 2018 or something like that. So all the witnesses were gone, and the defendant was obviously much older. But it was a case that was just weaved into the fabric of the community. So shocking. And during the hearing, after doing a survey, one of the things we did is we brought in community residents and did like a mock voir dire to prove this point, to demonstrate. And there was a bunch of things in that case that were particularly prejudicial. So we asked people, tell us what you've read, seen, or heard about the case. And they would tell us, oh, in college, I learned about this case. So I know A, B, and C. And we say, is that everything you remember? And they said, for example, here, I believe so. That's what this person said. Search their memory. Let's see. I believe so. That's it. And then we asked those case-specific questions that you clearly could never ask in voir dire because you'd be poisoning a well. And we asked, for example, did you know that John Fight gave a confession to a priest, confessed to the crime? Oh, yeah, I knew that. And once she said that, it stimulated her memory. Actually, he confessed twice. So now she knows that. The fact that she did not mention in the open-ended question, extremely prejudicial. The Supreme Court has recognized confessions to be very prejudicial for Doe v. Louisiana and a bunch of others. And she knows that. And then we ask, kind of again, is that everything you know? And she says yes. And then we give her another one. Did you know that he was involved in another case? He had actually been charged with attacking a woman in a different church. Oh, yeah. Yes, I do remember that. Once again, she knows a detail that she didn't mention. And we're saying, okay, and you didn't say that a few minutes ago, did you? No, that's the second one. And then we asked, have you refreshed your memory? Are there any other facts that you have read, seen, or heard that you haven't told the court? She's, I don't believe so. So it seems like that's all she knows. Then we tried again, and we mentioned that he had been transferred to another monastery. The Catholic Church was moving him around. And she knows that too. Oh, yeah, I did that. And we tried again. Did you know that local law enforcement were participating in a cover-up? That was part of the story. Yeah, she knows that too. So this was an example of the difference between asking the open-ended question that you can ask in voir dire, what do you know about this case? What have you heard about this case? And you get an answer. Sometimes people say, I just recall when it happened. Sometimes you get more detail. But when you start asking those closed-ended questions, you uncover that actually they know quite a bit more. And that is the key point in a high-profile case. In the general case, it doesn't matter because there's no case-specific information. What we know is that specific attitudes predict behavior much more than general attitudes. So in a community like this, it's been saturated with media coverage that's prejudicial. We want to know what case-specific details they know, because that goes to bias, and are we able to ferret out that bias in jury selection? And that's why we include those questions in our survey.
I want to talk about Bryan Kohberger's case for just a minute.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to register the objection. This is going to deal with the actual issue.
Here we go. Like I said, he doesn't want it out there.
Change of venue. It's premature. The state has not been afforded the opportunity to analyze much less respond to it. So to the extent the court wishes to allow this to continue, I just simply ask you to give it that reduced amount of weight, because the state is not in a position to respond to any of this.
Okay, thank you. But you'll have an opportunity to respond to any of this where I make a decision.
Not today, Judge. This goes. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not going to make a decision today.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting information,
Yes, sir.
and then I'm going to consider what you're going to provide, and then I'm going to make a decision.
My point again, Your Honor, is this goes to the issue of a change of venue, not whether or not the non-disclosure order was violated and what we should do about that. Two separate issues. The state is not prepared and will not be prepared to address a change of venue issue until an appropriate motion with supporting documentation and evidence provided, and we have a chance to respond to that, which I understand we'll be doing between now and sometime next month.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Edelman, you haven't finished analyzing the data in Mr. Kohberger's case, have you?
No, the only thing I looked at was supposed to be on the question at hand, which is about these case-specific items, why they're in the survey, and which goes to whether we can continue the survey without them. That's the only thing I looked at, was addressing that specific question.
I'm not going to ask you what your opinion on change of venue is today.
I don't have one. Well, I do, but I'm not done analyzing the data.
Senate, I want you to be informed before we get there. So I do want to talk, though, about Bryan Kohberger's case, and if you've been able to determine if the survey was valid.
Yes, absolutely.
And how did you determine that the survey is valid?
Well, one of the things, as I mentioned, is looking at the social science research and do we find similar findings? And we did. So we also look, for example, do we have like acquiescence bias? What that means is people are just saying yes to everything. So on those case-specific media items, one of the things you do is you include items that didn't receive as much media attention. That way, you want to make sure, and what you expect to see are items that get a lot of media attention. Everybody knows about them. So you see really high recognition rates, 80%, 90%, 60%. And then the items that didn't get as much attention, they're lower, 40% or less. So we want to see if there's variance across the questions, and we see that as well.
Does it help to do the recall questions and the recognition questions to understand whether you have a valid survey? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, those are the case-specific questions. Yeah, those media items. So we test validity by, are those correlated with prejudgment? Are they correlated with media consumption? So people who read more of the media, do they know more of these details than people who don't? The more details you know, are you more likely to be biased? All that stuff. But also, again, like I said, is you want to check to make sure there's variance across those media items, because you want to make sure people aren't just saying yes to everything.
You talked early on about how if somebody doesn't recognize a case, you stop and you don't ask these case-specific media generated items in your question.
Correct. And remember, these media items also come after the open-ended, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case?
Do you know how many people did not know about Bryan Kohberger's case in this survey? The percentage?
I believe it was like 3 to 4%.
And so that percentage of people didn't get the case specific questions. Is that fair?
That's a pretty low percentage, you guys. 3 to 4% of people did not know about this case. Do you realize how many people that probably is? And that's the point that I was making a while ago, which is why I don't understand how Bill thinks that there's so many people that don't know about this case. He made a statement at one point about that. That's a low percentage of people that don't know. Most everybody in the world knows, guys. And I mean all over the United States. I have people that come in here from the UK, Thailand, Taiwan, South Africa, Germany, Norway. So everybody knows about this case in the whole world. So 3 to 4% in this general area is really like, wow. You know what I mean? So that's a big point to make.
The people who did not know about the case, the very few, did not get the case specific questions.
I want to talk about the open-ended questions and then the have you read, seen, or heard questions. So on the open-ended questions, when you say, what do you know about this case? Tell me everything. Do you know about how many things people remember?
Hey, Leo.
Yes, so one of the things we do is we read everyone and we track how many details they mentioned. And then we compare those, what did they say, to how many case-specific items they later recognize. So for example, if somebody said, I know 4 people were killed and they found the guy, I would identify like 2 facts, 2 details, for example. And then I would look at those case-specific items later and how many of those items did he mention in the open? And that scenario would be 0. But if he knew 6 of them, that would tell me that he knew 6 details that he failed to recognize. Versus somebody might have known all those details and mentioned all of them in their open, then it would be 0. They reported everything they knew, and they mentioned later on that they knew those items. So I look at that.
You're checking what they say they know in the general open question, and then see if they hit some of the specific questions, and then measuring how many more they actually know when you get to the have you read, seen, or heard question.
And then I compare. And that kind of goes to my John Fight story. I'm looking to see if that is a problem.
What did you find in this case?
I found that 96% of survey respondents knew at least one additional media item that they failed to mention in the open-ended.
So the other side of that, it says here too, not 96 for those of you again that can't read this, 96%. I'm sorry. However, 96% of survey respondents failed to mention at least one media item in the recall question they later recognized in the survey. On average, they recognized an average of 4.9 additional media items.
On average, people reported 1.6 details when asked the question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? However, on average, they later recognized 6 out of the 9 media items. And I believe it's something like 72% knew, I want to say 5 or more.
Now, in this situation, did you find out people had a lot of knowledge that wasn't the specific case-related questions? They would rattle off, I know these things, several things.
Yeah, so what I found was on average, people knew at 4.9 additional items that they failed to mention in the open. What does that mean? That means they knew approximately 5 of the media items that I tested later that they did not mention in the open-ended. 5 on average out of 9 they knew, although they didn't mention it. And these are examples. So somebody wrote just what has been on the TV and the papers. That's the common thing you get when you only ask the open-ended question. But that person knew all 9 of the media items we tested. Someone else mentioned the detail. The kids were murdered and they tracked them down. Well, you actually know 6 out of the 9 media items that we tested. Nothing lately knows 7 out of the 9 media items tested.
Okay, so again, just to read these again, so if you can't, because they are kind of small. Just what has been on the TV and in the newspapers, 9 out of 9 people. Just what I have read and seen on the news, 9 out of 9 people. He stabbed the people to death, 8 out of 9 people. They tracked him and found blood, 7 of 9. That he murdered 4 people, 7 of 9. That he murdered 4 people, 7 of 9. Nothing lately, 7 of 9. Not a whole lot, only what has been on the news, 6 of 9. Just the basics from what I saw and heard on our local news, 6 of 9. The kids were murdered and they tracked him down, 6 of 9. What was in the newspaper, 6 of 9. Mostly about the delay in the trial, 5 of 9. They arrested him for murder, 6 of 9, and the kids that were murdered, 5 of 9. And the average on that comes out to be a basic average of 4.9, guys. Again, so it's right there in black and white. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much an average. It's there. You know what I'm saying? Most everybody seems to have had have seen this and understands and knows. You know what I mean? Welcome, Cynthia Gaines. Real quick, I appreciate you becoming a member. Welcome to the sauce, and please, everybody, welcome Cynthia, as we do with open arms to everyone.
It goes on and on. That is a very common finding. I find it in almost every survey I do. Between 92 and 96% is the norm. What I see in terms of knowing more detail than they report. And it usually, interestingly, the average is usually around 3 extra media items that they failed to mention. In this case, it was 4.9, so it's higher.
Which, in a sense, Annie, I agree. That could show that they're very, very, it's a very high probability of bias. Okay, that's my opinion. Again, you don't have to agree with me, but that's how I would imagine that this would go down. Absolutely, Brittany. I'll throw it up real quick for you.
Do you have a way within the survey to correlate prejudicial coverage or bias for guilt with the amount of specific details recognized?
Yes, because I asked those case-specific questions. If I didn't, I would not be able to. Because as you saw, people say things like, haven't seen anything lately. Well, that doesn't really do much for me. I can't analyze that. I can't do anything with that. I don't ask those case-specific items. I can't test the validity of the survey. I can't test to see how case-specific knowledge impacts prejudgment. I can't test to see if there's one particular item that's highly prejudicial that we should be worried about, that should, that's inadmissible. What percentage knows that detail? All of those things are required to do this correct.
So again, case-specific knowledge was significantly related to bias. Okay. Sorry, guys. 79% of survey respondents recognized 5 or more of the media items. 82 of survey respondents who recognized 7 or more media items reported that Kohberger was guilty. There you go. And only 29% of survey respondents who recognized 2 or fewer media items reported that Kohberger was guilty. I'm sorry. So, excuse me, take it for what it is, you guys, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
And how do you know that there's prejudgment in a case? What questions do you ask, and when do you ask them to know that there's prejudgment or bias in a case?
Well, after the case recognition question, they're asked, based off of what you've read, seen, or heard about this case,
No problem,
the
Brittany.
defendant's guilty of whatever the crime is, and it's on scale, like definitely guilty to definitely not guilty. So that's a prejudgment question. I have a second follow-up question, which was actually developed from a judge that I thought was really effective. And the question was, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? So it's a presumption of guilt as opposed to a presumption of innocence. This was in Tennessee. It was a high-profile case, and similarly, people would report a lot of detail, and then they'd say, "I think he's guilty," and then that's what, can you be fair and impartial? And they go, "Yeah, I think I could be fair. I can try. I think I could do it." And then the court would ask, "Well, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty?" And they'd say, "Oh yeah, definitely. It could be hard to change my mind." So I use that question because I thought it was really effective, and it happens to correlate much better than the set-aside question with prejudgment and a host of other things.
So do you ask those questions before you say, have you read, seen, or heard these particular?
Absolutely. If you didn't, you'd be creating order. So you have to do that.
Will you say that again? You'd be creating what?
Order effects. If I put in like a recognition question, some detail That's extraordinarily prejudicial. I'll go back to my prior conviction thing for the same crime. And then you say, oh, do you think he's guilty? Well, you just told me a jury convicted him. Of course I think he's guilty. So if you included all those 9 items, and then you ask somebody, do you think he's guilty? You just gave them all this information. That's prejudicial. So yes.
And that there in itself tells me that this is, in my opinion, being done fairly. Okay. Which is why I don't understand why Bill Thompson won't lay back on this a little bit. He's explaining it, and this is what he didn't even want to be done, so that this can be understood like this. And here we are. He's still not happy, as you'll see here in a little while. But
That would be in order, so we would never do that.
So you ask them well ahead of case-specific questions. They have to recognize the case. They have to agree, I know of this case. And then you ask if they already have an idea of what they think of whether Mr. Kohberger is guilty or not in our case.
Correct.
And then you have the case recognition and you can measure the bias or the prejudicial effect of the media with the incidence of those questions.
What I look at is the prejudgment question, right? That's on a scale, so Likert scale.
you know, that comment right there, Tanya, that saying Bill's 100% biased. You know, I would like to believe that he's not. It sure looks that way in some senses to me at this point, guys. I have to say that it really does. And again, I'm still on the fence. I truly believe that Bryan Kohberger is innocent until proven guilty. I'm still on the fence as far as, you know, what evidence have you shown that can tell me that Bryan went in that house and did that? I'm still there, guys. Nothing's changed. But again, you know, he's putting himself out there to make himself seem to be biased in some senses. And again, that's just one of my opinions, I'm saying. So it's an interesting comment, for sure, Tanya.
And then I can look at things like, is a relationship between the number of details somebody knows and the strength of opinion? Definitely guilty. For example, if you know a lot of detail. I can look at case-specific items, media items. If you knew about X, is that correlated with prejudgment or bias? Is there something that, you know, and so on and on. So that's how we look at the relationship between prejudgment and these different factors.
Were you able to determine if case knowledge was impacting bias in Bryan Kohberger's case?
Yes. So because we asked these questions, what we found is that one, like I said, very high recognition rate. So 79% of respondents knew at least 5 of these items. So the idea that we're undermining his due process rights, everybody knows all this stuff. It's very high rates. 82% of respondents who recognized 7 of these items or more reported that he's guilty, compared to if they only knew 2 or fewer, only 29% thought he was guilty. And the average was 6.2. So the average number of these details people already know, 6.2.
Given specific case-related bits of information, these 9 have you read, seen, or heard questions, does recognizing one of those questions, if that's a, oh yeah, I know that one,
yeah,
does that change?
Hold up. What the heck happened here?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
1 second. 1 second.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Joe broke it again.
I don't know what happened here. Hold on a second, guys. 1 minute. Let's here. Do you remember exactly where we were at on that?
Exactly. I can look at the, hold on.
Or close to, at least, so I can get back to that point. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened.
It was 1 hour, 16 minutes, 42 seconds.
Okay, I think this is back where it was. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's never happened before. All right, let's try it again.
Was impacting bias in Bryan Kohberger's case?
Yes. So because we asked these questions, what we found is that one, like I said,
Oh, that kind
very high recognition rate. So 79% of respondents knew at least 5 of these items. So the idea that we're undermining his due process rights, everybody knows all this stuff. Very high rates. 82% of respondents who recognized 7 of these items or more reported that he's guilty, compared to if they only knew 2 or fewer, only 29% thought was guilty. And the average was 6.2. So the average number of these details people already know, 6.2.
Given specific case-related bits of information, these 9 have you read, seen, or heard questions, does recognizing one of those questions, if that's oh yeah, I know that one,
Yeah.
Does that change the incidence of fights, or does that relate to I've already prejudged this case?
It does. And what's really interesting is kind of going back to the open-ended question. So again, I won't mention the detail, but there's one that was widely reported. It's in that affidavit. And 81% of survey respondents knew that specific detail. 81% when we asked, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? However, on the previous question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case, the open-ended, only 8% reported it. 8% report it when you ask the open-ended question. 81% actually know the detail when you ask a recognition question. That's significant, and I can only do that analysis because we asked those questions. And 72% of people who knew that detail reported that he is guilty, compared to just 47% who don't know the detail. So that's the kind of analysis we look at. What do these case-specific items look like? If you know this media item, is it correlated with guilt? What percentage of people know that media item? How many people mention it in the open? Is it consistent, or is it perfect overlap, or nobody talks about it, but they all know it? In another one, only 3% mentioned a specific detail that was on social media, widely reported in the news, not factually accurate, a misrepresentation of the truth. 45% knew it in the survey, only 3% reported it in the open-ended comment, and it was extraordinarily prejudicial where if you did know it, 81% of survey respondents, if they knew that detail, indicated that the defendant was guilty. 81%, half the sample knew about it, but only 3% mentioned it when I asked the open-ended question. So again, if I didn't ask those questions, and the only thing I asked was the open-ended question, it would appear that people don't know a lot of prejudicial detail because they don't mention the detail when you ask that question. And that is, from my experience, doing post-conviction work, reading voir dire transcripts, coding transcripts, doing hundreds of jury selections, being involved in these cases, coding juror questionnaires. This is the phenomenon that we see all the time. It's nothing new. And the only way to look at it is by doing the surveys.
Before I ask the question about courts relying on surveys to make decisions, using these surveys to make decisions to change venue, when you talk about things that are in the media that aren't true or might not come in, we've heard a lot about that today. Are you telling me that that's still going to be in my courtroom? Things that aren't true, that don't get brought out in trial, those are still going to be in the jurors' minds?
Absolutely. And again, there's social science research on this, looking at the impact of inadmissible content, the effectiveness of judicial instructions, and how it impacts jury decision-making. Just because you say it's not evidence doesn't mean it's not prejudicial. Just if I know it, it impacts how I view the defendant. It serves as a filter through how I process information. I might expect to hear that information when I can assume that I will, so it has an impact. One interesting study looked at jurors' ability or participants' ability to recall the source of information. And what they found is after a few days after a trial, people couldn't recall what information they had learned from the media and what information they recalled and learned from the trial. So they assumed stuff in the media came out in trial. The idea that I can cognitively say, okay, I know this prejudicial detail, and I'm going to put it in a box in my mind and never think about it and process everything, and it's never going to affect me. It's just, there's nothing to support that. It's kind of in our everyday lives. That's what our brains like. Think about what's going on today with Trump and Biden and all that. Everybody has strong opinions. The idea that, oh, yeah, well, it's not legitimate or that fact is wrong, it's misinformation, so it won't affect me. There's nothing to support that. There's even research that shows you have people, they read a passage, that they write something supporting a position that was in the passage, and then you tell them that information is not true. It's called belief perseverance or belief persistence. And what they find is even when you tell them that fact is not true, they still have a difficult time not believing it, and it still impacts their views. They still defend it, even then. So there's a host of research on this. The idea that we should only test things that are factually accurate and assume that the other stuff isn't prejudicial is just ridiculous.
So a massive amount of prejudicial media coverage is a factor that has to be considered in a case with this kind of coverage. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to know, though, from your experience, have you done a survey like this that contained these 9 case-specific questions where a judge decided to change venue?
Yes.
Will you tell us about that?
Yes. So in Nichols, there was a case in Washington, and this is kind of what I was referring to. So it was a defendant who had been convicted in 2012 for murder, Grant County, Washington. Later, it was a high-profile case, and then later the conviction was thrown out. It had something to do with jury instructions or something like that, and there was going to be a new trial. And quite a bit of time had gone by, like a decade. So we did a survey because that fact, knowing that detail, would be highly prejudicial. So what we found was 42% of survey respondents had read, seen, or heard about the prior conviction when we asked that case-specific media item. However, when we asked the open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? Only 12% mentioned it. So 12% mentioned it when you ask the open-ended question you use in voir dire, but over 42% knew about it. Now, you could never ask a juror, well, did you know a jury convicted him of murder if you didn't mention it because you're poisoning the well? And the court agreed and was worried about the effectiveness of voir dire as a remedy in that situation and granted a change of venue.
Have you had the opportunity to pay attention to any prejudicial media coverage since the hearing last week?
I have.
What is that coverage?
Well, it created a misrepresentation, false narrative that we, myself specifically, had done something wrong to poison the well, taint the jury pool, and using language like that. That became part of the narrative. I saw it on Reddit, on social media, in the news, that once again, going into this idea of what the story was, that the defense had done something wrong, debate about whether it was part of their tactic to delay, get him off on a technicality, and so on. And again, what I did, just want to be clear, is the standard practice in the industry, done hundreds of times in high-profile cases throughout this country. There's nothing I did to contaminate the jury pool. Everything I included was widely disseminated by the media in this county hundreds of times, if not more. And most of it came directly from an affidavit that the government released in a press conference and encouraged everyone to report.
Did I tell you what questions to ask?
You did not.
Would you take my advice if I told you what questions to ask?
I would not. And I'll tell you why is, as I mentioned, my role is to be an objective expert to provide the court with information so the court can make a decision on if any remedial measures are necessary. I don't care what questions you want in the survey, and I don't care what questions the government wants in the survey. What I want to do is conduct a valid survey that's objective, reliable, and provides meaningful information that can be used by the court.
Bingo. So this says, The source of the most prejudicial media items came from arrest affidavit, which the government chose to file unsealed with the court. Xana and Ethan found on second floor, Maddie and Kaylee in bed together on third floor, knife sheath on bed next to Maddie. Idaho State Lab found single source of male DNA on button of sheath, compared that DNA to trash they took from Kohberger family home in Pennsylvania on December 27th, matched the DNA of the suspect's father almost 100%. Phone didn't ping, towers near King Road house. Investigators believe he turned it off, but then pinged on way back to Moscow after murders. Phone records match Hyundai Elantra movements, and officer says he later learned through cell phone records from June to December that Kohberger had been in the King Road home been by the King Road home at least 12 times prior to the murders, most in evening or early morning. Surveillance video showing, showed white Hyundai Elantra seen near crime scene multiple times around time of murders, and investigators believe that the car was heading toward Pullman after murders. November 29th, Washington State University police learned Kohberger owned a white Hyundai Elantra, and physical description from Kohberger's driver's license matched the one the roommate gave. And they're saying that the most prejudicial media items came out of the PCA, which again is Ann saying that we shouldn't have seen that. I disagree with that. I highly disagree with that because, like I said in the beginning, so moving forward.
Do you believe comparative surveys in other counties would provide the court with more information about what to do when we get to change a venue hearing?
I do.
Why?
Because this case has received a lot of media attention across the state. It's a national case. And depending on what the results are of the survey, I'm assuming if we find that there's grounds for a change of venue here, if that's a recommendation, the response will be, well, there's nowhere else to move it. Everybody's been cut saturated with pretrial publicity, so there's no need to change it. The point of the comparison survey is to address that question. Is there anywhere in the state where you could move it? Maybe there's not. I don't know. But that's the only way to find out. And you have to conduct the survey in the same manner. I don't know if I just ask people what they know about the case and you get general, I just recall when it happened, but you have the same guilt rate. Do they know inadmissible details? Do they know about things from that affidavit? Do they have a lot of case specific knowledge, or is it just a general awareness of the case? Do they drive by the house where the crime occurred? All these things that make this county unique that you want to test for in other communities. So it's not just a question of general awareness. I need to know what case specific information they have, what misinformation they have, what media items they've been exposed to. Do they have as much case detail and knowledge as they do here? All of those things. So that's why I would suggest it's important. Without that, the only thing I can do would be to collect the media coverage and assess, for example, like, are there fewer articles published in Bonneville County or Ada County compared to here? That's all we have. I wouldn't conduct a survey that I know is going to lead to misleading information. I'm not going to do that.
To change the survey, would that go against the methodology that you use?
Yes, if I change the survey and I don't include those items, I can't test. Well, do people know a lot of case specific information that was widely reported? Are those specific items related to bias? Which items do they know? Do they know the ones that were all over social media or not? Like, that's the whole point of asking those questions. What you'll get is, well, I don't know much when I saw it when it first happened. I remember reading about it a while ago, but haven't seen anything lately. I know the defendant was, arrested or whatever. Or things like, oh, I followed it close. Okay, great. Followed it closely. Does that mean they know a lot? I don't know. I can't assess just from someone said, I've read the news or I followed it quite a bit. That doesn't tell you anything. That's not meaningful information. So yes, we need to conduct it in a strict fashion.
Last week, your professionalism, your work, your reputation was impugned.
I believe it was, yes.
If you're allowed, if the court says, okay, go ahead and finish these surveys, I want comparative county information, are you willing to still work with us?
if we do it correctly, if the idea is we want you to conduct a leading bias survey to get results that we want, then no, I'm not going to do something that undermines my credibility, my objectivity, or do it in any way that's not consistent with the procedures and standards that have to use.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Dr. Edelman, but the state might.
Johnson, thank
Okay, Mama Bear, this is where it starts to get interesting. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
I maybe we'll start going backwards here, or from the back to the front topic. I'm sorry if your feelings get hurt about us raising this issue. I see you were almost breaking down a few minutes ago when you were talking about slide number 33, slide number 31. That's not the intent, and it's certainly, I'm surprised to see that reaction from an experienced expert such as yourself. So I apologize for that.
I accept your fault, but the idea of after working really hard 15 years to develop a credible reputation and being told, watching on a Zoom, that I am tainting the jury pool and poisoning the jury pool and contaminating the jury pool by doing what's required and standard, I'm not crying. I'm angry. Okay, yes, it doesn't matter.
And please go ahead and be as angry as you like as you continue your work for the defense in this case. It is a fact, though, that you don't know of the 400 citizens that were questioned on this survey. You don't know which ones of them did not already previously know any of the fact-specific representations in your questions. Isn't that true?
I do know because they answered yes or no to the question.
No. Oh, well, okay. Before you asked the question, you didn't know that. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And so somebody who hadn't heard the representation in that one slide that you acknowledged was false. Let's see. You acknowledged false that Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false.
Which one?
That Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims.
Yes, I was trying not to say that because
But you
There it is. Well, look at it in space too, by the way. You know that's false, that Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. Wow. Like, wow. You know what I mean? He's that upset about this that he's willing to throw those things out there. I mean, and Dr. Edelman just said, I was trying not to say that, but Bill did. I mean, this is a little off-putting in my opinion, you guys. I'll be honest with you, this specifically here. So
you knew that was false.
I did.
Yes. And so you have now, for anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false.
That's false. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Fine.
And just to follow up on that, early on in your testimony, you testified, I want to make sure that we heard this correctly, that inadmissible or false information can be the most prejudicial information.
It can be.
Yes. And your surveyors put that false information into the minds of people who were asked that question who may not have previously heard it. Correct.
Correct. Relative
Thank
to
you.
media.
Thank you.
It's mentioned it hundreds and thousands of times.
And just
and it's really kind of unprofessional, in my opinion, how he keeps cutting him off. He asks him a question, he answers it. Thank you. And he cuts him off and moves on. That's so rude. And I don't like the way that's being done. Sorry.
just make sure we're clear too. Around the same time in your testimony, I believe you testified that you don't care if the information that you put in your specific questions to the people being surveyed is correct. That you said that, didn't you?
Right. I don't know what you mean by correct.
True or false?
I care about whether or not it's proliferated by the media.
You don't care if it's true.
No, I don't. I
No.
don't care about is it prejudicial.
So it's okay to taint people who had never heard that information before for the end result of identifying others who might have bias. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object to the questions. He's
He can answer the question.
badgering.
Wait.
Let me finish my objection.
Yeah, there's an objection.
He's badgering the witness. He's misstating his testimony, and I object.
The witness testified, you didn't care if the information was correct, Judge.
Yeah, overruled. So,
May I?
so just
No, that's okay.
one person can talk at a time. And, let's take down the tone a little bit.
Yes, sir. Okay, just so we're clear, the questions, fact-specific questions were propounded to people who were taking the survey. Did not, after asking the question even, qualify the false facts as saying this may or may not be true, or this is actually a false fact. The survey didn't tell them that what they might have heard was false.
First of all, I don't call them facts because they're media items. And then second of all, that would be ridiculous. And no, I wouldn't do that in a survey. Are you suggesting I follow up? Have you read, seen, or heard if he's stuck in? Oh, by the way, if you know that, let me tell you, it's not true.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, because isn't that exactly what happens in the voir dire process?
No.
Absolutely it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Argumentative.
Okay, yeah, you don't get to testify exactly about.
Let me quote Golf again. This hearing, whoa, like I said, like she said, I'm telling you guys, this guy.
Wild.
This is I really did not want to have to prejudge somebody based on what their job and stuff is, but you know what? In my opinion, he's being really, really unprofessional with this. Okay, I just have to say this guy is here as an expert doing his job. It's not and Bill almost seems to be coming across like it's a personal thing. You know what I mean? That's just again my opinion. So
Yeah, it feels very personal to me.
it does it or does it not? Am I wrong?
It does. No, it does.
Right, and he's just the badgering, argumentative, all of that stuff, guys. There's no reason for this. Ask the questions, let the man answer, move forward. It's
Right.
obvious that you're angry and that you're upset about something, and you're showing it in every aspect, Bill. So what's the deal here? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna go and be what's the word I'm trying to think of here? I'm not gonna call him names and stuff like that. I'm not gonna drop to that point with him, but this is very unprofessional and somewhat immature in my opinion. That's what that's all I can say.
I'll sustain.
Dr. Ellman, have you participated as an attorney in voir dire in Idaho under Idaho laws?
Have I what?
Have you participated as an attorney in voir dire, conducting voir dire in a criminal case in Idaho?
No, I haven't.
And just to be clear, because in two places, at the beginning and at the end of your testimony and your PowerPoint, this PowerPoint you created that was Ms. Taylor. So you adopt what the contents of the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, not every fact-specific question that your surveyors asked came directly from the probable cause affidavit. Isn't that true?
Well, to be clear, they're not facts. They're media items.
They're representations
Your
of
Honor,
fact
I'm going to object.
and the PC
and ask-
affidavit.
Hold on.
I'm objecting and ask that he allow Dr. Edelman to complete his answer before he jumps back in.
They're simple yes or no questions.
What was your question?
Oh, yeah. Let's just say one at a time, okay? Listen to him answer and we'll be through at some point.
Thank you. So Dr. Elvin, isn't it true that there are among the 9 fact-specific questions, that's my characterization of the 9 questions, we know which ones we're talking about. Not all of the representations in those questions came from the probable cause affidavit. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And are you aware that under Idaho law, probable cause affidavits in criminal cases become open to the public by operation of court rule once a person is arrested and appears in court?
I'm sure that's true. I'm just not used to having press conferences to tell the media to disseminate the information far and wide.
Oh, so let's talk about that. That press conference was made prior to Mr. Kohberger's appearance, prior to the release of the affidavit, and the press conference only referred the media to what would be part of the official court record. Isn't that true?
I don't know. All I heard was this is going to be released. I encourage you to tell your listeners and viewers and anybody who's interested in the truth.
By going to the court record and looking at the probable cause affidavit. Isn't that true?
I recall you saying, I want you to go to the court record and look at the probable cause affidavit. And what it did was
We're splitting hairs now, doctor. That's fine. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you. So, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to start with the probable cause affidavit, and I think you testified that that probable cause affidavit was spread far and wide in the media over and over again. Do you recall that?
Let me be clear. It wasn't the probable cause affidavit that was spread far and wide. It was details taken from it, put in media stories with editorial comments back and forth in the context of news stories. It wasn't, here's a document from the government that was in the court record. Let me read it to you. That's not how it works. It's media coverage. That's how it's reported. Taken out of there, DNA stuff, all the other stuff in there, reported within the context of a news story.
Again, so in other words, what he's saying is that it's basically what promoted the smear campaign, as it's called, in reference to Bryan Kohberger. So this is basically, in some senses, making the prosecution look bad. But again, I disagree with Ann if she's saying that the affidavit should have never been publicized. I disagree with that. Now, if all she's saying is that the media should not have taken pieces of the PCA and put them out in certain ways, then yes, I do agree with that in some senses, because then in turn, guys, that's where it becomes unfair and spins this into what has been called a smear campaign. Okay. So that's just again, these are my opinions on this. I'm not giving you guys facts by any means, and you can base your own opinion on what your thoughts are, please. So I'm just telling you what I'm taking from this.
So the news takes this document, takes things from it, and runs with it, spins with it, changes it, talks about it, and sends it out.
Yes.
Sometimes, do you think the media gets it wrong after they read something?
Great question, Ann. Guys, I'm asking you guys all in here whether you believe Bryan's guilty or innocent. Did you see that happen in this case? Because I did. And just because I did doesn't mean you had to. So, and if you disagree with me, God bless you. I respect it. But I did see it happen, just like what Ann just said. And sometimes the media can get it wrong. And she's being nice by saying it like that, in my opinion. We know that the media took big, how can I put this? Big points out of the PCA, and they took it and they ran a flipping marathon with it purposely, in my opinion, to show the public that Bryan Kohberger is this evil, bad person, okay? Because he's been arrested for murder. I greatly get that. I really do. I wholeheartedly understand that. So at that point, this makes sense to me now as to why Bill is so upset now. Okay, now if we're slowing this down compared to yesterday, breaking it down like we are right now, do we see what the issue is? Because it's basically making prosecution look like they did this all on purpose. And he don't want people to see it that way. So, right. And again, this is just my take. Okay. Absolutely. 2 documentaries on Dateline, Nightline, Drunk Turkey Show, all of those stuff, all of that stuff we've seen, you guys, over the past year and so many months, whatever it has been now. Propaganda. And to me, it looks like a smear campaign. And I've said 100,000 times, that guy sitting there in between Ann and Alyssa very well could be the murderer. I'm prepared for that. But right now, he's innocent until proven guilty. Proven guilty, I'm sorry. And I like I said before, I almost hope that this guy right here can prove that he did do this. For as long as this man's been sitting there and everything that has gone on around his name, I want you to prove to me that he did it, please. But right now, what are we seeing? And this isn't even the trial yet. You know what I'm saying? Again, guys, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not going to get upset by any means. And everybody, again, has been really good in here today. So I'm really, really proud of you guys for having the disagreements and being able to move on. Thank you again.
Sorry, what?
Does the media ever get it wrong after they read something?
Yes.
And do those stories have any less prejudice on on the reader of that media, whether they're wrong or not?
No. And going back to, I don't care if it's true or not, my focus is to assess whether or not media coverage is prejudicial, and whether or not it's led to opinions. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. You don't say, well, I won't test all this prejudicial stuff in the media because it's not true, so I won't include it in the survey, and I'll just assume that it had no impact on people. I find it convenient to be able to disseminate a whole bunch of prejudicial media coverage, saturate the community, and then say, oh, you have no right to test the impact of that information on the jury pool. So it's wonderful that you get the benefit of generating all the bias by releasing it to the media and then saying, no, you're constrained defense. You're not allowed to ask questions about it because that stuff's not true. Or you might have told one person in a jury pool a detail they didn't know. Oh, they knew the other 7 details that are highly prejudicial, but it was that one that shifted everything, and that's going to lead to the contamination. Not the thousands of newspaper stories, not the media coverage, not the stuff on social media.
That's a great point, Firefly. A really great point.
It was because the survey vendor called 400 people and asked a question that one person or 2 people in that panel, or whatever it was in that 400, may not have known that one detail. They knew everything else. They're already biased, but it was because they learned that one detail, that's what shifted the scales. That to me is just ridiculous.
And if somebody said, I don't know anything about this case, did you stop?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson was talking to you about the difference between, in the survey, between closed questions and what can happen in voir dire.
Yes.
You're not an attorney, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, what's the difference between what you can do in a survey and what you can do in voir dire as far as your expertise?
Well, again, I sit in jury selections. I've done hundreds of them. I've done research on voir dire transcripts. I've done post-trial interviews for hundreds of times. So I have a pretty good idea of how the process works. In a survey, I can ask those case-specific media items. Well, someone says, I just recall what was in the newspaper that opened. I can ask a follow-up. Have you read or heard if David Nichols was convicted by a jury for murder? Could never do that in a voir dire because you'd be poisoning the well, just like in the John Fight case we mentioned. I rarely see during voir dire somebody admits comments on something like, oh, I read this, and then there's a whole discussion and explaining to everybody, well, that's not really true. That fact was just in social media. It's wrong. That is not a normal common thing that I've seen in voir dire.
In your experience, 15 years, you said, doing this work, have you had a situation where you've been stopped midway through your process?
No.
What do you care about?
What's what?
What do you care about? I've heard you say that whether what the media sends out there, whether all of those things are actually true or whether it's a spin off other information, that's not what's important to you. What do you care about in your work?
What I'm interested in is assessing if there's prejudicial media coverage. Inadmissible prejudicial media coverage is some of the most concerning. Misinformation is some of the most concerning. What I care about is what extent of that stuff has permeated the jury pool. What do people know? And do those specific details generate bias, prejudgment? Again, I just, the idea that there can be all this stuff out in the public that's misinformation, prejudicial, that benefits one side, and you're not allowed to ask if people know that detail because you might taint one person who already knows a whole bunch of information. But again, like knowing the detail about the stalking comment. Okay, that person knows all this stuff, but that's the thing that's going to change everything. And now that person's poisoned because they heard it in a survey. But the fact that there's thousands of newspaper articles and television stories and comments on social media, 80% of people in this community have talked about this case according to the survey. None of that matters. It's because I did a survey and asked that question. I mean, that's just, I don't even know what to say.
You still want to finish the surveys if we're allowed to do them right?
I'm sorry?
Will you still do the surveys if we're allowed to do them right?
Yes, if we're doing them correctly, I'm open to continuing. Now, I think this whole thing has created quite a whole new narrative that it's almost wrong that the defense is doing something inappropriate by doing the same standard survey that's been done hundreds of times in other cases, including in Idaho. So I don't know how people will.
Wow, did you hear that? That was interesting to me. And I don't know what I just did to the screen, but my apologies. Hold
Hundreds
on.
of times in Idaho.
Not
that
even
part-
just that. Let's back it up just a little bit more. Let's hear that one more time.
80% of people in this community have talked about this case according to the survey. None of that matters. It's because I did a survey and asked that question. I mean, that's just, I don't even know what to say.
You still want to finish?
And you can see Anne, she's kind of got a bit of a grin on her face, like, that's the point, okay?
Surveys
Yep.
if we're allowed to do them right?
I'm sorry?
Will you still do the surveys if we're allowed to do them right?
Yes, if we're doing them correctly, I'm open to continuing. Now, I think this whole thing has created quite a whole new narrative that it's almost wrong that the defense is doing something inappropriate by doing the same standard survey that's been done hundreds of times in other cases, including in Idaho.
This isn't new, guys. This isn't out of the ordinary. Hundreds of cases, and it's obvious that Thompson is very upset right now because he's almost purple again. But again, like he's right. It's almost creating a new narrative as to what has been done hundreds and hundreds of times is now all of a sudden wrong because Bill Thompson says it is. That's my take. Mama Bear?
Yep.
Just
Agree.
saying, guys. Why? Why do you get to dictate something that's been done hundreds and hundreds of times? In this specific case, you're dictating that this is a wrong situation now. I disagree with that. I'm sorry.
Yep.
So I don't know how people will respond because of all of this and what it's generated, but I would certainly try if we're doing the survey correctly.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Okay. So one thing I just want to sort of clear up because it's come up here back and forth with the questions that aren't true. Okay, and those were not in the
Now, once again, I want to reiterate something real quick, guys, and I'll stop talking for a while. I promise. I know I got to be irritating you, but these are points I want to make, which is why we wanted to break this down. And let me clarify something. If Ann is saying that it was wrong to put the PCA out, I disagree with that. I've said that already twice. Because if you're going to put this case out, we deserve to see the probable cause affidavit so we can understand it. Because if they wouldn't have released that, good God, we see the speculation now. Imagine what it would have been without a PCA. Okay. Now, if she's only saying that it's wrong to be taking pieces of the PCA and the media projecting them and changing it up and doing what they're doing, and that I agree is wrong. Okay. But as far as holding the PCA back, no, I don't believe that should have ever happened. That's all I'm saying. Excuse me. What was unusual was putting in misinformation. That should upset everyone regardless. I absolutely agree, Salty. I'm glad you're here, by the way. Thank you for joining us.
probable cause affidavit. And so I think it does have some bearing on the non-dissemination order because our whole purpose, okay, both counsel were trying to protect these things from coming out to the public or to the media. That's, I think, one of the key issue, okay, or the concern about these particular statements. So there were two questions right at the end. And the ethics, okay, of the lawyers, basically this non-dissemination order is really a mirror of the ethics in Idaho, especially for the lawyers who are participating in a case like this. And one of the things that is permissive for putting this information out to the public is information contained in the public record. Okay, so the public record is a case file that is available to the public. That's the law. And so to then say, well, we have these other issues, okay, of concern that have been spread through the media, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, as you've said, that we need to test that. But then it is a tightrope to balance this. So I'm just not accusing anybody. I'm just saying this is one of the things that's pushed or pulled both sides apart and puts me in a very difficult situation. Okay, trying to make that fair for everybody. Okay, so that's what that's about. I'm not asking you to answer anything about that.
I'm just trying to think about a solution.
I don't know if there is a solution. Okay, it's out there, but it does have some bearing on additional surveys. And what you're saying is, if you can't use this, or apply.
Like I said at the very beginning, I said that this entire hearing was a total waste of time, tax dollars, and time that could be going into getting this trial started faster. And I absolutely agree with what Salty said right here. It's not unusual to bring in another. And like I said, guys, we don't have to change the venue. They could both get what they need. We could bring in an unbiased jury from another area, and Bill can still get the money in his pockets that he wants, in my opinion. That's my opinion. For Latah County. Okay. Why is that so hard to be able to agree on? That's the biggest question. And thank you for that comment, Salty. I really appreciate that.
the surveys, if you want to complete, that you need the same questions. Otherwise, it's not legitimate.
Well, let me ask you this.
Okay, so if you have an answer to that, that's.
Let me ask you this. So if you said you can ask certain case, like media items, like the other.
No. What do you mean by no? No, as in when I said, is that hard? Or do you mean no by another thing? I just want to make sure I'm putting out what you're saying right. Hey, Sunny Cat, good to see you. Brandon Hossman, thank you for joining us. It upsets Ian when if we discuss. Oh, yeah, that I agree with. I do. It shouldn't, though, because they put that out there for us to talk about. So at some point in time, no on the money. Okay, thank you for clarifying. And she doesn't agree with that part of it, so that's okay. I feel, and that's like I said, I respect that. That's why I feel, because he's mentioned multiple times that he believes that the county deserves to have the trial here. So therefore, what I take that as is that anybody that comes here for whatever reason, any dollars that are spent on hotels or whatever, he wants that for this county because they deserve it, because it's where this happened. That's how I take it. That's what I mean. So just to clarify that.
7, for example, that may come from the record. That's a possibility, because you can still measure what we're talking about. The specific knowledge when you ask these questions is high. The more you know, the more likely they are to be prejudiced and biased. And you see differences in the data count for a different type. Now, you have to acknowledge there's these other stuff out there that's highly prejudicial, and we will not know if the rate of awareness of those details are as significant as they are here. So then it's an unknown. So if the argument is, well, it doesn't look so bad because all they know are the things in the affidavit, for example. Well, there's this unknown out there again, because those items happen to be one of some of the more prejudiced.
And like I said, I respect both of your opinions on that, Bombshell and Ann as well. Or I'm sorry, not Ann. Good God, sorry, Salty as well. And I can see it on that side of it too. But he's pushed for it. I don't know. I guess he has made that point. I guess you guys can be right about that. But I don't know, the way he keeps pushing it, and the fact that he's talked about hotels and this and that. I don't know. I think maybe that's where that came into my mind at. So I'm just saying, that's just an opinion again. Nobody needs to agree.
Additional items that we found.
Yeah, this is a death penalty case. And so when we're talking to jurors, we're going to probably talk to a lot of jurors individually.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be on the record. And we're going to talk about them, about what they think or what they've heard in real detail. So there's that. Okay. So I guess I'm kind of wondering too, in terms of all the people that may have been called that didn't pick up the phone or don't want to pick up the phone, because everybody knows, okay, that, oh, I don't know this person as my phone is ringing.
Yeah.
And I'm not, and then there are lots of people, including me, that would never answer a question, okay, on the phone. So how do you deal with that? How do you balance that? There could be, 400 people out there in Latah County that say, I don't want to say anything about this.
Yeah.
How do you after that?
Well, so you have two things. So I was unpacking both of those. So the jury selection question, like I'm sure you've done a million of these. I've done quite a bit. I've done a lot of high profile ones. And from my experience, asking people in the general case, like
Good point.
DUI, what do you think about DUI? And they tell you generally I'm against it. That doesn't, or I have a big issue with that, whatever. That doesn't mean they can't be jurors, because it's a general attitude. It's nothing case specific. And there's hundreds of studies that show general attitudes are much less predictive than specific attitudes. This is different and unique because we're talking about attitudes and beliefs specific towards this case. That's a whole different animal. And that's the unique nature of high profile cases. So when you talk to people individually, you still have the memory issue. You still have the recall issue. Like you will not elicit everything that you're. It's just memory does not work. It doesn't matter if they're under oath, private. There's so much research on it. Our brains don't change just because we're under oath. We work the way they work. Your other question goes to response bias. Like what's the response rate? Is there something unique about people you miss and so on? So there's a lot of work on that. And one of the things we do is why we collect like demographic information is to see, are we missing groups? Are we overrepresenting one group or the other? If we are, is there a relationship between that factor and bias?
And I've seen a few comments, and I've had this sent to me in emails actually since the last hearing, that a lot of people believe that Bill Thompson is totally relying on the fact, whether he says it or not. And I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree with this, okay? But I've had this talked about a lot, that he, as a prosecutor, is relying on the fact that there probably will be biased jurors, and it's going to be hard to not find those to win this case. Now, I would like to believe, as much as I don't like some of the things he's done, that as a prosecutor, that's not the case. That he's going to push for guilt to prove that this is what happened, and not that it's based on a biased jury.
And there's a lot of research on response rates, and what it finds is surveys that have high response rates, where like everybody takes their survey, and surveys that have low response rates, where it's like less than 10%, and you compare them with public opinion polling and so on, politics, there's no difference. You find in most instances, the results are the same in surveys. So high response rates are not necessarily correlated with more reliable, valid survey findings. And that's something they've done a lot of work on, because survey rates or response rates have gone down quite a bit. I think yeah, they have. For sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, so it could be that you're just getting people who like to talk on the phone with strangers.
Yeah, and from this case, I think people are so invested in it, like a lot of unique things. So people, talking about what's happening, they're very invested in this case. It's unique in small community. It's not surprising. But just what I'm finding, there's so much prejudgment, detail, and so on. I don't think I think it's fairly representative of what you're going to see. Almost everybody in this jury pool knew about the case, like comparable to like the George Floyd case. The bias was the same in terms of comparing it, not to Chauvin, who was George Floyd, but Alexander King, who was another officer on the scene. Like the race are similar to that. So that was another high-profile case that was a lot of tension and stress, and so on. And we still got very meaningful data. And we've done so many times. Like you kind of understand, like response rates are going to be lower, or there's nothing to indicate that, for example, we're missing an important group. And if we were, we would weigh the data to account for it. So there's just
so in Latah County, it was about 1% of the population.
Yeah.
Right? So hypothetically, if we say, one of these counties that are interested in data, just bias.
Yeah.
For other reasons too. But would it be 1% of the population in Boise? No. So okay, so that's I was kind of wondering about that. Yeah.
I agree with that too, Salty. I think they need to bring a jury in, and that way it can be done the way Bill wants it to be, with and possibly a non-biased jury from out of the area, and both sides get what they want. I think that's fair. I truly think that's fair, and I agree. If this doesn't happen and the judge doesn't get a handle on this, there definitely should be a venue change. I'm 100% behind that too. I love your idea of fairness, but this happens more than you think. The system is corrupt. No, I understand, Annie, and I respect people's feelings on a lot of things. I do agree with that. So that's all I can say at that point. I've heard all the rumors. The PCA, I'm still the dream. Absolutely, Salty. Absolutely. I gotcha.
Have to talk about 2,000 people or something. Okay.
Can I have that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So you can take a small sample and generalize to the population if it's not correct. So like if you look at surveys of the United States, the sample sizes are similar to what we did here. Maybe it's 1,000. Now you're generalizing to every city, county, and so on across the country. Everybody has a known probability of being selected. How you pick your sample size, it's called power analysis. So how you see polls of say, you see a number like 90%, and they say plus or minus 5%. So it's either 85 to 95%. Basically, it's plus or minus 5%. That's kind of the industry standard. And you take a conservative approach. So let's say.
I'm sorry, Annie. What are you talking about? You were shut down when you suggested that last week. By who and where? Because I felt that way about, if you're talking about what I just said and what Salty was talking about, I felt that way for quite a while. That was brought up a few hearings ago. So if that's what you're talking about, you weren't shut down by me. I can promise you that much. I've thought about that for a long time because that's fair. You know what I mean? And then both sides get what they want. And maybe with both sides being happy, then there's a fair trial and this all goes through the way it should. So if it wasn't me, I can promise you that much, Annie.
You ask a yes or no question, you would say 50% would say yes and 50% would say no. So that's a lot of variance. So that's the worst case scenario. how many people do you need to talk to? So if that happens, your confidence interval is plus or minus 5%. And that comes out to 400. So if you did Ada County, it would be 400, and your confidence interval would be the same as it is here with a smaller information. Anyway, so as long as it is using the general concept of a randomized sample, you can generalize that population with this.
So if I kind of interpreted this, one of your answers just a moment ago about the getting rid of the questions that are false.
I'll be honest with you guys. After what Tanya just said, I'd be curious to see how he did react to that. I would. I'd be curious to see if it was brought up, put out there on the table, how Bill Thompson would react to bringing a jury in. Because if he were to react in a negative way, that's going to say a lot to a lot of people, in my opinion. So I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, that just came from the media, that did not come from the public. Well, from the public, but not legal part. Could you go ahead with that and have legitimate data?
So I think you have the 9 questions. So if you look at it, are the other ones okay? Are you telling me there's 2 that you would like to exclude and keep the other 7?
Well, maybe. I'm not. I haven't made a decision, but I'm just wondering if. I mean, at first in your testimony, you said, "Well, if we can't, I can't do it without doing the same questions." That's one of the problems. Okay, the part of this argument. I mean, if maybe it can be done without sort of sending information out there that is false, that might affect people or looking into that or thinking that it is, they believe in it, even though they shouldn't. Is that something that can be done?
Well, if you do it that way, there are potential compounds and things that will arise. And again, the thing I struggle with, and I understand the public record dissemination, so we've done this before. The thing I get to is like, we're not really disseminating it. We're asking people to know about detail that has been disseminated through the megaphone in the media. So I'm really trying to just track what people know. I'm not trying to pass on information through a megaphone. So we're talking about 400 people that are talking to out of the county of 500,000 or something, the county, the plus the risks and benefits of doing it that way. It seems like there's a very low risk of undermining or contaminating the jury pool when you're doing that versus the risk of getting a huge black hole of, well, we don't know what percentage knows it's highly prejudicial to eco. Like, what are the odds of, like, what impact is doing a survey going to have on the jury and the community relative to the media coverage that's already out there? So
do you ever put a caveat on the beginning of the questions where you say, well, we want you to understand as we go through these questions that we're not determining guilt or innocence. We're not determining false or true. We just are interested in our your answer to our questions, and we want to be careful that we're not sending out something that you are not going to understand.
So yeah, so we do always, there's an introduction, and there's no right or wrong answers to any of your questions. You could always say no opinion or I don't know to any question. It's going to remain anonymous. We're just interested in your views. So there's an introduction to that section with those 9 items. Usually it says you may have, we're going to go through some items in the media. You may have already reported some of these already, but we're interested in what you've seen or heard. We can add a caveat to that. Like, some of these may not be true. That addresses it. Some of these things were, not all these media items are actually accurate.
Sure. People pick up the phone for somebody and they think, somebody with authority maybe, and they think, oh, well, this is really kind of the beginning of the trial or something. I mean, people misunderstand all kinds of things out there, right? So
we can certainly tweak the intro. Now, we don't just jump into it. We don't say we're an authority. It's usually,
no, I know you don't say that. I just say,
yeah. So we can work on the introduction if that would address some of those concerns so that people understand not everything in the media is accurate. But the thing is, like, if we're going to say, for example, not everything in the media is true, they get a lot of things wrong. You would not want to say that before you do the prejudgment question. You can do that after, when you do the case specific items, because what I want to know is, what are people's opinions about guilt or innocence? I don't want to give them instructions and then get socially desirable response in the survey.
But you don't sort of measure it, this person as their bias until you get into the specific questions, specific stuff, because otherwise it's just, yes or no, and you can't determine bias just from that.
Well, no, yeah, so the prejudgment question comes before the case specific media functions, because then you would ask, if I read those 9 items and then I said, okay, do you think he's guilty? I just told you all the stuff you might not know. So the question is, do you know about the case? And then it's based off of what you read, seen, or heard about this case. Do you think so-and-so is guilty of murder, whatever the crime is charged? And it's on scale. Yes, definitely guilty. Yes, probably guilty. I know, probably not guilty, to based off of what they've already been exposed to without you giving them anything. So they have no information beyond what they've seen in their home. And then you ask open-ended questions like, what do you know about the case? And then other things. And then you get to those case-specific media items.
And that's when you can theoretically measure bias.
Yeah, well, I mean, I correlate those recognition items with the prejudgment questions earlier, right? So
Correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation.
yeah, well, they're chi-squares. You can do different things. You can do linear regression, whatever you want. But what I want to know is, people who report later on, they know that detail, did they report stronger views of guilt? So like, I'll give you an example, like if you only do 2 of those items, prejudgment was only 20%. So if you only do 2 of the 9 items, most people had no opinion. Versus if you knew 7 or more of those items, it jumps up to 82%. So that's telling you, like, the more facts you know, the more case knowledge you have, the stronger your opinions, right? And that's what you see in literature, that's what you expect to see.
So if somebody was being told, oh, that was just all false information, would that bring down the bias
In what
measure? But you were saying earlier that it's kind of pessimistic, I think, maybe, but maybe absolutely correct, that once people have an opinion, they're not going to let go of it, even if they get the truth.
Yes, yes, it's called belief persistence. There's a bunch of research on that.
That's kind of going around the
Yeah.
political
And we see it
things right now.
Yeah, like you talk about, everybody has an opinion of Donald Trump, so.
I'm not going to say.
Yeah, I know, but if you,
Neither are you.
so.
All right, so thank you for that. Any questions online, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for Dr. Edelman, and we do have a summary for the court at the appropriate time.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, anything online? Okay.
Sure, thank you.
So go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Ms. Masloff is going
Oh,
to
you
give her
know what?
summation.
Okay, just 1 second. I'm ignoring the court reporter, and I'm just so immense in this that I need to fully maybe rest. Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Edelman. Appreciate your testimony there. So, are you okay? Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I realize it's late in the day, and I will tell you that this takes about 9 minutes for me to sum this up. But I do want to talk about something in advance because you're asking questions of our expert about his process and changing the process that is impacted in the United States Supreme Court law. And the United States Supreme Court law requires that part of the analysis for the court on presumed prejudice include false media coverage. It's not enough for it to be all truthful media coverage. So before you start suggesting that an expert change his methodology that's accepted practice, it's really important that you go back and look at Skilling and Haddon and the lineage of cases that get us to venue and what the court has to decide in determining presumption. The question you asked, be answered today, is where do we go from here in the survey process? I want to answer that question in 2 parts by summarizing what we can do and what we can't do. We can and we need to finish the process that the defense undertook. It was completely valid. It was standard in cases like this. Dr. Edelman is an expert in this field, and he has done this jury research and this work for 15 years. Nothing about the format, the methodology, the questions, or the fact of the survey itself was wrong. You've talked about 2 questions that you are describing as false because they're not in the affidavit. But if you look at that affidavit and what the media has done with those things is they have created a narrative based on the facts that are represented in the affidavit. Now, I would agree that there's a lot of information in that affidavit that is just flat not true. But if we focus on where we are right now, there are representations in the affidavit about multiple trips to Moscow from Pullman and a return trip to Moscow from Pullman in the morning that lead a reader to the word of stalking, that you have a problem with that word being included. Reflect back on the case law in the United States Supreme Court about showing false information, but also look at that affidavit and the way the media has construed that in its representations, in its reporting that is so prejudicial. Because the basis for this spin, the foundation is right there in what you are describing as the public record. Now, I fundamentally disagree that the only public record in this case is what's there on the 12-page docket. The public record in this case that the entire nation and the world is looking at, and especially Latah County, is derived and construed out of that public record.
So can I ask you a question about that? This public record thing is really kind of circling around because.
Thank you, SRB, and everybody that has put this up. And thank you to anybody that's donated to this. These links here, guys, this is what I generally go to pay for internet, StreamYard, everything else that I use in here for this. It keeps me going every day. And I want to thank anybody that donates to this and has donated to this in the past. From the bottom of my heart, this really means a lot. It's never, ever, ever expected from any of you. Please don't think that, but it's always, always appreciated. So thank you again very much.
What's the purpose then of the non-dissemination order? If everything out there in the public is the public record.
Well, my understanding, Your Honor, is that it's one of the primary issues was the credibility of the person that is out there speaking. We did not want the law enforcement, 159 officers out there talking about police reports and disseminating that. We didn't want the prosecutor doing press conferences like we saw on 12/30/2022. We didn't want the defense getting up and doing press conferences based on the information, because we have information that no one else has, and we are consulting with experts that the public doesn't know about. And so we have a level of credibility that the others don't have. And so that is my understanding of what we're trying to get a hold of. And it's been pretty effective in this case until this valid survey that happens in high profile cases has been construed to be something nefarious, which it absolutely is not. As you've heard, it's been used in Boston bombing, the Parkland shooting, the Colorado theater, George Floyd, hundreds of cases going back decades. Dr. Edelman's declaration and now his testimony are uncontroverted evidence before this court on this issue. It's the actual evidence that the court, and finally today, you're getting informed about the validity and the science behind the process. Nothing that was done is worth the hysteria and the hyperbole that keeps getting expressed in this courtroom. The questions asked, the topics, the order, the open-ended, the specifics, they were all done using information that is out there for everyone to see. And the research methods used to determine what was out there is the traditional way and the scientific method that experts in this field use, just as Dr. Edelman testified. And to be sure, the purpose of this is to give you information so that you can make an informed decision about venue. It's not for a nefarious purpose. It's to arm you with facts and information so that you can apply the United States Supreme cases that have been adopted in Idaho and determine whether or not there's presumed prejudice. You know, when we first started talking about whether or not there was going to be this venue hearing sooner rather than later, Ms. Beatty for the state said at least 3 times, Judge, they can't just come in here with affidavits. This case law says that they have to have more. The more that we are gathering to provide you, at least part of it, is this survey. In terms of the proposition that this survey taints the jury pool, first of all, you heard from Dr. Edelman that if someone answers they don't know, a second question tapping into that is asked, and the process stops. There's no other questions other than demographics because they don't want to poison anybody who doesn't know. So for there to be this proposition that all of these questions, these 9 questions that are later on in the process were put out there intentionally to poison the jury pool, that's just flat false. And the other point is you can't taint what's tainted. When you hear what the statistics are, as it relates to this county, 97% of the people had familiarity with the case.
And earlier, like I stated earlier, guys, when they showed those statistics, I have to agree with her on that. You can't taint what's tainted. There's no way that you can imagine, excuse me, and at least in my opinion, I could be wrong, and I'm okay with that. But after seeing the statistics based on that, you gotta understand, like, there's no way and I said this already, that it's not. That's why I think it is important for them to either bring the jury in or do a venue change, period, guys. There's no way. There's just no way. I can't imagine that there's anybody out there that has not seen even a little bit of this and said, based on what has been projected to everybody via media, whatever, including social media, that he's guilty. That's just not. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't see how anybody could believe that. I'm sorry. And again, just my opinion.
79% of the people knew 5 or more prejudicial and false media reports. 81% of those who had heard about the stalking had determined and took a position that Mr. Kohberger is guilty. These people that were surveyed didn't form the opinion when they were being surveyed. And they didn't then go research their already strongly held opinion because of the survey. These are deeply held opinions in this community within this jury pool. The Lake County citizens have accepted the information placed before them by state actors. It's not just Mr. Thompson that did a media report and talked about the probable cause affidavit. Chief Fry, the coroner Kathy Mabbitt. We've got search warrants from Pennsylvania out there in the public record. We've got hundreds of search warrants in the public record out there from Idaho. We've got all kinds of pleadings. This is all information that's put out into the media. And having the state now claim this moral high ground is an oxymoron. It's a complete oxymoron for state actors to put this information out in the public and now say, hey, wait, if you want to ask if people have believed the information that we put out there, you can't do that. That harms Mr. Kohberger. We as a defense team have the obligation and frankly the privilege of defending Mr. Kohberger and defending his right to a fair trial. And in doing so, if arguing that venue should be changed, we have to show you that there is presumed prejudice in this community. And since we have the burden of this, and you now know essentially from this expert that there is presumed prejudice in Lake County, you have to ask yourself, do you want more information to know where the better venue is? And that takes me to the next point, which is what we cannot do. You've heard Dr. Edelman say that it goes outside of his standard of practice and the scientific method that has been used for decades, that has been used in hundreds of cases to take your ideas about what should be in questions, to take the state's ideas about what's being in questions, should be in questions in the survey. He follows a process. That's the process that he needs to follow because he has to provide the court with apples to apples comparison. Another issue that has was addressed last week that I want to touch upon, and there are two, is this concept that if we just done a juror questionnaire, it would have addressed all of that. At the stage that we're at now, which is setting ourselves up for and preparing for a venue hearing, we have to justify a venue change. The standard that you're going to be looking at, according to the Supreme Court, is whether or not a presumption exists where the record demonstrates that the community is saturated with prejudicial, false, and inflammatory media publicity about the crime. The case law mentions false media publicity about the crime. That's what the survey assesses now. Another way to determine actual prejudice is a questionnaire, and that is done prior to selecting the jury. And at that time, we are looking for actual individual bias of the prospective juror. There are different methods used at different stages of the case. And right now, the proper method is a survey. Another solution that you mentioned last Thursday was simply to strike 400 people surveyed from the veneer. And I want to talk about that. First of all, that doesn't address the problem that's very clear that we have in Lake County. And so if you extrapolate the percentage of people that have drawn a conclusion about Mr. Kohberger's guilt, if you extrapolate that to the county with numbers like 81% have concluded if they are familiar with the media information about stalking, there's no prospective jurors in this county. You mentioned, this is 1%, but there's much more analysis to what the prospective jury pool is here. First of all, The jury commissioner, I think you talked about her when we were talking about whether or not jury trial was going to be, speedy trial was going to be waived. You said, I think it had expanded the pool to 1,000. Am I right about that number?
I can't remember. It was maybe more.
Okay. So if you
And see, there again lies the point. I have to agree with her on this. And again, I'm not saying that because I'm leaning towards the defense side of things. I can't imagine how she's wrong. I just can't, you guys. It doesn't, I can't visualize that she's wrong at all.
you extrapolate the numbers that we know of prejudice exists, I mean, that leaves us with a very small jury pool for trying to do voir dire in a death penalty case. But if you look at the population as a whole, what the US Census says about Latah County is that almost 18% of the population here is under the age of 18, almost 18% of the population here is over the age of 65. That eliminates, close to 35% of the population that's even eligible to be in your jury pool. Second, and more importantly, I can't find statutory and legal authority for you to strike 400 people out of the veneer up front. I found the opposite. As you know, the clerk or the jury commissioner pulls from the jury pool that's approved by Idaho Code. And this is a really important section in Idaho Code 2-202. It is the policy of this state that all persons selected for jury service be selected at random from a fair cross-section of the population, and that all qualified citizens have the opportunity to be considered for jury service.
Rest assured, I was just being sarcastic.
Okay, well, I took your sarcasm to heart, I guess, last
I
week,
apologize.
because it was a very serious day, right?
Every day is very serious.
Right, but last Thursday was in particularly a tough one. I think we can all agree.
There's going to be more tough ones ahead, I'm sure.
For sure. And we all need to give each other grace.
Thank you.
I will end by saying this. Our defense team firmly, and I mean firmly, believes in Mr. Kohberger's innocence. And right now, he's being held to have a trial in a county that believes that he is guilty. In this country, we pride ourselves on a jury system that doesn't stand for that. In this moment, I see that you have two choices. You can let us continue and do comparative surveys as planned, or you can maintain the stay. And at the venue motion, you will hear that the data for Latah County shows a presumption of prejudice, but you will not have comparative surveys to fully inform the court. As you consider this, there is absolutely nothing that gets risked if you change venue. But if you deny a change of venue, Mr. Kohberger's constitutional right to a fair trial is denied. There's only one human being in this case with a right to a fair trial. It's Mr. Kohberger's and his alone. There's no legal right of this community to have a jury trial here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
I personally thought that was a very strong argument, me personally. I think she's good at what she does, so I'll say that.
Thank you, Judge. Let me bring this back into perspective. Our motion deals with the court's non-dissemination order. It was agreed to by the defense. In fact, the idea of the non-dissemination order was initiated by the defense with their February 30th, 2022 motion for a non-dissemination order to prevent extrajudicial statements. That would be statements outside of the public record, which is the court record, that have a substantial likelihood of heightening public condemnation of the accused. And the state's position is that the fact-specific questions, and I understand from Dr. Edelman why the questions were asked. I understand his explanation. It doesn't change the fact that we have a non-dissemination order that specifically prohibits that kind of dissemination of facts, specific facts about this case. Facts that include those that are not true, acknowledged from the stand they are not true. Which, interestingly enough, I look at the PowerPoint and slide 15, which talks about the American Society of Trial Consultants Professional Code on Venue Survey, says false facts should generally not be used to test accuracy of other responses in venue surveys. So if false facts are used, they must be clearly false. There's no possibility that the respondents who know about the case use false facts with true facts that have been publicized. We have an inconsistency there, which frankly is logical. It makes sense. And the state is coming from a position of being practical and trying to use common sense here. As I listen to what we have heard today, and in part from last week, it seems that the position of the defense is it is okay to risk tainting additional jurors in order to ascertain bias of other potential jurors. And I'm not sure that's the way this court should do business. If we accept what the defense is suggesting at this point, and again, we are not arguing venue today, and so I'm not going to try to get into all these numbers and all those sorts of things. We'll save those for another day. But if we were to accept that we have perhaps on one issue 20% of the jury pool statistically available, well, that's more than enough people to select a jury from. So it's not nearly as overwhelmingly compelling as I think is being suggested here. I want to be clear again. Ms. Massoff used the word nefarious several times, suggesting the defense was, or that the state was accusing the defense of being nefarious. And we are not, Your Honor. I am not suggesting that there was any ill will or motive by anybody over here. What we are suggesting, and what we believe that the record shows, is that this court issued a specific order prohibiting the dissemination of specific types of information, including the identity or nature of evidence expected to be presented, including the performance of results of the examination or test. There's no question that those 9 questions included violations of the court's no contact order. That's what we're here about. And apparently there was some miscommunication or misunderstanding about the integrity or the importance of the non-dissemination order. It sounds like today that maybe because these types of surveys are common nationwide, then the non-dissemination order really doesn't matter, which is a little disconcerting, but I don't care about what happens anywhere else. All I care about is what happens in Latah County, in this court. It's far above my pay grade to go and analyze what happens in a big city or some other part of the country. I know Latah County. That's where my interests are. That's where our interests are here. On the issue of whether the survey can be changed, I think that does present some challenges based on what we've heard here today. But the solution for that is very easy. We just back up, and if the defense wants to pursue the survey, they do a new survey with a new group of people and take out the objectionable questions. And then once they've done that, they proceed to do that identical survey in other veneers around the state, whichever ones they want to select. And that would be the proper way to do this. Now, we may hear, oh my goodness, that's going to consume time, or that's going to consume a lot of money. Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't care. If it can't be done right, or if that's what it takes to do it right, then we need to do it. This is a big case. And the finger for this cannot be pointed at anybody but the defense. I'm not suggesting an evil intent, but the practical effect of the decisions made on behalf of the defense was to ask these questions and to create a situation that we've been having to deal with now for 2 hearings over the past week, well into the evening on a Wednesday. That's the way forward, Judge. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Judge, I'm just going to end really quickly with this. We didn't violate the non-dissemination order. You know, the information that now he's calling facts, you know, he's flip-flopping between whether or not it's a false fact or a fact that's in the survey. The information that was put in the survey is based on the public record and information that the way that the state and state actors put information into the public record that has now been disseminated. And we have not violated that order. And I do resent being accused of that.
I appreciate that. I mean, those 2 questions were not in the public record. Okay. They were. I mean, they came out, but that was not the court. I mean, where it came from. It just came out of the media or somewhere. Who knows where it came from? But I don't think there's anything, not that I'm aware of, in the public record that said anything about that, about your client. So, I mean, here we are. I mean, that happened. It's kind of unfortunate. I totally understand the reason to have false information out there, but I mean, I have to just want to clear that up. The other questions, that's all from the public record. I have a question. But anybody tell, if you can find somewhere in the public record that those claims are made, I'd let them see it. But I think both sides are looking at a different definition of what public record is. I looked it up. It's the public record from the case. So that aside, I appreciate the testimony, the arguments from both sides. I think it's a challenging issue. It's something that I'm going to have to struggle through and figure out what to do. And I understand that there's some urgency to get that out, so I'll do my best. Probably not going to be this week. So, anything else we need to talk about? Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, just the logistics of the court's decision is yet to come. We can't continue the surveys. And we've got deadlines next week, midweek for briefing and the motion for change of venue for May. So I'm wondering if we want to consider resetting that motion and that deadline now. I still want to keep the hearing on May 14th. We have a motion to compel already filed to be heard that day. So we could still use reserved court time to make some further advances in the case. But I'm concerned about being properly prepared for the change of venue, waiting for the decision, especially if we're allowed to continue the work.
Sure. And I told you last week that I would give you more time. I won't be fair about it. So you want to change that hearing? You want to leave the May? We're set on May 14 at 1:30.
We have,
You want to keep that for the motion to compel,
yes, please.
but you want to move out the hearing on change of venue.
I believe that's the only prudent thing to do at this time. Yes, Judge, I think that we should, based on some availability of team members and experts, though, I think we're not ready, or we won't have the team available until the 4th week of June for all of the people that are necessary.
You want to just wait and just talk to each other, just, that hearing again.
Judge, I don't think we're going to have an agreement on the change of venue issue. If I thought we could come to an agreement on that, I'd say, yes, let's not set one, let's talk.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that you would agree on agreement on change of venue. I just mean changing the hearing, the date.
Your Honor, we would suggest the last week of June, and if the prosecutor's ready to weigh in on that and the court's ready, we'd prefer to get a date now.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it'd be appropriate to reset the dates, and really what's going to drive this in large part will be Your Honor's decision on what we've been talking about today. But I think it would be prudent for the court to vacate the hearing on a motion for change of venue and prepare to reset a briefing schedule and a hearing date on the motion for change of venue to a reasonable future time,
Okay.
to allow the parties to react to whatever the court's decision may be. And I don't want the court to feel pressured on the timing of its decision. I'd rather take the time to do it right than to rush things and just bollocks it all up.
Well, I won't rush it, and I will feel the pressure.
Appreciate that, Don.
How about we set this for 1/3? We'll vacate the hearing on change of venue and reset it for January 27. That's a Thursday, which seems to be a good day. They're just generally, except today. What did I say? June. Sorry.
Your Honor,
It's a long day. June 27. I thought you said the end of June, right?
June 27 is perfect. I am thinking, though, that we should maybe schedule for a full day. We estimated an hour for this, and we are well beyond that now, and we anticipate testimony.
Started to freak out there for a minute when he said January. I was like, wait, that's a ways away. But yeah, okay. Jesus. I didn't catch that yet.
It's 10 o'clock. for that.
It will, thank you.
Number for you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sir. We are available that day. At least those of we who were right here.
Okay. Oh, and that includes Ms. Jennings.
Make sure you hang around, guys. When this is over, we're going to discuss this as we do. So I know it's been a long day, a long hearing. I'm sorry about that, but
And Hopefully, Ms. Beatty and Mr.
Well, I'm gonna ask them next, and then I'm gonna go to Ms. Massa.
He did say that, Vix. I caught that too.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty?
Yes, Your Honor, that date and time works for us as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, 10 o'clock, June 27. Okay, is there anything? Oh, yeah, briefs. What do you think, Ms. Taylor? I mean, I know you can't know until I give you a decision, so.
Your Honor, the briefing schedule that the court gave us was roughly about a month prior to the hearing. We could try that, but if the court's decision takes a while, and if we're allowed to finish our surveys, then we might have to have some time to do a supplemental.
Sure, I'll be flexible about that. Let's say hypothetically that we have more surveys, then we might even have to push it out.
That's possible.
Yeah, especially, no. Yeah, Mr. Edelman, Dr. Edelman told me that, you don't necessarily, if you go to a larger population, that you have to have a percentage of it. It's just. And with, I think, the method of statistics.
Your Honor, if we're allowed to finish what we started, we think from the time we could get it going, it would be 3 weeks. And then Dr. Edelman would need a bit of time to assimilate the data into a report.
Do you think if all went well that you could have your briefs or whatever other information by May 31st?
Yes, yes. Your Honor, caveat unless there's a long delay.
Caveat, okay?
If there's not a long delay and me knowing what we can do, yes.
Thanks. What do you think for the state, maybe a deadline of June 14th?
Actually, I think that Ms. Beatty is going to be handling the venue issues. So how about we ask her?
Okay, Ms. Beatty?
And Your Honor, Mr. Nye and I will both be handling that, but that works for us.
Okay, fantastic. And then maybe a reply by June 20? You think?
We can do that.
Okay. That'll give you time to look at all that before the hearing on June 27th. All right. Thank you for your patience. Anything else? Then we have to talk about this one motion. You said we'll put it at the end of the case, and at the end of the day.
Or the prosecutor's filing. Yes, I'll
Yes.
take a look at that with him before I
Okay.
leave the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
If the issues that I have, if they're redacted, then we have a stipulation. I'll just show them what I was talking
Let's see
about.
if we can do that.
You two can
Yes,
get
sir.
all that. Okay. Anything else then? Ms. Taylor,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for everybody's endurance and have a good evening. Thank you. Sorry for such.
Yeah, again, long hearing. It was yesterday. It was today. So my apologies that it did, but I didn't want to speed it up and have anything missed. I wanted to try to break down every bit of it that was important and talk about it. And at that point, so on and so forth. So we're gonna hold on a minute here. Make sure I had to write everything on my calendar, of course. Miss Cat Lady, welcome. Good to see you today. It's quite all right. There's never late here. You just come in after everybody. I never call it late, so don't worry about it. Are you still awake, Mama Bear?
Yes, sir.
Just got to check because I was ready to go off myself a couple times.
Yeah, I noticed.
When they weren't arguing, I was like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, that was me last night.
right. But did I or did I not tell you that it was like
Yeah, that was interesting.
little hot there? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So quite interesting. Anyway, let me set this all up. I'm going to open the phone lines at some point, open up the panel for us to talk about it. Because in my opinion, again, you guys in the chat, I'm very, very impressed and very proud of you all for being so respectful. Are you listening to it again already, Salty? Never fails. Salty's always on this stuff, like rolling in it. Seriously. She's got the true crime on the brain, which is why she's so good at what she does, though. So, yeah.
I could listen to it one day.
That was probably the longest hearing I think I've seen so far. Honestly, that's just me, but give me a second here. What the hell am I doing? I just lost my whole train of thought. Oh, burr. There we go. Let me back it up again. Derp. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was doing the right thing. What are you doing, Joe? I need to smack myself around. Get with the program, bro. Come on. Load. Thank you. All right. View it live in the control room. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to post a link in the chat. Terry, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get with you yesterday. I don't understand what happened, but all right. There's that. So what do you think? Hearing the rest of what you didn't hear yesterday.
I think it's a mess, even more so than what it was.
It's definitely a mess. There's no two ways about that.
Yeah.
So facts, folks, facts.
Yeah.
All right, there's a link pinned in the chat. Anybody that would like to join us up here, please do. And if you don't want to, I will open.
Fine, be that way.
Okay, so that was quick. Hello, Vix. How are you?
Hello.
Can you hear us? William, how are you?
I was like, what?
What's up, everybody?
How are you today,
Hello, Billy.
William?
Wonderful. How are you?
Hello, Vic. Can you hear us, Vix?
Vix.
Yeah, hang on. Am I doing it? Wait there.
Yeah, I can hear the echo.
Do you know
Am
what?
I echoing
I've
again?
not been up here in so long that I've forgotten.
It happens.
Right.
It happens.
I
What do you
understand.
think?
Do it like that. I'm just gonna turn it down. Is that
Okay? You're okay.
am I all right now?
What do you think, Willard?
What do I think? Well, one, what I think is, in totality, nothing got done during that trial. Like if you look at it, nothing got done. But
it was a waste. I agree.
But it was very interesting to see, because I haven't seen this side of the defense yet, and I don't know if everybody else can agree. Like I haven't seen,
Me
you know
either.
what I'm saying? Anne's been really reserved, and I never really heard the other chick talk, and she seems like a pit bull. And I think when you put all three of them together, like the other guy, what's his name, Loxton or something like that, he's a pit bull too. So
you can't.
huh?
It's not a wrestling match. It's everything, every word is recorded. Everything is in defense. Yeah. So
yeah, but I'm saying
it's not,
but I'm saying you hear the defense's frustrations when she said about the last hearing when the judge was kind of joking about stuff and not taking things seriously. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
and a lot of us are pointing.
But judges, I mean, it's a gig, isn't it? With judges, it's a bit of a gig. You're a very well respected member of society, like in this country.
That's fine,
you
but,
can be a lay
somebody's
person.
facing a firing squad, and you're sitting there rocking on your chair, smirking, laughing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw. So every word that is in the defense is going down in his history, in this man's defense. So the judge is on every tentacle. He is like, he's got a thing up his arse at the moment, because if this goes to appeal, it's on his watch, it's on him. And so he has to be so measured, but charismatic. And it's doing my head in. It really is, because I really wish that, which I've seen from last week to today, it's like court is in session. You know, it's finally in session, because I think it has to play out some way, because this Bill Thompson, I'm pretty sure that he's been a great, you know, all the way through his career and everything else, but he can't have his own way when, like you just said, this man is about to go against the wall. You can't have that.
Yeah, and it needs to be taken. I do agree with one thing that Alyssa said. We got to take this serious. And so he came back and said, "Oh, it's very serious." And then yeah, I agree. And I think maybe he does it because he's trying to lighten the mood, but it's not the right time. I do agree with that. I think, and I know people are going to probably try to shoot me for saying this here real quick, but I'm almost afraid to say it.
So
I think that, and this is just an opinion, you guys. You don't have to agree with me. I know that. I think he's trying to be fair, but I don't think that he knows how to handle this. I'll be honest with you.
No.
I think he's being fair.
Sometimes when you remember, like Brian would give you verbatim, it'll give you the top and bottom of why a judge is there. It's to protect the
but he's never handled something like this.
Right, that's it right there. He's never been
about. Of course he has. It's right.
That's what I was
He can do it on everything. Yeah,
well, he's never had a death penalty case. Sorry, go ahead.
Look,
go ahead, Vic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter whether the severity of his guilt, would culminate in his death. No, that just his whole thing is to protect and serve the person that is accused, and that is his whole job.
I can't see, and I could be wrong. I'm probably going to get crucified for this too, but
Jesus,
I can't imagine how I can't imagine how he doesn't see the. I can't see him siding with prosecution on all of this stuff they just talked about. I can't.
Listen, I can tell that he's not agreeing with the prosecution, but and this is just my personal opinion. It just seems like he doesn't want to upset Bill. Like I saw the last hearing where he spoke over the judge and the judge shut up. You know, you can see how he speaks to Bill way differently than he speaks to the defense. In my opinion, they seem like buddy.
Well, and the girls, I think, if you like, if you see it with Anne Taylor, I've got to admire her. I mean, that but some of the women I've kind of worked for, they're stressed the fuck out. And when, as you know, guys, we're stressed out a lot, and
who's we?
Well, we as in women, look, stop it.
I'm going to say, we're stressed out too, honey.
We get up and we do it. And look, we don't choose. Well, we do a bit. We're bossy. And we will fight for, even if we're 2-year-olds. Like, if you were putting a couple of 2-year-olds and you go, and someone, like, I've had it recently where one has bit another one. And I'm like, it's what mums do. That's how
Charlie.
you cope. And and with this, I've just been watching the whole trial with the other guy in the Apple River thing. It's almost, when I'm not going to go there, but what I'm trying to say, when you've got all that testosterone, it took a lot for them women to stand there and say, like, can you stop dick swinging it? We've got a case to get on with here, and we've got this guy that's going to do the survey. We realise it's bias. Everyone knows it's bias. I'm on the other side of the world, and I know it's bias. And this is how it's going to go.
I think she realized that being nice
it could have taken half
wasn't
an
working.
hour. half hour it would have taken.
That's a good point too, Willie. I agree with you too, Vix.
Sorry,
I mean,
I missed that,
I think
Willie. Sorry.
I think the bill or not bill, Jesus. The judge needs to put his foot
I've
down
gone
on
on.
both sides of the fence and say, stop, and stop the arguing and all that other stuff. Stand up, put your foot down, be the judge, and make
I
this
didn't
stuff
hear
happen.
you, Willie.
So that's that I do feel. But I agree with both you guys too.
Vix, you might be on a little bit of a delay.
It's
it's
me. Wait there.
I mean, she's how many miles away from us? So I can.
Oh yeah.
Unless you got really, really good cable, I'm sure. Or
Yeah.
internet, you know.
I always joke with Dinky. I say she's over there where they give killers like probation and shit, dude.
Right.
It's wild. But yeah, so I think one of the huge takeaway I got from this is the confidence, because look at Sarah Boone and how many attorneys she's gone through. I mean, look at other cases where the defense attorneys didn't necessarily care for their client, right? Because they they knew they did it and it was a heinous act. But both of them sat there. One of them said it was a privilege, for Christ's sakes, and the other one said that she believes 100% in his innocence, and the other one said it was a privilege.
Thank you, Vic.
Privilege. Now that means that's basically not what she's used to. That he's an over the top client. I'm assuming that's cooperating with them who didn't do it, and that's what I took away from it, is how much faith they have in him.
Right.
Yeah.
I can see that. See that. Welcome back, Vic.
Sorry about that.
And I think that's what I was waiting to see, and why we were all kind of questioning Anne. And after seeing that, I'm not questioning anything anymore. I think it's going to be a dogfight.
Oh yeah, there's no comparison at all with that, Salty. As far as the defense attorneys in Delphi compared to this, I mean,
well, the Delphi attorneys have a reason to. They're trying to get back at that judge.
Absolutely, this is no joke over there. This is no joke either. But the thing is I mean, it's there's no comparison. I've said that before. There's two different scenarios.
Yeah, that guy's getting starved over there.
But this, I think that, and I have to say this, I've not, and I still don't want to disrespect either side of the defense or the prosecution, but I'm kind of disappointed in the prosecution side of the way he's acted through just this hearing. Can you imagine what it's going to be like with all these other hearings we have coming down the line until including at the trial after just this is crazy in my opinion. We get you don't like it, Bill. We get it. Okay. You don't like the way it's going down, but I gotta say, just like I said in the beginning, you guys, I think there's more to it than what he's complaining about it for. Okay. I think there's more to that. I have to agree with myself on that. I can't fight that. I've tried to argue myself, well, maybe you're wrong. Maybe it's this. I'm trying to see both sides of this and trying not to be, what am I trying to
bias?
Bias, yeah. I'm really not.
Yeah,
but dang it, you have no reason
to,
to,
isn't it? The word.
You don't know.
I noticed. I don't know if anyone else noticed, but I watched along with everyone last night when the original, but nothing in what no disrespect and nothing to do with. But did you notice that bit where she said, "We have evidence"? I didn't see that in this bit. I'm either imagining that, but she said, I totally rely on my client's innocence and we have evidence. Which is, and I thought that's when they were going to do the alibi thing, so I was excited about that. But obviously May has turned into sort of June. But even so, like you say, the prosecution have had to calm down because they've had to stand up. If you're gonna, it's beauty of the law and the system and the way it works over there, over here. In spite of everything that's going on in the world, we can rely on this still. Let's hope.
But this man is basically arguing why he wants bias in this case.
I know.
That's what blows my
In a
mind. Is
sense,
like he's
yeah.
standing there. He's standing there, basically like arguing why
Yeah,
it needs to be in
it's
Latah
my
County.
town.
What?
It's almost like
I
he's got
know,
that.
I know, and
So even
that's
if
why
you
I
think
said,
he's guilty, okay, and that's why I said, Dago, I think everybody kind of was agreeing in chat, because even if you think he's guilty, that's fine. But you can't, not say like what you just saw isn't him trying to, keep it in the biased town. That's
well, absolutely. And a lot of people, I said earlier on, I said, guys, there's a lot of people in here that think Brian's 100% guilty, and they still think this is not the greatest way for this to be handled. Salty just said that this comes later in the process, but that she's using this for the change of venue. Just give her the damn change. I agree. Give her the change and move the hell on.
Hey, what's wrong with the fair trial, dude? Like, I don't understand what's wrong about. I thought that's what. I don't know. I guess
Maybe,
you guys know more
and
than me.
I hate saying this, you guys, but and I don't want to believe this. I don't. I said you guys before. Willie, me and you've talked about this personally, and you even agreed with me. I almost hope that Bill Thompson prosecution can prove that Brian did this, so that it's out there. We're done with it. You got proof that this man did this, but I'm telling you guys, even at this part of the venture right here, it looks almost as God, almost like he doesn't have anything right now. Okay. Or he wouldn't be arguing so hard.
It's like I'd rather have on my conscience that I knew somebody that committed a heinous act and paid for it, rather than I knew somebody that was set up for a heinous act and then was killed for it. That's
or
I'd rather
even
the first
worse.
one.
Yeah, or even worse, you knew somebody that
I mean, I wouldn't take any of them, but I'm just saying.
They committed a heinous act and got off because of some stupid shit. Okay, that's the other side of it too.
That's the worst.
All of it's bad. All of it's bad.
But if he gets off, we all know the case is going to go cold, and and I don't want that for the family. So
no, not at all.
Either way, it's a lose-lose for the families if it's not him, and it's terrible.
Heartbreaking.
It is, and that's I think we all can agree in here, whether we believe he's innocent or guilty at this point. None of us want any of that to happen. None of us want him to pay for something he didn't do. None of us want him to get off for something he didn't do, because again, at the end, it's about the victims. The victims deserve true justice. The killer needs to be off the streets, and this needs to set precedent.
Like people think it's like people think I take joy in knowing excuse my language, in knowing Brian, who's going through this shit. Like, not at all. Like I said, dude, I would rather have this to where, okay, he did it, but they have everything to prove that he did it, and that's why he's sitting in there. Not what we're seeing here. Because like I said, this is my introduction to true crime. This is my introduction to American justice. And from what I'm seeing, it's in my eyes, it's pitiful. I'm sorry, but
Willie, luckily, it's a procedure, and that was the beauty of today. Those girls just went through it, and the judge is sitting there going, "Oh shit, they're throwing the book at me," and they went through it, and it's on the record, and everything they said just reminds everyone it's not about Idaho. And yes, they've got a special thing, but there's constitutional shit that goes on, and it is really beautiful. And it was just wonderful, because they could how they did it after all these months of standing there going, we want this, we want that, and every time they're shut down, this trial will never get off the ground. And he's still trying to shut them down. He's still trying to do it. It's my town. It's like he's got that 10-gallon hat thing going on. I'm not, but it almost, stop it. Just stop. Let it roll. This is a man's life. And it is sad that it's not about the victims at this stage. It's about
it's not being about the victims when they knock down the house.
The victims, I really think that everyone, I think we've talked about this for months and months, and the way I feel and what I feel and how it happened, or everyone theorizes, but look at that case today where the guy, and I will just mention it about Nikolai Mew, and you watch, and that was all on video. Of course it
Right,
was.
right.
And somebody, and I think it was our guy Tragos, who said, if that was my dad, he'd have walked away, all of
Mhm.
that. So it was definitely reckless intent. And when I watched it, and I tell you, he was Rittenhouse, wasn't he? The guy that defended him,
Yes.
Rittenhouse, that lawyer.
Right.
And it was an absolute class act, both of prosecution and defense. It was one of those that you'd want to watch in a frigging film, because there was no way on earth that you could sort of sit there. 1 minute I thought, oh no, he's not guilty, that man. Like, have you listened to them little shits? And then the other side, when you see all the intricacies and everything that goes on in a crime, somebody's determination to kill someone else, etc.
Mhm.
And it was down to reckless intent. Well, this way round, it can't be reckless. It's full on. It's full on. Whatever happened to those 4 kids was full the fuck on. It was nothing to do with oh, he did a bit of stalking, then he drove past 3 times, then he did this, then he got out of his. No, sorry, I'm not having it. And nobody, like, he's doing about the evidence, and when the kids, like the girls, were saying, we've got evidence, I was like stunned. I was like, really? Oh, do spill the tea. Come on, tell us. I got quite excited about that, and the fact that they're staunch by him, because I know when you act for someone in defence, like, you're going to have to say, look, did you do it? And when you spend enough time with them, they will, yeah, fair cop or whatever, and they'll, whether through the interrogation or whatever, months afterwards, and there's a
Mhm.
plea that will be, and everything will be mitigated, and I think over your side you do like a plea deal. Over here
Mhm.
we do mitigation.
Right.
From the way they stand by him, I don't know if he's got something over them, but they are adamant that he didn't do it, and that's good enough for me. That's really good enough for me.
To me,
Gotcha.
we haven't seen that. I haven't seen that until, yesterday.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Welcome, LA.
Hey, thanks.
What's up,
How
LA?
is
Hi,
everyone?
Elaine.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, Leanne
Hello.
Gregson?
Oh God, does it have my full name? Okay, that's my name.
Yep.
Okay. I wasn't gonna say it, but thanks, Willie.
Oh yeah, because nobody can read in here, right?
Right?
I've never
I
done
can't
StreamYard.
see.
I've
Not
never been
without
on
my
panel. I'm a
Listen, you all
newbie.
know me already.
Have you not? Do
Oh,
we like
shit.
up here?
No, I think
Terrible, but
yesterday was exactly what we've been waiting for almost 2 years, like a year and a half. Just to see
Yeah.
Bill get so defensive was, if people can't see that, I don't know what to tell them. Like, I don't think we can convince anyone if they didn't see what we all saw yesterday. That was.
Gotta be careful. Yeah.
He just
You got some
stick to
thick
the
blinders
law.
on if you don't see what we saw yesterday.
He
Very
became
thick.
completely unhinged, and he is not a good lawyer. I cannot see him in a trial. Like, I don't think he'll do.
Oh, I just can't believe he even. I mean, he should have just not argued he should have just been like, okay, like, just let him do the survey. If I knew my video was on their PowerPoint contradicting myself, that was possibly going to play in the next 10, 15 minutes, I wouldn't have said a damn word.
I mean, it made him look even worse, honestly.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And I don't know. He was so defensive. He was badgering that witness, Dr. Edelman, so bad. And I was having secondhand embarrassment, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
it was bad.
I'm old, right? But he objected to a PowerPoint. Like, I'm really sorry. I probably would feel a bit, about a PowerPoint if it was done at a certain thing. But this guy is trying to do his testimony, and a PowerPoint just helps go through the,
Right.
and no, don't want that.
I don't know what Bill
He's stuck
thinks.
in
is-
a time, I think, a time that's gone by.
That was the
he was-
absolute one thing that completely threw me off is when he argued that point. I stopped and went, wait, what? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, they're supposed to go through. Why are you? And I'm not gonna say he became unhinged, but it was definitely a
think he
moment where
did.
I started to doubt him in that sense. And I respect that. I do respect that, LA. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like, Bill, it's a slideshow. That's what a
He couldn't
slideshow
keep it
does.
together. It was.
And I just think he was so
unprofessional.
upset at that. He seemed like he was so upset at that moment that he couldn't exactly pinpoint what he
Yeah.
wanted to shut down or be upset about. Maybe I don't know.
Well, he's
what's-
bitching about them tainting the town, and he's on video tainting the whole entire world.
Yeah, that
So-
was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
that
where
bit
he
in
has
the
any kind of argument.
PowerPoint was, yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how
it's
Bill's going
fair,
to
though.
react when they have other experts take the stand and completely blow everything out of the water that's in the PCA,
Mm.
like the pings.
Fair
That,
comment.
yeah,
Mhm.
all of that. He's not gonna make it.
No, well, that's why I don't think the prosecution has a strong case at all, and I would still stick with my opinion that I had before because they're focusing on Brian's alibi and these surveys and shit rather than getting everything they need and getting everything over to the defense so we can have a damn trial.
Exactly.
Because it
He
seems like
doesn't
that's
even-
not happening.
He didn't have to give an alibi, honestly, unless he's using it as his defense.
Well, that's what I mean. If I was a prosecution and I arrested you and I had your ass and your ass was grass, okay, and I knew it, I wouldn't care what surveys you guys did. I wouldn't care what your alibi was. I wouldn't give a shit because I know I got you.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Does
Bill-
everybody
They don't have a strong case. Sorry.
Yeah,
Dave.
Does
he's
everybody
totally-
know what the point was behind the survey itself?
Yeah.
Do we know what the
whole
point was?
point.
Probably to gauge.
Yeah.
The point behind it, what it was, is what I'm
Yeah, it
saying.
was to
'cause-
see
What
whether or not
idea?
potential jurors had bias towards
Mm.
for the case for Brian.
Okay.
And I do think it's very commonplace to have a survey, but Bill's whole motion he filed, trying to say they need to shut it down, he couldn't even get his motion right. He said it was dissemination. Then they get in the hearing and he changes his tune. He's like, "It's the process," like calling.
Yeah,
I don't know. He
right.
couldn't get it straight.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what like I said, the one thing that threw me off was when he went to that part of it and he asked that question. I was a little confused and it just seemed like he was overly upset. Now, Salty did make a comment. This does happen in every trial. People go back and forth. It gets heated. That's normal. But it seemed to me, though, at some point that he was a little more than he probably should have been for this. And I'm trying to figure out what it is. That's all that my issue is
Right.
with it.
What do you think it is?
I can't put it together. I mean, I think he means, welcome, Deb. Thank you for joining. I think he really wants this. He doesn't want the venue change. I think that's what it is. In a big way, I think he really doesn't want the venue change.
Right. He's being pressured, I'm sure, by other
And that's
people
what I
to
think
keep
that
it.
he's
and
getting so upset about it personally. That's me. But
Yeah, because he knows if it gets out of Latah, he doesn't have a shot in hell.
Right.
and a lot of people are thinking that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
and if
can't
he
say.
gets this mad this early and we're not even to trial, he's gonna
Exactly.
end up having
That's
a
my
stroke or a
point.
heart attack at trial.
He's going to
Well,
stroke
and-
out. I know.
Well, not just that.
Yeah.
If he acts like that during a trial, he's going to have a couple of jurors that just don't like him for his personality, just right off the bat.
Probably.
So he needs to calm down a little bit.
He does.
I phoned in to Lana the other week
Thank you,
when this come up. I've cut obviously because I've just come in like I do when you lot are way behind me. What time are we? Anyway, so and she said, well, where would you hold the case? And I'm like, well, it normally with big high profile murder, it's the Old Bailey, and it might as well be, because it wouldn't matter if to get an impartial jury, that's your aim. That is it. That's
That is
all it's about. It's got to be impartial, and we know that later, obviously, They're gunning for this guy, and no, I'm sorry. You've got to if you can, and like Annie, is it, or Anne Taylor? She's doing the best by her client, and all she's done, and it's really, this is the way it's going to pan out from now. All that she's done is introduce a bit of science, a bit of theory, a bit of, common sense. And he's like, no, it's my town. It's happening here. We all hate him, and we will shoot him against that wall.
I agree. I feel like the judge is going along with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, no, he can't. He's not allowed to. That's the point. He like today or last night when I was watching, I thought, oh my God, is when them two girls stood up, they pointed out to him quite succinctly that, mate, if you do this, we're going to the Supreme Court and we will sort this out with them. Yeah. So it was just like, swinging on his chair and just smiling is over. We're over that now. Sit up straight, do your job.
I hope so.
Well, one of the main things we definitely have to remember too about this is just testing the water. We haven't got into anything yet. There's so much more to go.
Exactly.
So we got to remember, we got to keep the open mind. We got to keep the visual. You know what I'm saying? Don't get blinders and just keep, because there's so much more to come from this, guys. So much more.
They didn't even set a date. I mean, it's going to be 2025 into 2026, probably.
Or further. It just depends on how this is going. I mean, if we keep having all these extra hearings that they come up with and so on and so forth, you know what I mean? We have to keep an open mind.
Did he say when he's going to rule on the hearing from yesterday?
No, he didn't. He never says that. I think
he never ruled. He just pushes it up.
I know, and that's not right. A judge is supposed to be able to make decisions in a courtroom.
I mean, I agree, but I think he's taken the extra time, and he even has said that before in previous hearings. I'm going to take some time, go over this and that, because I think, and I agree with, because you have to, with this. It's so hard to explain what I'm trying to say. You have to. This is not a typical case. We know that this is not a regular trial. It's never going to be. Everything about this is going to be different than any other typical trial that we've ever seen, or we will see probably. Which is why I wanted to bring. It's not going to be televised, obviously, or broadcast, but the Delphi trial to show what that trial is like as compared to what this is going to be.
Did they set a date for Delphi?
Did they set a date, Salty? Are you in here? Did they have the actual date set yet?
I thought I read that they had, but I don't know.
I thought so too. I can't remember because I've been doing so many different things right now. I thought they did, but I can't remember there was something else that went into that too. I can't remember right now.
The jury trial will now take place May 13th through the 31st.
Wow, so that's coming up.
It's coming. That's what I'm saying. We're going to be way into that. And that's why I want to be able to, I'm not going to be able to show it, obviously, but at least talk about it and see how we go through that trial as compared to what this is going to be like.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Are they talking about any other new evidence other than that bullet, or is that kind of their...
Nothing that I've seen yet. Nothing that I've seen yet.
Gotcha.
But again, back to this part of this, though, like I said, there's going to be multiple more hearings. There's going to be this, that. There's so much more coming for this. And we just got to try to keep it open. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And pray that, unless something big happens and Brian says, hey, I did it. I'm done. Let's get through, okay, then we know how that's going.
Right.
Yeah. I don't see that.
I wonder,
At this point, it's the last thing
anybody
he's
else
done.
wonder? He's on the spectrum. I'm not saying that in a horrible sort of way, but my feeling that he's learning for knowledge and things like that is keeping him going. If I was in that situation. So I don't know, perhaps he'll come out with I don't know how free it is to learn in his domain, but I should imagine that thirst for knowledge is still there. I hope
Right.
so.
I know in a prison they have libraries. They can even get a degree, I think, kind of.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. He's just in Latah County Jail. I don't
Yeah.
know.
County
Okay.
jail, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I have no doubt what you said. He is
Yeah.
probably learning and
'Cause
reading a bunch
that's
of
all
law
I'm saying
books
is his
and
But what are you
freedom
gonna do? Off yourself? Like,
would
you know, you
be his.
gotta fight.
God, I
Well,
can't imagine.
the guy seems to be an education person. You know, he likes his education, so I'm sure he probably
Yeah.
is. I
Yeah.
would be for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
walk in that courtroom cock
Yeah.
diesel, dude. I wouldn't even be recognizable after 2 years. Jesus.
I
I
don't
wonder
think
how
he's.
he felt about yesterday. I don't know. I was just like, I mean, they're all sitting there talking about the trial, but it's really Brian's trial, and his life is on the line, and you know he's just got to sit
It's
there and
about,
listen
yeah,
for
his
3
life
hours
is on the.
to Bill meltdown. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but and then he has to listen to all the stuff get pushed out and everything. And it's in my mind, I just be like, damn, more time. I'm sitting there
I
waiting.
know. I mean, you could lose hope after a while. You really could.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you
But I think if your
keep your
attorneys
chin up?
believe in you, it kind of pushes them a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm,
Could see that.
yeah. Well, anyway, I'm too drunk for this because I've went out with the girls this afternoon. It was nice. I've got to go before I make
Okay,
a
then.
Hey, that's
complete
right, Slater over there. I was like, what are you
myself.
doing drunk
But
at 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
well, yeah, no, I know it's it's 11:10. I've had a lovely day. I'm having a picnic tomorrow. Apparently, it's going to be warm. So I'm going to be with my grandkids and my daughter, and yeah, it's all going to be good. I've not been well, so they've been out of my life. I haven't seen for weeks, and I'm going
Wow.
on a bit. That's what I've told you. See what I mean? I've got to go.
Well, what
But
part of
yeah,
England do you
everything's
live
good.
in?
No problem. I appreciate you
Love you
joining us.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you
Have
very
a good
much.
great.
day.
Anyway,
Have a good rest of your night,
yeah,
Vix.
yeah, we'll do. Thank you. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Take
Bye.
care. All right. Thank you again for your part and input. So, like I said, there's a lot of opinions, feelings, and theories through this. We know that, and there's going to be so much more. Hey, Kara, good to see you. That comes from more, and people are going to be so all over the place. Okay. I still have none of this has changed anything about how I feel.
Yeah.
Of course, because we haven't had anything thrown at us yet. So, but I like I said, I won't be disrespectful to Bill Thompson because of who he is. But I do believe that the reaction he had should not have been the way it was.
Yeah.
That's a big, strong feeling I have because it shows. Well, how can I say it this way? It's people are going to take it exactly the way people here have taken it today
As they
for what it
should.
is. Okay, and people are automatically going to say, "Oh, they don't have a case. He can't handle this. He's losing the grip. He's this. He's that." I mean, it looks that way, whether I believe it or not, or you believe it or they believe it. That's exactly how he comes off, which is why so many people think that way. If you don't want people to come that, which I know it doesn't matter to him, but in the case in itself, that's how it's going to come off, and that's not good for their side
I
of
don't
things.
want to disrespect him, but it's just fun to laugh and make fun of him for
No, I
acting like
get it.
that.
I do. I absolutely get it. I do get it.
But then to know he leaves there and goes and plays a guitar in a band is hilarious to me, dude. Like, oh
You gotta
god.
have
He
somewhere to
plays
vent.
dead songs too. I looked him up. He plays like some Grateful Dead. I
Bill
don't know what
Thompson
else he
does?
plays. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does.
What?
Mhm.
Grateful Dead, man.
I don't picture that. But
Believe it or not,
okay.
his guitar skills are better than his attorney skills.
Well, I mean,
Well, he could have
Believe
another
it or not.
career after this. Yeah, I think he thought
he'll
he
have
was
something to do when he
retiring
retires.
No
in
disrespect to you,
2023,
William.
but yeah.
Oh no, I know that. I'm not saying it. Guys, you have the rights to your opinions, your feelings. Don't take for what I'm saying is that
I'm
everybody
sure
does.
Bill don't watch this anyway.
I'm just saying, like, I was really kind of, I guess, for lack of better terms, appalled a little bit at how he got so upset And then when the actual what the hell is it called? Something point. Come on, somebody help me here.
PowerPoint.
Thank you. When the actual PowerPoint was being shown and this and that, it kind of proved in some senses that it wasn't as bad as what he was saying it was. So like take that, settle down and relax a little bit, bro.
Right. Do you
know
think
what I
he
mean?
actually knew the video, his little clip was in that?
Well, yeah, he had to have
Yeah,
seen
he
it.
knew.
So
Okay.
they can put it out. They can't just throw it out there.
He definitely
Yeah, he
knew.
should have just kept his mouth closed. It wouldn't have been
Well,
quite as bad.
I think that's part of the reason why he did get upset, is because that kind of puts him in a bad light coming off that way, obviously, because a lot of people looked at it and went, oh, wow, okay. So, you know, there's that. And it's going to go both ways, you guys. Understand that, because there's going to be things that he's going to do. And in turn, Anne's going to get pissed off and she's going to fly off the handle, and then vice versa. So it's going to go back and forth like this through the whole thing.
Right.
But yesterday's hearing, in my opinion, he could have done a better job at controlling himself and explaining these things. It would have looked better, in my opinion.
But you see how long like everything is taking, right? They go, so can you agree? Can you agree with me on this? That there's no way in hell that Bryan Kohberger ever have a shot at a fair, speedy trial.
Never.
Do you agree?
Not that I can see. And that's just my opinion, but not that I can see.
I agree.
Well, I mean, he could have gotten off possibly on technicality, just if an early trial did happen, because I don't think either side had all of their stuff together to go to trial to present, you know, the best.
Well, no, I mean, the prosecution's still waiting for shit. So how are they going to get everything in 6 months?
I have no idea. I don't understand that.
So, I mean, they're lucky the death penalty is still on the table, to be honest with you, because what happened in the Vallow case?
Yep.
But, hey, they compare cases in their little documents they send, right? So we can compare cases.
Yep.
I just can't believe, like, even the judge, he was like acting so clueless. Like, he's like public information, but that's like that is public information.
That's one thing I don't understand, is the way he comes off sometimes. He confuses me, as if he does seem like he's lost on some things, and he does seem like like I said, it seems like he may be trying to be fair, but he doesn't also at the same time. You need to put your foot down, boss. You're the big man. Like, they need to stop this stuff, slow it down. And I was like, well, one person at a time, please, and stop doing this. And we need to settle this. No, raise your voice. You are a judge. That's my opinion. Like, do it, like, be stern or something. I don't know.
It's almost like he's scared to hurt their feelings. Like they're going to get upset. No.
Well, and that's respectable, because I'm that way too. But I'm not a judge either.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You're not.
I'm not a judge. So there's a difference. But I don't know. I don't know if it's because there's so much pressure from this case. And I don't know if he's trying to be extra careful, which is good. He needs to. But he just does not seem to have the enforcement behind what he says and does, in my opinion. That's just me. So
he doesn't, but he also clearly, I mean, they were fighting over what defines public information.
Yep.
And some of it just seems so common sense, and maybe that's what happens when you're a judge for that long. The common sense part you stop using, you use your judge part. But the common sense part is it's public information because the public can access it.
Oh, yeah. Right. Absolutely.
They weren't putting out or disseminating anything that people couldn't access themselves.
That's it. Yeah. And Ray's right. The judge should not have to try to be fair. It should be a given. Show some confidence in your job. That's the good way to put it. He does seem very like low confidence in what he's doing. That's how I took it. You know, he doesn't seem comfortable, and that's not.
No, he seems overwhelmed, and
that
just
makes me
lost.
Right. Yeah.
He's overwhelmed already.
What's that, Mama Bear?
I know. Just go ahead.
I said if he's already overwhelmed, then he's got a rude awakening.
Are you talking about the judge or Bill?
I'm talking about the judge.
The judge.
I think the judge is overwhelmed.
That's what I'm saying. He's
See, I don't look at it like that. I look at it like he's just kind of like, you know, going with the flow, and wherever the chips fall, he ain't the one making the decision. I mean, in the end, he's not the one that's going to decide his fate. And it just seems like he's just trying to get there. He's like, you know, can you guys just play nice so we can get to the trial already?
Right. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's not how it works, dude.
What are you doing?
This is a quadruple homicide. This isn't like your other cases where, DUI cases and shit that you judge.
Well, and that could be part of it too, Willie, is that this is a quadruple homicide. It's not a DUI or a sexual assault or robbery or anything. This is a big case. So,
well, then get him the hell out of there then if you can't do it.
Well, has anybody looked at his list to see if he's had any murders? Like, he had
hasn't.
two. Not a single one.
I don't know about that, but I don't think he's ever done. I know he's never done a death penalty case.
Right.
No DP.
I get that. Right. I was just wondering if he had ever had another
homicide. Oh, I thought you said death penalty.
It's almost like he needed to take some continuing ed classes before this. I'm sorry, Judge, for listening, but seriously, he seems overwhelmed and kind of like not sure of what to do.
Well, because he's trying to give the prosecution as much rope as he can. I mean, I've seen other judges that would flip out already.
Oh yeah, they would not put up with the shenanigans that have gone on. Yeah. Who knows?
So Bill's lucky he's been there for as long as he had, and he's retiring soon. Or else, I don't think people, a judge would be this nice to him as judge he's being.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been there longer than Judge has been the judge. At least he looks like it. I don't know. I feel bad.
You can't tell me they don't run into each other and shit all the time, out in public and all kinds of,
right?
Dude, they probably live down the street from one another. I don't think that's a very big town.
No.
I don't know.
So I said, thank God he's not making the final decision.
I know. That would be. So it should be interesting. Did they push out the hearing for the change of venue? Because I was too busy in Dinky's chat, like going crazy last
something's
night.
in May, June, something.
Okay.
June 27th, I think.
Okay, so it was supposed to be like in a couple of weeks. They pushed it back.
But I saw somebody post something today that something's happening in April. So I don't know. Maybe that was changed. Maybe that's the one that was changed.
Maybe the hearing is for the change of venue, and then they present all the evidence, and the judge does take a little bit of time to go over it. I don't know. And then he'll make a ruling later on. But I don't know. I need to look that up.
Cat K said the hearing is June 27th.
June 27th.
So if he
1 second, folks.
Did they have the alibi hearing?
Maybe that's what's coming up.
Not yet.
Twizzle was asking about that one.
They extended it or something because people were all fired up over it.
Let me look on.
Tell us where you were.
Fine, and see if I can figure anything out.
No, but if the trial gets moved, then Judge will not be presiding over the trial. So it's almost like he's got a conflict of interest, if he wants to.
All right, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Proceed over the trial, but
I knew what it was.
Hey. It's almost like they need a third party judge to decide that.
Right.
I don't know what they need, but I hope it gets better.
It's been bad for so long.
I can agree on that one.
Again, and just for the family's sake, all four families and Brian's family, and
I think that they're probably all frustrated, especially the families of the victims, because this is just dragging out, of course. But again, understand something: a death penalty case has so many phases, and they do take a long time.
And I mean, for all we know, the MPD and Bill have kind of maybe given them hope that they have enough evidence to convict, and
they have. Steve said that. Steve said that somebody very close to the case has told him that.
Yeah, JLR. Until you look at the bullet points they have on their Facebook page, and then you're like, oh, so they're not too confident.
I don't know. Right. I took that. Well, I was hoping that it was somebody that was within law enforcement or within the judicial aspect of this that told him that, but
Well, I thought so too until you listened to the end of that interview, because that was on News Nation, I believe, or somewhere where he did the interview, and then at the end, she asked him again. She's like, "Is it somebody like close to the case, or is it somebody?" And he says it. At first, he said it was somebody like he would think law enforcement, but at the end, he kind of confirmed that it wasn't anybody that would know something
Come
that
on,
everybody else wouldn't
Steve,
know. I think it's just JLR and these guys talking to, just trying to, I don't know, inject themselves in the case and get the hopes up for the family because they see the questions they have on Facebook and stuff. I don't know. I don't agree with doing any of that shit, but
that's funny because JLR has been biased against Bryan from the second that he was arrested, that they knew who he was. So to take that information from Bryan or from JLR, that's a joke. I'm sorry, but it's
Well,
a
look,
joke.
I thought the same thing on day one because they claimed they had him 12 times at the
Oh yeah,
at the house.
I agree.
Remember that dude that threatened to kick JLR's ass?
Which one? He's always in trouble. Oh, in Moscow, yeah, the guy with the flags on his truck.
It's always somebody.
Yes,
That
because
guy was
he puts himself in places he shouldn't be, in my opinion.
Yes, he got surrounded by cops and
Welcome, Golf. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Hi, good. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Hello, Mama Bear. Hi,
Hi.
Will and LA, I guess. Or
Hey,
Leah.
I know. I didn't know my full name.
Okay. According to Vine, right now, April 10th is a motion hearing. Then there's, wait a minute, where are we at? We're at
Wait, April
11th.
10th
That
is
was
the motion hearing
yesterday's.
for. Okay, yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
I
What
was
is
gonna say,
today's
that's
date?
coming up.
May 14th is another hearing. It just says hearing.
Wow.
May 14 was that not supposed to be the change of venue hearing? I think
That's what I thought.
rescheduled that.
Is that the one that
I think
rescheduled to June 27th?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then there's dates and so that should be it. Yeah. Okay.
For now.
I feel bad for the families. They do deserve justice. I'm not sure that they're going to get it, really. I personally, I don't think they have enough evidence. I don't think Bryan, there's not enough to convince me he did it. But I know they won't ever know who did it if he walks. And they're always going to have that question in their mind.
Right.
And I
It's
think
either
the whole
him
town
or
of
cold.
Moscow is to blame for that, including Scott Green. I mean, he injected himself into that investigation to do God knows what, but it's sad.
They ran with the tip they got. They arrested him and knocked down the crime scene. Here we are.
Yeah,
So it's
and they're
either
not going
him
to do
or it's nobody.
exactly. They just vacuum, created this little vacuum, and they're not even willing to look outside.
But there's one person that's happy, regardless of all this, and that's not person, but thing or whatever, is the university.
Oh, absolutely.
They got what they wanted.
I will tell you, I don't know if any of you
I will
guys
agree with that.
You would or not?
No, I will agree with the fact that the university is happy because they're getting everything they want so far.
Oh yeah. Chris McDonough, he's on the interview room, and he's also one of those that is Bryan's guilty, and you're not going to change my mind. But I've been watching him lately, and his wife is a reporter.
Yeah.
And they're kind of coming around. They are researching Scott Green's book, and they've put in several FOIA requests for the itemized list of what they spent the $1 million on. And they won't give it.
Damn.
Of course not. Of course not. Yeah, I know who Chris is, don't we, Mama Bear?
Oh, did y'all have a run-in? I'm sorry.
They should put in a request for what they were talking about during the daily meetings that they had twice a day.
Exactly. That is.
Oh yeah.
I hope Scott Green gets called to the stand. I know he won't, but.
Well, he'll try it as hard as
he
he can
should
to not be there. He should be there. He needs to be.
Definitely. No, he should be called to the stand.
I'm sorry, he's part of the investigation, apparently.
He is part of the investigation at this point. That's according to his own volition, right?
He inserted himself. He inserted himself. I'd like to read that part of that book. I really would. I haven't got to do that yet, but I plan on figuring out a way to get a book and doing it because it's from what I've been told. It says a lot. So.
Well, there's one chapter that goes really into the crime, and it's pretty. I would be so offended if I were one of the families that he He's like, this is how I handled it and helped our community heal. It's kind of a joke. Like,
But I don't think he has. I don't
he
think he has
hasn't.
at all.
Not at
All
all.
he's done is shut everything down, make it known that we don't speak this, and if you do, you know, you're banned. That's all he's done, and that's supposed to be what's good for the community.
Exactly. And so Chris McDonough and his wife are still going. They're not going to let it go, and it should be interesting to see if anything comes out of it.
Well, Chris is very how can I put this? When he puts his mind to something, he doesn't let it go.
Yeah.
You know, so I've watched him. When I first started in true crime, I worked with another channel, and he watched a lot of what Chris did, and he kind of made fun of him a lot too. But I started watching him because of that, and he doesn't let things go. If he starts to get a belief in his mind, he follows it all the way to the end. So it would be interesting to see his take on it too. I agree.
Well, they got a letter either from the attorney for the university or Green's personal attorney that said that you're just not privy to that information. But it's state government. It's like they got the money from the state. It's a public university. They are entitled to see it.
Right.
Because their itemized list is like 2 lines.
What about the footage of them serving the search warrant? Is that footage that is not obtainable by the public? Is that something that like we're not? So, okay, so the community that Bryan lived in. Okay, I
don't know.
Yeah. There's so to get into that development, you need to stop, I forget what it is, give your license plate number or some shit like that, and then they call the person that you're there to see to verify. And then they give you a temporary pass for a day, or it might be a couple days. But on every street corner, there's a camera. So there should be footage of them like going, I don't know, 100 deep that night, knocking down his door, serving that warrant. And that's what I'm thinking, like, you know, is that footage that would be...
I don't know. They should have had their body cams on, but I don't know. I really do. I mean,
it's still weird. It's still weird. I mean, you living in that area, and you made this comment a few times that you had no clue they were there.
Nope.
Didn't see or hear anything, and they came in balls to the wall when they did this, and
they absolutely didn't have to. That was a little over the top.
I mean, a mile, maybe 0.8 miles up the road. I was right off 115 because the development he's at is literally right off. The main road is Route 115. Right. But like I said, to get into that development, it's very secure. I mean, you can't just drive in. So
somebody had to have a tip that they were coming in.
Well, I mean, they're you know, the agencies they work for, they get a pass. They can come through whatever they need to.
What I'm saying is it's all on camera. Like, I mean, there should be footage of like a whole ass convoy going through that whole community. And depending where his house is, you know, I don't know if there's a camera facing his home, but you know, you should still be able to see how many, you know, what agencies were there. How's that? To see if, you know, some of them should have had their body cams on.
Well, and that's
exactly.
You know, our understanding is that it was Pennsylvania State Police, as well as FBI, and a couple. I think there was another agency involved too. And I agree with you. Like, if PA State Police doesn't have body cams, the FBI does. Somebody should have something for their own protection, and I can't believe that they didn't. That's another thing. That I'll never be able to accept. If there was nobody in that went into that house that had one body cam on for protection of their own, that's impossible.
Exactly. Protection of their own. So what if Bryan came out like a madman and stabbed a cop? They're not going to have that on body cam to show during the trial. My ass.
Right. Exactly. I do agree.
Well, I think Anne has, I'm sure, got her hands on footage if it exists. But the cameras in the neighborhood, if it's a private, like gated, they may not release it to the public, but the body cams definitely are FOIAble. But I don't know. They may have it under seal till after the trial.
Probably.
Yeah, I was just thinking
it was a 13, but they were comprised of FBI agents as well, from my understanding. So
It's kind
I
of
don't know.
weird. Scott Green has a lot of contacts in Pennsylvania too. Willie, like the consultation groups he used, the consulting groups, they were all out of Pennsylvania.
I love when
Scott
people
Green.
say the police, the state police here, like, don't wear body cams. Like, dude, I'm telling you, I hope to hell I'm on a panel next time I get pulled over and I'm switching on my camera right away. And I'm be like, yo, show me your body cam.
Right.
Because I swear to God, every time I've been pulled over up in that area around here, they always got a body cam on.
Well, don't you forget though about you were here when we did that, Willie. I looked it up and we found that they didn't until recently. Remember, we talked about it. I looked it up. Well, yeah, that was true too. But there also were situations in that paragraph I was reading that certain officers bought, paid for, and wore their own for their own safety at that one time. So
but you would think, like, especially up in that area where, like, I could tell you this shit don't happen. They go. You would think like that would be the time to borrow somebody's, borrow somebody's body cam or something. For Christ's sakes, I mean, you're going after a quadruple homicide suspect here. You're not going, you know.
We have them here. We have them every agency, the county sheriff. I'm sorry, Trumbull, Mahoning, Summit, and Portage County sheriffs. They wear them. The Ohio State Patrol wears them. Local police wear them. Everybody that I know wears them around here. So I don't understand anybody that is in law enforcement not wearing a body cam these days to protect themselves.
But they still had to roll up, so you'd figure there'd still be some kind of footage like on their dash cam, right?
You would think. You would think.
Didn't even go, Willie.
What you would have to listen.
No, I know. I'm the same way.
The biggest thing about that whole thing that bothers me, and we've had this conversation, we've bounced it around a lot. If you were to go in and do something and the suspect and his family accuses you of doing something, you want to have proof that you didn't do it. And that is body cam. By filming the entire scenario, they can't ever say you did something wrong. But that doesn't make sense to me, that you wouldn't protect yourself in that way. Like you said months ago, we were talking about it. What if Bryan has a gun and he pulls it out on you and you have to shoot him? You need to prove why you did that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't understand that. That makes no sense to me.
That's just insane.
I don't know, dude. It seems like they only need it if it's convenient for them. Like if they found something in the house or if something actually happened, then I think, they would have had body cam footage. But because nothing was found and nothing happened, nobody heard nothing.
I'll be honest, Willie, and this is just my thought. There's a body cam of that house.
There has to be, dude.
Somebody has one. At least one person was wearing everything. Well, everything they went through, everything they looked and searched and so on and so forth, there was something. Somebody has film of it. We may never see it, but it's there. I can guarantee.
Didn't they find? No, I might be wrong here. Did they find a gun in the home or no? Like, did his dad own a gun? Did he own a gun?
They found a gun, a knife, and multiple other things. Yes.
So there you go. So at that point, before they raid a home, and correct me if I'm wrong, don't they research like the background of the people they're going to, knock down their door and then see like they own a firearm, and then at that point they escalate the situation a little more, like they did with. The diddler.
I don't know. I know they're supposed to do stuff like that, but I don't know if they did or if they didn't. Yeah, as a Glock 40 is what they found in the house.
So it's definitely so that you would definitely find, unless it was a legal gun, which nobody doesn't seem like his parents are arrested for it. So, they would know that is registered to somebody in a home before they go in. So, like, why wouldn't you have a goddamn body cam on if people in the house, if there's a firearm in the home?
That's my thought. That is my thought.
Because you don't know if he, let's think about this. If they were just at his home and he was awake at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, sorting garbage, he was driving around at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and, supposedly did this crime. Who's to say he's not paranoid as shit with cameras sitting up at night watching the outside with that Glock?
I know.
And it wasn't
his
parents' home. There are other people in this house that could have gotten, hurt somehow.
They don't care when they're looking for somebody like this. That does not matter, because for all they know, they're all working together or something. You know what I mean? They don't care when it comes to that point. It's sad. And it still didn't need to happen that way. You didn't have to break their windows, their doors. You didn't have to do this. You could have very easily, when he was still in Idaho just asked him to come down to the station.
Exactly. They were so dramatic. I mean, I wonder if they even asked him to come in for questioning.
It didn't because, well, from what I don't know what you guys believe. I don't even know what I believe. But when Daniel came on to Dinky show, I don't know, like a couple weeks ago, a month ago, whatever, he said that they didn't get his name until December 19th.
And that is they've contradicted that so many times because there's a document somewhere that says they had his name like 2 weeks after the murder. And I don't even know.
Okay. Because that's what I thought. Because I mean, to be honest, if telling me they got his name December 19th makes it even worse as far as rushing an arrest. But
yeah,
that's just my opinion.
And honestly, Firefly's right, you guys. There's so many things that have been contradicted, flip-flop, turned around, spun upside down, taken back,
right, twizzle,
back out, so on and so forth. It's so hard to believe what's real and what's not. I'm not saying that those were lies. All I'm saying is that it's like, just put it out there and leave it alone.
Yeah, it's important to see what has changed. Like, don't fall for the revisionist history of what has happened. And I think that happens a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We forget, you know?
Yeah, that's true. The PCA does state November 29th. And we talked about that a year ago. Like when they first had him in their sights and let him go. Why did they do that?
He couldn't have been that dangerous if they let him drive across the country.
Twice.
That's my
well,
point.
again, from what I'm told is they were not following him at that point. Those are two routine traffic. No, I don't agree with it, but those are two routine traffic stops.
That is so false. Don't you?
I don't believe that at all. They can tell us,
license.
Hey man, you know,
they can tell us that all they want to, and I'll never believe that. I'm sorry. Okay, you were following too closely. Have a nice day.
But what does it say?
Later?
First of all, when you
I'm not going to go run your. I'm not going to go run your ID or nothing.
Yeah, license and registration, whether you're getting a ticket or not. That's what they do.
Especially,
every single time they go back to their car, you sit there for what feels like an hour. They go back there and you don't know what the hell they're doing, and then they come back and you're waiting for your fate.
Now,
I do believe it from the county cop. Now the state cop. That's different.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, Mama Bear, because Mama Bear lives in Indiana. Here's the thing.
Oh, wow.
Let's answer this question, though.
Mm-hmm.
What did you just say? Who they were?
The county cop, I can agree, that would say, okay, move along. Here's your warning. The state cop, no.
Why did a county officer stop him anyway on the freeway? That's state jurisdiction, typically.
That's a good question.
So it was planned.
Maybe. He had a Washington plate at that point. You would think any out of state, they would just check. I don't know. I feel like that's.
But here's my thing, though, Dago. Here's a problem I'm having, though. If it's planned, right? How do they approach it? How does he approach it? How does this cop have the balls to approach a guy who he doesn't know? Nobody knows how he's going to react when the cherries are behind him, and then he comes rolling up, no gun in hand, no nothing. Like, hey, man,
in the window.
How's your day going, bud? Like, what if he's sitting there with a gun? Bang. Like,
you got a ballsy cop. That's all I can say. I mean,
and not that you have two people
on the window.
Yeah, and you have two people, and like we just talked about, somebody owned a Glock, right? Now, did they know that there was not a firearm in the vehicle? Did his dad fly with a firearm? Did they look into that? Who knows? So to me, it's just how they it was.
I think they just took a chance.
That's a pretty big chance, brother.
What's up, Twiz?
Twice.
Yo.
Hey, Twiz.
What's going on, buddy?
The reason why I had to get on here so fast because Willie brought up Daniel, and it's really funny because
I didn't hear him bring up Daniel.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, my bad.
Maybe you should listen.
I'm sorry.
He always talks about the 12 pings when Bryan drives over there, and they just said it in the hearing yesterday that it's false.
Exactly.
So how many of these guilters are going to have to rethink their whole guilt issue?
Just as much as they said that the alleged stalking was false. What? Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So what's real?
And just remember, the 12 pings were actually in the PCA.
Yes.
Yeah, they were. And the 12 was driving over. But the thing is, you can't drive over to Moscow from Pullman and not connect to that tower. There's only one tower to connect to.
Right.
Every time I drive over there, I connect to that tower. Am I stalking anyone? No, I go to Winco. Like, Get out of here.
And you live right there now, right?
Yeah.
So he knows what he's talking about. And that's what I'm saying, you guys. And thank you, Golf, for saying what you said. It's in the PCA.
Yep.
Remember,
I want to make a shirt that says I drive to Moscow mostly not to stalk people,
That's
crazy.
right. I mean, it's insane. We are told a lot of these things were rumor, and then that one point that has been made, one of the most major points that people take into effect when they say that they think Bryan's guilty, was claimed to be false.
Yeah. But most people don't dig into it like we do, Jago. Like,
oh, that I know, but
if I talk about this with my friends, they're like, they have no idea what's going on, and they're like, "Yeah, he's guilty." And I'm like, "Why would you say that?" And it's because
they don't,
what they've heard.
They don't look at everything we do, right? Yeah.
It's not like they said it yesterday. Bryan did, because he's like, people hear the PCA, they take it as fact, and they believe it.
Well,
so
that's
Twiz, were you one of the 400 that was called?
No, I'm in Pullman, so I don't think they'd call us.
And he wasn't there when all that went down. He was in a different area. But again, so let me ask you then real quick, Golf, since you said it, how does that make you feel about the PCA now?
Well, I mean, the same as all. It's the truth that was put out there as a fact, right? And we discussed it like back and forth many, many times that it doesn't really make any sense to us. So, but we have to take it for what it is. It's a PCA, right?
Right.
And so, and then, I mean, I don't know. It baffles me that these things can come out like that. And that's why I thought yesterday's hearing was a big wow, because those facts were put out there by none other than Mr. Thompson himself.
Exactly.
That was funny as shit. I'm sorry to
No,
swear.
it was amazing.
It all go down. It was just like a train crash, and you just had to, or a car crash. You had to watch it.
I kind of felt bad for him.
Real time. Like
War Eagle's asking if they did say that the 12 pings were false or just the stalking allegations because it was in the PCA.
Well, what if he knows Bryan didn't do it, but he's only the prosecutor. So obviously he has pressure of the university. He has pressure of law enforcement. He has pressure of all these other entities to convict Bryan. In my opinion, I mean, yeah, you can fault him because he's not, great at his job, but he's working with what he got, in my opinion.
Right.
Right.
Well, the reason it all went down the way it went down is because he got upset over something that's a First Amendment issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is not, it has nothing to do, any bearing on the actual, gagging.
Exactly.
So what he did in effect was he was trying to, lock it down, because there is a public opinion on this already. So there is a bias,
right,
you guys talked about.
So I think that
contain it the best he could.
Right.
So he was just fighting for that containment, but it backfired on him, unfortunately, in a very public way.
Oh yeah.
And I know that the media is scrambling right now, and they're putting out all this. I mean, if you look at what they're putting out there,
I haven't even seen the news. What are they saying?
Even Miss Coffindaffer is scrambling at this moment, because she's one of the ones that put out misinformation about the stalking allegation.
Right.
And you can't, how do you backtrack for something like that, Miss FBI? Right?
Yeah, what do you have to say for that?
So it's one of those situations that backfired. And
listen. Part of the stalking conversation was based on the pings, you guys that are asking questions in the chat, and that's where they got that, came up with that. So
that's where it all came from.
Right. Yeah. So if you, it depends on which. I guess they probably should have clarified, but he wasn't even probably supposed to say what he said. So
well, this is what I heard. So the murders happened right before Bryan was even arrested. They had experts out there saying that the person that would have committed this crime is an incel stalker, whatever. And then when they arrested him, they labeled him that because that's what the experts said, that's who would have committed this crime.
Right.
And then he drove there 12 times previously and connected to the tower
and
12 times. And somehow that means he's down the street. He's driving by the house every 2 weeks, because you can stalk by doing that.
But Kane only puts out the Linda Lane footage of the night that this supposedly happened, not the other 11 times or
Well,
one
you know
other
what's
time.
also really funny
My
about
ass.
that? Guess what? We could go over to Linda Lane right now and set up a camera and then drive by, and because we know the times, like we know we have to drive by it at 3:47. You have to drive it by at 3:59, and drive by at the same exact times, doing the same exact thing, and it would be a fake video that would look real.
Yeah,
we have no proof that that's a real video.
True.
And you know what I'd like to know?
I mean, they're gonna obviously if it's real, then they're gonna know.
Something that bothers me, you just made me rethink of that. Thanks, Twiz. Rory, way back in the day when Rory was first doing his thing, boots on the ground, he agreed to go to the house and the apartments, Linda Lane, all that stuff. We wanted to see what that was like. We wanted to see, and there was a bunch of us that were live with him on panel, so on and so forth.
I remember.
Looking for cameras and this and that. Okay. And I remember I specifically said, do you see any cameras there, Rory? And he's looking around. Somebody that was in there with us said, look up. He starts looking up, and there is a camera right behind, where like the oh my God, see, this has been such a long time for me now. The upper deck, whose bedroom that was off of, like, Jesus, shame on me.
Maddie.
Thank you. So there was a telephone pole that went diagonal with that deck. And up when he looked up, he said, there's a camera right here, you guys. Now, that blew my mind at that moment, because that would show, in my opinion, anybody that comes in and out that back area, possibly, right?
You would think. Yep.
That's never been talked about. That's never been referred to, but there's a camera there.
It would also show things like what time Ethan and Xana got home. It would show them walking.
It should show everything. It should show everything, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because it should go. It was a 360 camera. Okay.
That's what I wonder if it's still there.
I don't even know.
I don't remember that part. I just remember.
We saw the camera, and I was just like, oh wow. So if
that would be behind Kaylee's room.
Okay, well, still, it's behind the house. So if anybody came in from behind, it's going to pick that up. And anybody that drove around in front is going to pick that up. And anybody that drove around in back, it should pick that up too. In my opinion, it would pick up a lot of anything that was going on in that area behind the house, because it was right there on that back corner of the house.
Yeah. And if Kaylee took her dog out, like her sister said, we could see that. See if she ran into someone. I don't know.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And please, guys, everybody in chat, respect each other's opinions, please. We've been doing great so far today and yesterday. Let's not.
I came across a map, and I came across times that they themselves had used, I believe, in the PCA, and I didn't realize how far apart the destinations were. I just emailed it to you, like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago, from my email.
Okay.
That maybe you can bring it up and explain to me how the hell, like, it's even possible, because again, this isn't even touching the 3-minute timeline as far as 417 to 420. This has to do with, I believe it's before or after the murders occurred, and when they were supposedly pinging his phone and all that kind of, or seeing him on, however the hell they were following him and saying he was there, and then he was seen here, and then he was seen there, which I'm assuming is all just camera, right? Because his phone was off.
And it should be chronological, and it's not, or something. Like they missed some of the cameras.
It should be Firefly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, because and then I know Dego can bring it up, but there's a location that they, I guess, saw him at, pinged him at, whatever at, and literally 2 minutes later, he's all the way down here in a matter of 2 minutes, and there's lights, there's stop signs, there's traffic, there's a whole bunch of shit where it's not even possible for somebody to go that far. I mean, maybe 6 minutes, but not 2 minutes. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen those timestamps and where those locations are.
I mean, I haven't looked at it in a while, but I know
Molly probably mapped it out at some point.
I know she did. I'm trying.
It's wild, man.
Email to come through, Willie.
And how do they identify his car in the camera footage?
Let me see if
they get a license plate.
Says it's sent.
That's why I wonder if that camera back there had anything to do with any of this, to be honest with you. And if it did, it should have picked up if it was active. And if that video is still up, by the way, Firefly, then I would imagine it was. But if that is one of the 150 whatever terabytes of digital info that there is, that should tell the whole story. Okay. And if that's the case, then there's your prosecution right there. That should show Bryan or no Bryan, or whoever, cars or no cars, victims or no victims, period. That camera should show it all, in my opinion. So
yeah,
I really want
there
to
you go.
know.
Is it still Mayoras 74?
MAYORAS74@gmail.com. Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell?
Okay. Nothing came
Hold
through.
on.
And I do think Bryan, if he were caught on camera, if he knew that they had him, he would plead out. He would plead out. I'm sorry.
If they gave him
Absolutely.
the option to plead, though, I don't know if they're giving him an option to plead out.
I mean, he would have pled out right in the beginning.
That's
But
what I'm
if they
saying.
had a camera footage that showed him like in the backyard, yeah, then you could change my mind a lot. I just don't.
Right. Absolutely. I would imagine that would be fact. Nothing went through yet.
All right, I sent from 2 different emails. Let me know if I gotta try a third.
No problem. Nothing's happening yet.
I got like 8.
For all those dating apps, right?
No, for all the
Just kidding.
sports betting apps.
Well, I deleted. It should come through because I deleted out of 25,000 emails. I'm down to only 8,000 now. So
Holy hell!
I should have some. I told you guys a year ago. I get like 12 to 1,500 emails. When I was doing Idaho a lot, I was getting 12 to 1,500 emails every couple days. So
I don't even check email really.
Me neither. I get in trouble for it.
You found it. There's Firefly. Okay, good. Like I said, it's at some point there. Like I said, this was a year ago. He points to the one, says there's a camera on the one pole and back behind the house, and I was just like, whoa, okay.
Was it on a city? Like it was a city cam?
That I don't know, but see, that's the thing. It just reminded me of that too. Wasn't there something about a camera on the other side of the yard in the back of the house too?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Some club had set up. Is that the one?
No, there was a camera that was actually in the house right next door. I'm talking about the big brown one.
The one that had the pumpkins?
Yeah, that one on the second floor. In the beginning, when the media was out there, they even filmed it.
Yes.
And
on the
it was
back
on
side,
the
like facing
side,
the house.
and that was facing 1122 King down the street. So that camera would have potentially picked up all the traffic. We haven't seen that one yet. And it's not on the little lighthouse next door, the 11, whatever number that is. It's not that one.
1112.
Yeah, it's not that one.
There you go. Are you able to bring up? You're able to bring up a YouTube channel on here, right? Like somebody's YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I didn't. I must have been a little zooted this morning. I posted it actually this morning on my channel page because it was the first time I came across it.
What
there
is
it is, right there.
Oh, we're getting look. Okay.
So up there is where they pinged him at. What did it say? 242, I believe. And then all the way down there, they got him at 244. And and I guess somebody put in a GPS, and I guess the quickest way with no traffic, if you sped through like stoplights and shit, is 6 minutes.
There's no way. There's no way that he got from here to here in 2 minutes. That's not possible.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no.
Well, again, this is their own words, and I didn't know how far those distances were until
teleport.
Right?
Oh, yeah, I know. I forget about
I guess.
that. But-
My whole issue with the car is
So if we took Northeast Stadium Way all the way up and over to here, and it connects to nothing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's no way in hell, guys. I mean, if he come across here, no. See, not even in 2 minutes, like you said, it's 6 minutes at the very.
And remember, this is them saying this, not me. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just this is them.
No,
this is their words.
This is
not
why
me.
the PCA
Don't blame me.
Really,
And that's
the biggest
right.
defense for
Yeah.
Kohberger at this point.
Yeah.
Changing in.
But again, I get shit. You gotta understand, I've gotten shit for saying stuff about the PCA for all, these years, so basically going on years soon because of this. Because I would look at something and be like, well, that doesn't make sense. But it for some reason, it made sense to everybody else. Like the 3-minute timeline between 417 and him on what Lent had 420, that gives him 2 minutes to basically finish off either Ethan and Xana if he was on his last victim, and then get to his car, get all his stuff off, get in his car, and then get out of there and hit camera.
Not to mention, that's been a problem you've had from the beginning. I know that.
Absolutely.
Not to mention the fact that based on their timeline, he did this while he was driving at the same time.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Exactly. Well, I don't know why they would put out a bolo if they
Makes no
actually
sense.
had enough footage of his car. They could find the license plate or something to identify what.
That's
car.
why I still think the timeline's wrong. I think the original timeline is the original timeline.
Yeah, I do too.
It's just that Brian
How
didn't
can you
put
say
in
the
his
timeline is wrong though? This is the PCA.
I know, like
That's the problem right there. The PCA.
Help us.
The
Right.
PCA.
Well, wasn't there the other? I don't know if it was part of the PCA, but it was the other officer. His version of
The secondary version from the yeah.
it was completely different than what Payne's was.
Yes, the whole
I
thing is
mean,
a mess.
So can they walk? I mean, can they walk in now and be like, "Listen, we fucked up the times a little bit. These are the actual times." Can they? They can't do that now, can they?
Too late.
So while they can say what's going to happen is if that comes out to be true, it's going to cause probably, at least in my opinion, a mistrial. It would have to, because that screws the whole case up.
The defense would have to start over, right? Yeah.
They would have to see if he was even in that area at the time.
It's a whole. What is it? An hour difference completely. Wayne, what was the original timeline? Was between
2 and 3 or
or
something.
2 and 3. That's it. Yeah. So to go from that to the other timeline, come on, guys. And it's still, I still have always wondered that, because the one comment that Ethan's mom made that about
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock being a dark hour, that's the original timeline. And then you go from there forward. And that's why I've had the problems I've had. Because again, not to mention even very simply the fact that the stupid little things, the biggest thing was that when it was stated, people argue this constantly with me too, and they always will, and that's okay. There's no way I think that a one man, first of all, can go into a home unalive 4 people and not have one piece of their DNA on anything he owns.
Without knowing how many people are in there.
Right.
Remember that.
I don't understand any of that stuff. And my mind, if it's possible, folks, it's possible. I'll accept it. I don't have a choice, but I can't comfortably process it. That's why people have come at me about it for so long.
But I can in an hour. Like they handcuffed themselves with this timeline. If they would have just said between 3 and 4, you got me. Okay, I could buy it. But when you start, narrowing shit down with these, very small timelines just to try to make everything fit.
They should have said sometime between 2 and 5 a.m. and they would have been okay. But they didn't. So,
but no, well, the reason they didn't is because the whole timeline is based off of what, Dago? The whole timeline is based off of Dylan. All of it.
Which is another problem I have. So,
me too. Honestly, this is one of my theories, is that they know Bryan didn't do it. So they're going to make the weakest case possible so he will get off, because they can't actually arrest the people who really did it.
They were just doing it to waste time.
I've heard
and
somebody,
now they have to waste time to get out of Steve's
Well, I'm not saying
lawsuit.
everyone's in on
Timeline
it.
didn't change until they had a goddamn witness. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think it was the witness that changed it. They didn't change the timeline until the suspect changed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Because the only reason they think that Bryan went upstairs first is because she saw Bryan leaving the home coming from Ethan and Xana's room. Because if we didn't know that specific detailed information, then we wouldn't have.
Huh?
Oh, he got so worked up he fell off.
What?
Calm down, Willie. You're knocking yourself off the panel now.
Whoops.
Where'd he
It's
go?
strange they're using her
He's back.
everything according to Dylan.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got so worked up you jumped off the panel now. Calm down.
I didn't even have to jump back up. I forgot what I was saying already. I don't know. It wasn't that serious.
You were fired up about Dylan. Dylan made the timeline.
Oh no, yeah. I'm just saying if they're gonna for them to pick a target, in my opinion, to say the two ladies upstairs were the target is because they're saying that Dylan saw Bryan walk from Ethan and Xana's room and then leave the premises, which would mean that he went upstairs first. So if she didn't see that, then we wouldn't know who the hell the target is.
But he had to go upstairs first because that's where the sheath is, remember?
Oh, yeah.
But what do you mean?
I'm just saying, if we're going to go with everything, he had to go upstairs first because that's where the sheath was left.
But why? But who's to say? But what if he dropped his? Wait, hold on. What does him dropping that sheath in that room have to do with where he went first?
Because do you think that he carried that sheath? Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase it.
It would actually make more sense that he went upstairs last.
No, well,
when he's done.
No, because if he went and did that and held that sheath in his hand while he was doing what he was doing to two other people, does that make any sense?
Yeah, he even has
him bringing it in to begin with doesn't make any sense. Nothing
No,
really.
Exactly.
That's the whole problem right there. I was being sarcastic when I said that, by the way.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem. Like, none of this makes sense. But if you sit down and you talk to other people, well, he could do this and he could do that. And sure, I can see this happening, but there's too many inconsistencies for me. That's why I stay the hell away from this case as much as I can.
Well, one anomaly, sure, but there are like 10.
Yeah. If
But
there was
what if, you know, but they didn't say, I mean, again, you wouldn't know if there was any kind of attempted essay, right? They wouldn't know that because what if the person or Bryan, whoever the hell did this, had the sheath on their belt and then undid their belt to try something and it didn't work out, and that's how the sheath fell off? Is that possible?
while he's taking the time to undo his belt, you got two girls that could be running away.
I'm trying to just figure this out you, man.
Yeah.
That's my point. I've gone through all this in my head, Willie. I've sat up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for a year doing like, okay, let's do this again. So yeah, he's up there straddling somebody. I hate to say it like this. I mean, okay. And he's undoing his belt and they're just going to lay still. Like what? No,
Yeah.
no.
And he got the dog. Yeah.
None of it makes sense. Nothing makes sense. And the more I go back to it, I was going insane.
And he has a whole Tyvek suit on. So yeah, you're right.
And so when something doesn't make sense, Dago, what does your mind tell you?
To run as fast as you can, get the hell away from it. Period. I learned my lesson already. I learned my lesson with this, you guys. I did.
How do you think I feel, dude? I know that some bitch. For God's sakes, I'm telling you, man.
It's insane because
I've had
people are like, I'll prove this to you. I'll prove it to you. All right, let's talk. So we talk, and they prove certain points to me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just like having to talk about God, the people that believe in God and the people that don't. It's the same conversation, you guys. Well, I believe in God because of this, this, and this. And then other people are like, I don't believe in God because of this, this, and that. You go in a circle, in a circle, in a circle, in a circle. And then we both, at the end of the day, we're sitting here with our eyes crossed going, da, 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 da. You know what I mean?
What did I say, dude? Groundhog's Day, right? I said that
100% it is. It's Groundhog Day. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable, too. I just don't know that it's ever going to make sense. I need to see more proof to convince me that the SV1 in Pullman is the same vehicle seen in Moscow. It's a stretch. I agree. It is. It is. That all of these things are a stretch because I wish to
because
God.
there's a white car on a camera does not mean it's Bryan Kohberger. They
No.
need to identify it somehow.
But you don't understand how many people I've had to argue about that. That is like, no, that's his car. Like, what? How can 12 people that don't know anything about this case sit down without it being zoomed in, look at that exact footage and say, okay, that's 100% his car? How?
Because they're not.
You literally
Considering
can't
that
if you have a brain.
Considering there's 20,000 of these same cars in that area, come on now.
But it didn't have a front license plate. That's what I keep getting. I'm like, and
how hard is it to
but
take
Xana
a
didn't either.
car?
I know, like that doesn't mean that was
Yeah,
his
Xana's car didn't either.
So there goes that little theory.
Every time.
Oh, he knew everybody. Oh, well, there was a car in the driveway that was foreign. There goes that theory.
Yeah, and then the whole DoorDash thing. There's so many
Don't college kids drive around with like what 9, 10 in a car sometime? How the hell would he not have? I mean, there could have been 15 people in that house. There could have been 10 people baking out Dylan's room, and he could have, like I said this before, he could have went upstairs, been attacking the 2 upstairs, and then 10 people come out of Dylan's room, and him been trapped at the top, and 10 people waiting at the bottom with, I don't know, knives or bats or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he never once tried to enter that room and didn't even mind that the door was cracked when he left. Nothing. He didn't even pay attention to a room that he passed, what, 3 times?
And a whole
3
floor
times?
below him. Like,
Oh, yeah, right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. He didn't care about Bethany, I guess. Whatever
And
she
then
heard.
there's too many things that we have another person that inserted himself in the case in the very beginning that absolutely looks like and acts like somebody that would do this.
Who's
He's
that?
got lies and crazy things that were thrown around
Non.
that don't make sense either. We pushed him out of the corner or out of the picture.
did he move? Is he still there?
Oh, he's
Who?
still there. He's Ian Harsh.
Oh yeah. I spoke to him. He lied to me.
But at the
He
Queen
lies
of
to everybody.
Apartments?
He lies to everybody.
Oh,
He
really?
lied to me right in my face. With no shirt on, that son bitch.
No
shirt on.
Yeah. He didn't have a shirt on. He was laughing like SpongeBob. This was a while ago.
Well, don't you guys
because I pressed him about his Facebook post or whatever. I don't know. Somebody told me to ask him a question that like
No,
everybody
those
was
were
scared to ask him.
bizarre. Yeah.
And I asked, I was just like, yo, like, why did you delete this or whatever the hell he did? And he kind of like backtracked or some shit. And I was like, oh, well, that's weird. And then he said about going in their house, and he said that he like brought him wine, but then
no, it wasn't wine, bro. It was
Cooking wine. You don't
sherry.
drink cooking wine.
Cooking sherry. No. Who in the hell is going to accept cooking sherry?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Brings up the college kids, dude.
Hey, let's get drunk together. It's my cooking sherry. Come on, we can do
It
this.
sounded like it was already open too, and he'd used it.
Actually, would make sense though because he is a cook, isn't he?
Yeah, dude. But if you got any kind of class whatsoever, you're not going to take that and try to.
Yeah, but have you talked to the dude though?
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but still, like,
Yeah,
I
for
can't.
him, but
Hey, let's party up with some sherry, cooking sherry.
That's good.
no, college girls would be like, I don't want your cooking sherry. Like, what are you doing?
Right?
No.
And then
Oh
we do still have the car in Oregon. People argue about that. We still have. There's so many things in this case that make you go backwards and forwards and backwards.
Three DNAs. We have a guy on camera that it still pisses me off that goes back towards the home and gets in a getaway car at what 4:24, whatever the hell it was. So
yeah. And then the other DNAs that they just conveniently couldn't process and all that other stuff.
And like I said, if you really wanted to, just based on if you just based on circumstantial evidence like they have on Bryan right now, because I've never blamed this on anybody else, but I always say you can build a case for Hunter because Hunter's phone's pinging in the area. Hunter obviously was in the home the day before, whatever. If he tried to open the door, that means his DNA is in the handle. So there's more evidence as far as if you want to put it on Hunter than Bryan, if you want to go by circumstantial. Now, physical, you still have more with Hunter than you do Bryan. So
the problem with that is they always said they were looking for unknown DNA, but everyone that was there was already known, so they wouldn't even be looking for their DNA if they were the ones that did it.
That's true.
That's weird.
And just for Doodlebug, I will say that it tainted the crime scene.
Oh, Doodle.
Can't taint the taint.
Not from a guy that juggles fire, right? Right, exactly. Taint, yuck. I mean, it's just a mess, you guys. And I don't, honest to God, I don't see any of the hearings or the trial straightening any of it out. It's still going to be a mess all throughout. It's going to be more of a mess because of all the problems.
Yep. And I think even if he is convicted, them appeals are going to be stronger than people think.
Well, the appeals, that's a given. There's no.
I'm just saying. Even the judge said, like, he has grounds for it already.
I still have questions about the other car, the red car. Do you remember that whole story?
The red car.
Trailer park, the red car in the trailer park.
Oh yeah.
No.
The
bleach. Is that the guy that he was accused of cutting someone with a knife? Is that what you're talking about?
Mhm. And then they're talking about this whole other red car that somebody saw, and then they saw them bleaching the hell out of it in the trailer park where they lived, blah 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 blah, and then it was just dropped.
Right. And it's actually, there was a red Mustang. You could see it in the window reflection of the grub truck
Mm-hmm.
right as they were leaving. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Again,
my thing is like, because I'm sure I know
is
you
that
looked at
is
the
that
window lane
suspect
footage.
vehicle number 2?
They
Yeah.
never said a C, number 2, did they?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Why is there a suspect vehicle number 1 then?
I have no idea.
That's a good point.
Maybe he has 2 cars.
Yeah, okay. Right. I've heard that story too, that he borrowed or stole a car to take from his car to go do the crimes and come back, and all the DNA's in that car. Like, get out of here.
Good Lord.
Welcome back, Golf.
And he obviously didn't buy anything, out of the ordinary from the grocery store he went to next day. So what did he do? He just did this, woke up next day and just went grocery shopping like it's a normal goddamn Sunday.
Just like everything else. Just like he went to the doctor and went and got his haircut and went back to work and did all that, and nobody noticed anything about him that was out of line or that was different. And it's all normal stuff. And
Not a mark on his face, not a mark on his neck, nada.
Well, the weird thing is because Steve was saying that he missed the Monday afterwards, which I had never
I
heard
don't think
before.
the
I heard that
school
he
was in
didn't miss a
session.
day.
No, because it was because of the holiday.
Yeah, they had a holiday.
So he didn't miss a day then. It just
It was
wasn't.
President's Day.
It was Memorial Day. Yeah. It was Memorial Day weekend.
I heard the same thing, Twiz. It's crazy,
What
right?
the fuck?
Thank you.
Make your head spin off.
Don't nobody steal my stolen car. I stole that fair and square doodle.
The whole thing about it is too though, because if you look at his Carfax, that dude drove a lot. He put thousands of miles on his car in like a few months, and you can't do that by just driving around Pullman in Moscow. So that dude was driving around.
He likes to take drives.
Yeah, like
night. We know that.
And that loop down to Lewis and Clark is a loop. And
Oh, definitely.
other than driving out of Lewiston, it's a nice drive.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, Party of Five. They've been claiming this is suspect vehicle number 1 the whole time. Why is it just not suspect vehicle? If there's only
Daniel said that's normal. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, he did. No,
I
he did.
know.
He explained it to me, but I forget how he explained it to me. I didn't believe it, but he
told
explained to
me
me
the
why
same
it's
thing.
suspect vehicle 1 and 2 or whatever, and I was like, okay.
He said the same thing. It's normal, but I just can't.
I haven't seen anywhere else
No, neither.
of the same vehicle.
I've thought this from the beginning, and this is just my opinion. They built him up to be, like y'all said, the incel that had to kill. He just had this desire to do it.
Right, he's not.
Why would he only take 3 to 4 minutes? Like, wouldn't you, if you had been planning this out and waiting for this, and this was something you had to do, wouldn't you kind of relish in it and not rush? And
Yeah.
honestly,
Especially when the other people in the house don't even mind. So,
Especially if you're the socio or the psychopath that he's being portrayed to be, I would imagine, yeah.
Because as much shit as we want to give Dylan for not hearing anything above her head, I mean, we have to give the same shit to Bethany because it happened above her head.
I agree. Do you have anything else that you want? I know it's hard to talk, Golf. Is there anything else that you want to throw into this too?
Well, I guess you guys already talked the hearing to death, so that was the only thing I wanted to talk about, really.
No,
I don't think we have.
We've
Go
not
on with
really,
your because I want to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead with what you have to say because I'm curious. We've talked about everything but that, really.
Yeah.
So go for it. Let me hear it.
No, I mean, if we can point the direction back to it a little bit.
Absolutely, please.
Because honestly, I thought this is kind of a big deal because
is.
we got information that we never got before, and it's always like that. We get like little hints,
Yep.
and thanks to Mr. Thompson, of course. So, but really, honestly, just I listened to a lot of lawyers talk about that, and I know people are talking about the actual, gag orders and what was violated and all that. But what people don't take into consideration is this is a free speech, thing that we need to discuss here. This has got nothing to do with a gag order. We're talking about your First Amendment rights, which gives you the right to talk about stuff, right? And it's very important to point out that the defense, and I'm not talking about like if Bryan is guilty or not. This is just what really happened at the hearing and how this,
progressed and what it became. This is not a violation of anybody's gag order. I want to put that very clear, and as I said, this has nothing to do with guilt or on not. I'm just like, on this, I have to step up and say it's very important that people realize that and go and listen to the lawyers, because obviously what they're trying to do is taint this in a way that, let's keep this very, very clear that it is still Bryan who's on the chopping block. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. And I think it shows very much true colors of what really is behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, I had to put that out there myself, because I've been leaning towards the guilt part myself for Bryan, but knowing what I know from yesterday, to be quite honest,
It changes the channel.
it changes actually a lot of things.
Mhm.
And for me personally, because as I said, I was on the guilt side lately, but seeing what I saw, it just made it more clear that there is a huge mess behind this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
It's
my
pretty
God.
eye-opening.
It
Big,
is. It's very
big.
eye-opening, and the only thing that the prosecution can rely on at this point in time is the flipping Latah County. So take
know.
that into consideration.
Amen.
And that's a good question. I was just getting ready to say, after you said that, Golf Firefly said it for me. What else is going to come out then that wasn't true? You know
Well,
what I mean?
probably a lot of things. a
That's
lot
the
of
problem
things.
right
Personally,
there.
Think
I
about the
don't
hearings
see
we
how
weren't allowed to see.
I don't see how anybody can say that he's guilty now, because we literally have zero evidence. The
No,
Nothing.
PCA is
not about
is
that.
a
It's about,
it's a theory.
but it's also putting faith in, like,
The
okay,
Justice Department
this is just a system, right?
or
So
system, yeah.
yeah, because obviously, why would they arrest a dude like this, and make such a big fuss about it? They truly believe that he's the one, right? So
Yeah.
somehow you
In a
have to,
normal
like,
situation, I could agree with you. The problem is it's in a college town and it's right
sure,
before the semester.
yeah, but I've been looking at it from different directions. That's all. And so, but what made it clear to me yesterday is that they have nothing. Nothing. They might have one or two little details that they've been keeping from us, but
Not enough to cause
no.
anything.
And that's dangerous. Like
Well, they might
that.
have him on camera driving around Moscow.
Well,
Here's my only thing. I'll say this real quick. The only thing that can make this any different now at this point, to make something, in my opinion, happen big, is if they have this man on some camera that I just mentioned, going in that house and coming out of that house, and in those time frame of hours. That's the only thing that's going to make me go, okay, you're right, and I'm done, and we're moving on at that point with that. But until that happens, no, I'm sorry. So that's truly how I feel at this point, because I was like Golf. I was kind of leaning that way a little bit more, like, well, maybe, because they're really, really, really confident. They're really positive. They're really, let's see what happens. And then that yesterday, my brain did a 360 inside my skull, folks. And
Well, I wonder if Bill is like he got handed all of the information. He's like, dude, this isn't enough for a case. You got to bring me a lot more. And they just pressured him to take on the case without full evidence that it was Bryan.
Right. And the only thing that's in the back of my mind is this actually physically scares me. That, because me and Jules had talked about this a year ago, that we both felt the same way, that either he didn't do it at all, or this man is so
Unlucky.
insanely crazy and that good that he pulled the whole thing off and made us all go, he didn't do it. Okay. And if that's the case and he gets off, wow, that's scary as hell. I'm sorry.
No, it is. I would never want a guilty person to walk free, but
no, because somebody that could do that, imagine what they can do after this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dude, listen, if I thought he was guilty, I'd find him myself if he got out.
Well, that's the case. If it came down and he got off and then somehow or another they prove something, the whole world's going to go after him. You know that. So,
yeah.
And
there's still going to be people that want him, even if he is proven innocent. So
there's just no motive here. I can't.
No,
There really is no,
no
motive.
motive, no motive, no
reconcile it.
connection.
That we
Oh
know.
no, he was just so jealous of their lifestyle and they had friends and
Yeah.
Well,
fun.
He picked a random home in the state across the street that had the death penalty.
yeah,
you
but
know?
those are the motives.
Because
that the media
I hate to
says
tell
no.
you guys this, but here in Pullman, nobody has fun, nobody has friends, nobody talks to each other. There's no parties.
That's just
nothing.
you.
Yeah, but
Shut
you
up.
can't, like, murderers don't think like that. You don't have to be an incel. You don't have to, like, even have a reason to go kill someone. If you want to kill someone, you kill someone. So I don't think that motive part is, like, something that we'll understand from a mind of a murderer anyway.
true.
If you want to go kill someone, you kill someone. What?
No, what she's saying is the motive. There
The
doesn't really
motive.
have to.
The
There doesn't
motive
have
is
to be a
Yeah, but
motive.
you still have to
No.
know where these people
Well, like
are
a
and like
serial killer, like
about the location, and from what we were told and what everybody's been
Yeah.
fed is he stalked these people for 12
That's what I'm saying.
times.
You're fed that from the media. I'm not
Right.
relying on media. I'm relying on, like, look at
This
other
is what the
cases.
PCA
It
says.
actually came straight from Bill Thompson. They proved it
Yeah.
yesterday. It all
That's what I'm
started from
saying,
Billy
man.
Boy.
well, go into
This all
that
came
golf.
from them.
My thing is,
How
if
am I
he-
on panel and I'm on a commercial? YouTube's crazy.
What?
Anyways, go on. Sorry.
Now I forgot what I was
I
saying.
think you missed my point, but that's okay.
I know what you were saying. I
Yeah.
absolutely got it. I
Yeah.
did. Yes.
I
Yeah,
think
I-
you're
that's what I
saying
was
that if you wanted to kill somebody, you would just do it, right?
There just
That's
doesn't
like
have
the
to
main
really
point.
be a motive, Willie.
Like,
Is what
right.
it
You still
is.
have to
But
know
would
who it
he-
is,
Well, like,
though.
look
is
at
what I'm
that.
saying.
Look at
Forget
that
what the
Colorado
Okay.
thing that
Let
happened a month
Twiz
ago.
let her talk, please.
Sorry.
It's okay. I said, forget what the media has told you. I'm telling you, if somebody wants to kill someone, they could have gotten away with stalking them without nobody even noticing, is all
True.
I'm saying.
Right. And
You
he
don't
could have
have
just.
to, like,
agree.
being there and rely on those details that the media has told you,
It's-
and
I
that's all
agree.
bullshit.
And that's why I thought it was bullshit that anybody believed the whole stalking story, because he studies cloud forensics. And correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that all have to do with like digital stuff? So
Sure.
like that would be
Yeah.
his number one key thing that he could do is not be tracked anywhere ever,
Mm.
because that's what he studies, and he's a damn teacher's assistant for Christ's
But
sake. So he knows
here's
that
the
shit
thing,
like the
though.
back of his hand.
If you want to go with the whole like what Golf said, if this didn't have to be premeditated, he could have saw them one day, the day before, and just something snapped. Okay, I'm just saying. Not that this is what happened. I'm just saying this is how this could have went down. That something snapped, and he just decided to drive over that way one night, and a week. Say it happened a week before, and he drove over, and he's like, "That's them." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he just said, "Piss on it," and went in and did it, and that's the end of it.
But that's going against what
I
law
know that.
enforcement's saying.
I know that. I'm just telling you, there doesn't have to be a motive. Some people are just crazy. Period.
Yeah, forget the PCA. That's what they thought. That's what they said, right? The PCA is
But
just
this
like,
is what they have to prove, though. Golf.
You're right.
I'm
All
saying.
we're
A
explaining is
murderer can drive down the street and see someone and say, "That's the person I'm going to kill."
right.
Of course.
That's
Oh,
my
I
point.
100%
All I'm
agree.
saying. So forget about that. I'm saying, forget about the media, forget about the PCA. I'm just like, you're talking about motive. I'm saying you don't know the motive. You don't have to know the motive
Right.
just to be Brian. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with
That's what I
that.
mean.
one.
Like if this
motive.
all happened in a completely different way and they just got everything completely wrong and he gets off, like that's the worst way. for this to
Listen, you
happen.
guys, if this all goes through everything, goes through trial, blah, 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 they prove he did it, they show us the proof, we're all going to be sitting here going, holy shit, this guy's completely insane.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I hope they do in some ways.
I'll
'cause-
actually be impressed.
I will be too, because to pull something like this off, that's probably a bad word, is impressed, but I'll be.
They didn't pull it off because
Look,
they caught him.
you could be impressed
Yeah.
with things like bad things. Like it's impressive that.
Well, you know what I'm
happened,
saying. Yeah. I agree with you.
I would hope they have the right guy sitting in prison or in jail right now, but
But
I don't
as
know.
I said, that's just the way I was thinking. I wasn't taking into calculation what the media fed people or whatever.
Right.
I was just thinking like, what murderer would just like, hey, you're the person, I'm gonna kill you.
I
Poof.
get, I agree.
You know,
I didn't
and
mean
that's-
motive,
Sometimes the
You know, and
motives
then-
don't really make sense.
but
Exactly.
the
Just
circumstance.
happenstance. And it happened more than once. I mean, you sit down and you listen to these killers and they will tell you like, oh, I just happened to be driving down the road and that person was right there. And then we try to make
this like
It's a crime of opportunity.
head. Yeah, we're like, oh, we want to understand what happened in his head. Let's see what's the motive. The motive is he saw him or her and he just stopped and did that person. There wasn't no motive for that person
Right.
specifically. It's just a representation of whatever,
Other than
So-
they just wanted to
Yeah.
kill someone,
Well, I
Exactly.
guess
But there's
I
no way
think-
he didn't take any precautionary measures as far as not getting anything anywhere if there's no DNA in his car or anywhere in his house, because that means
Yeah.
that he took some kind of, he did
course.
something.
Of
You
course.
know what? Somebody
or
said
he
to me,
didn't do it at all.
We live in
Right.
modern times and he
Amen.
studies modern techniques. So obviously, but
somebody said to me, I agree with you, by the way, Tanel, relief for the victim's family, I would be too. But somebody said to me one time about 8-9 months ago, what if this all just happened to fall into place by happenstance, luck of the draw, whatever you want to call it, and it just all played out and he did do it? You know what I mean? And I was like, wow, that's
well, then
pretty,
I hope you have evidence to prove it.
well, of course.
It ain't looking like it.
That's the biggest problem. That's what can never. Well, I told you guys for a year and some months, I'm sitting here right in the middle on the fence because they have not shown me any way, shape, or form that Bryan C. Kohberger walked into that house, killed 4 people, walked back out, and left, because they haven't, and I don't think they're going to be able to.
Nope.
Truly,
and I agree with you, Dago, and that's what I've been, but so what you have to give both sides like a fair shot, right?
Right.
You have to look at it from both sides, and you can
Mhm.
start looking at it from the, let's say, guilty side, and then you're like, okay, let's try to fit this in, because it's always been like, let's try to fit it in, let's try to fit it in the PCA, let's try to fit it into the not the media, forget about the media, but to the PCA, just take that as an example. And
Right.
because we know we went through the PCA rigorously for like months and months and months and months, and we studied it backwards and forward and forward and backwards. But
Yeah.
you have to fit pieces in either way you go. If he's guilty, you have to fit him into the PCA, and it doesn't make sense. If he's not guilty, you have to do the same thing, right?
Yep.
So
Yes.
you have to look at it from both ends, and that's what I
Absolutely.
was starting to do. And so, but as I say, yesterday completely changed my mind. Yesterday
agree.
was like a game changer
I
for
agree.
me
Because you
personally.
realize
I hope a lot of people have that same thoughts afterwards.
Well, there's people that are ride or die that or no matter what happens are going to say, nope, he did it. And we know that that's the way it is. But it made me lean more towards the innocent side again, too.
Yeah.
Is that because golf?
That is because of bias.
bias.
Yes.
Okay.
Bias. And that's
Not
all
not
it is.
Bill's meltdown. It's just
No,
bias,
it's
yeah.
got to do with bias, and I think that guy proved it to everybody yesterday. Bias do play a part in everything we do. We, our
Of
day-to-day
course.
activities and so on. So I think that's the reason why people who are on the guilt train still cannot see that.
100%.
Oh,
Right.
his understanding of the psychology behind that is actually really spot on, which
I
I
think
was
that guy
really
was
glad
that-
to hear,
yeah.
because I was saying that stuff a week ago.
Dr.
He's
Edelman, I think,
He's
was a really
amazing.
good
was.
expert to have. I liked him a lot. I'm very impressed with him, too. So,
And he didn't back down
Judge
from
loved
Bill.
listening
Yeah, he didn't.
that was funny,
Bill,
too.
I'm
I
not
think-
upset. I'm angry.
Yeah, he tried to, well, you can go ahead and be as angry as you want. Like, what?
He was pissed, dude.
Well, the problem with Bill was he let a lot of things slip, and as I say, to his own detriment.
He was probably upset with himself, right?
Yeah, because
You
I
know
think
what I
he took
think
this
Bill's
personally.
problem is?
Let her
I'm gonna let you
finish.
finish, but then I'll go on.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure you have a good point, but I think Bill takes this personally because
Agreed.
he's invested himself into this case. This is his last case before he goes and retires, and for him, this is going to be his legacy, right? And he was hoping for a better outcome. So obviously, he's very, very vested in it, and I feel bad for him, to be honest with you.
Well, that's what I'm
He's-
saying.
he's
Has he almost been
emotions.
cornered
Mhm.
by MPD and their shoddy investigation?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah,
But
I
this
think
is
he was
not
put
just
on his.
him. This is a actual judge who signed off on it. So this is
Mhm.
not Bill Thompson didn't sign off on this. A judge did.
Right. And I think I'll be honest with you guys. I agree with Golf. I feel bad for him. I think Bill Thompson has been put in a very bad spot with this case, and being that it's his last case before retirement, she's right. This is his legacy. This is what
Yeah.
he's leaving behind. And if it doesn't go through, if it fails, ouch. That's all I can say. After his career, ouch. You know what I mean?
And I
So
know we all like to make fun of him, Dago. And I like what I saw yesterday. I don't want to do that anymore. And I hope that people stop doing
that's
that
where
as
I was
well.
at. Right.
Because honestly, this man has like put in everything into this, and I just felt his frustration, and he just couldn't get the right words out. Even
Oh.
he just, and I genuinely feel bad for him because he's stuck in a bad situation, I think. So I
I
think
feel
we
the
should
same
all have
way.
a little bit of sympathy for him,
Oh,
even though we might not agree with what he
Well, and here's the one thing we got
represents.
to understand at the end of the day, you guys, please, and that goes for all sides of this. These people, minus Brian, are just doing their job. Okay. We can't take a personal feeling towards them against them. We can't feel, Bill Taylor is doing this because this is what he does for a living. It's this is his life. Okay.
Thompson.
Or not Bill Taylor, Bill Thompson and Taylor. I got him flip flop. And Taylor's doing the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless of how well they're doing it, this is their job. Same with Triple J. He's doing his job. Okay. And whatever comes out of the end of this, they're just doing their jobs. It's not a personal vendetta between these people and Bryan Kohberger and
That's what I
anything
said.
else.
He's only working with what he has. It's and
it.
from what I'm saying, dude, like it's kind of like, I don't know. Let me just take for example, the Texas Longhorns playing the San Francisco 49ers in a football game. Okay, one side stacked and the other side isn't, but they're working with what they have. And that's what it seems like here is like he was just like, yo, listen, you have to make it him. Like, I know we don't have much, but you gotta make it stick.
Now, one thing I will say is throughout this entire thing, depending on how he acts, okay, I feel bad for him in a sense at this point. I do. But if he comes out here and he really makes a mockery of some things and does some really ignorant, shady shit, then yeah, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something because that's wrong.
Yeah.
But at this point, I feel bad for the man because I don't think he's got anything compared to what she's got to work with right now. Okay. And I think he's kind of, in a sense, what is it called? Like boxing a waterfall. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but the only reason she has so much is because he has so little.
Yeah,
So-
she probably doesn't really have much. It's just that compared to what they have.
Well, and we still got to wait and see because we could all get slapped in the face with something yet. We don't know, but I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Would they be having hearings over?
That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't the grand jury have heard something? Like, what are they going to surprise us with?
Well, another thing that also plays a big role in my decision making from yesterday was the fact that the Ann Taylor was saying several times that she believes Brian is 100% innocent.
Mhm.
And defense lawyers don't have to say
They
that.
don't. They usually don't.
They actually, yes, they don't. Correct. And that's one thing that she was making crystal clear several times. And I don't think she would put her reputation on the line if she knew she was defending someone who was guilty.
But saying that you believe in somebody's innocence is one thing. The other chick saying that it's a privilege. I mean, if somebody came up to me and they said it was a privilege to meet me, like I would be very happy. That would like change my day.
Correct. Well,
You know
yeah.
what I
What
mean?
if it was Angel Lily?
She was
Huh?
an awesome representation of the whole thing there for what she did. What she just added everybody over. Like, Judge, you need to do this because this is the law and here's how it works. And I appreciated that. I appreciate her schooling the judge because he might need that. They can't know everything. A judge is not. We went through that. They're
Yeah.
elected, right? You
Right,
can
right.
be elected. You don't have to have a law background in Idaho. You can be
Is
elected.
that true? I
That
didn't know
is
that.
100% true.
Wow.
In several states in America, you can get elected judge.
Yep.
And you do not have to have a law background. So imagine that. But of course, I think that
Hey, I'm running in Moscow
I
then.
think.
Yeah.
How would you even
Judge
know the rules of the courtroom? Oh my
yeah,
God.
I'll
sorry,
vote for you, Twiz.
his name is hard. It does have a law background. However, he can't know all of the laws. So
Mhm. And one
not
thing
right
I
off
was
the top of
thinking
their
about
Well,
head.
no,
too.
he phones a friend sometimes. I even heard him said the one time, he's like, so what do you guys think? I was like, what the hell?
They do that.
Yeah, that definitely is questionable. And one thing too that I was just thinking about with what we all noticed. Okay, a lot. Sorry, guys. Excuse me. A lot of people were saying today that
right,
that he's going. Hey, Brian, that he just cast doubt upon himself today by what he did. So if a lot of people believe that he is relying on a biased jury to help get him through this, which is, I'm not saying that's what the truth is, but people believe that. So watching him do what he did today, I think if there is anybody that is watching this that they pull into from a jury pool that they bring in, it's going to be even harder for them to look at prosecution and trust it now after what has gone on over the past, well, yesterday, it's just 2 days because I reviewed it today, but you know what I'm saying? It's something else I think is going to play into effect now too, which is going to make it even harder for them to look at prosecution and go, yeah, I agree, he's guilty after watching what Bill did just in one
He
hearing.
lost his composure, and that's his like. He's
Right.
got home field advantage, and he just lost it.
Yes. So,
And I do feel bad for him. I agree. It's kind of hard to watch.
well, like I said, I do, but I don't at the same time. There's things about it I don't feel bad about. I feel bad for him because I think he was put in a bad spot because of his job. On the other side of things, he still has choices too. So remember that. You know what I mean?
And there's still somebody sitting in a cell 20 some hours a day.
Right.
And it ain't him. So.
Right.
But
Well,
he's handed a case though, so like he can't pick and choose. Like, oh no, I can't not take that case. I think he has
So
to.
I thought that the district attorney works with the police force.
Yes.
And they will say, I can't take this to a judge to sign off on until you have XYZ.
Yeah.
So he was involved to some degree. He knew what was there and what wasn't before he went to a judge to sign off on it.
I'm sure he did.
But if he believed in what the law enforcement told him.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. If anybody, we should be mad at them.
That tip.
Yeah.
That tip did it all.
Well, everyone, I've been live now for almost 6 hours. I just realized.
Yes, you have. I was
Are you
just
gonna
thinking
take a
I need
nap?
to get off of here.
Yeah, right. So I probably should. Nobody's gonna want to watch this at all 6 hours later. But I appreciate the talking. Like we haven't touched this case in a long time, so that makes sense as to why we've been here so long.
Oh yeah.
And the hearing was quite interesting. Again, another reason. So I think we've had our fill for a little while, but we do have. What do we got coming up here? Hold on a minute.
Did we figure out when the alibi hearing is?
May 14th. Is that? We got one May 14th and June 27th coming up, and God knows what else they're going to throw in the middle of that with what happens next. And no, I don't know for sure if that's the alibi hearing or not, Twiz.
I thought the alibi hearing was like next week.
It got pushed back.
It might be. I'm gonna have to go back and look.
I looked at Vine earlier, and Golf said that she thought that the June 27th was the rescheduled of the May.
Oh, okay. And then
I
Vix
thought
just
so,
said,
but I could be
31st.
wrong. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Vix just said the 31st. We'll look into the documents and see. Like I said, stuff changes so much with this that who knows.
Seriously.
But thank you guys up here, all of you, for joining me. I appreciate it. Brian, thank you for the super chat, my friend. It's great to have you here.
Hi, Brian.
I hope you guys got something out of the review and the breakdown. I hope it was good. I hope you guys enjoyed it in some senses and understood it better. If for those of you that didn't, I try to explain things the best way I can from my knowledge, because a lot of people don't understand a lot of this rigmarole that they talk about and what they're trying to do, so on and so forth. And I was trying to make it as baseline as I could. So I hope that helped the best I could. But I really enjoy talking about these things too as well after the fact. So thank you for that. Always a pleasure. Golf, thank you. Your input is always very, very interesting to me. Willie, thank you, sir. Twiz, LA. You Twiz and Willie, you guys are like the comic relief. I swear to God.
Seriously.
every time. But I love it. Love it. Everybody in
Sorry,
chat.
man.
It's always good. I appreciate you. It's great to have you back around too, Willie.
I can be funny
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, man.
No, you
Yes,
can't.
LA, you
I just got to
can.
censor
No, she
myself a little
can't.
better up here.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
you
holding
can.
back.
No, she can't.
I'm used to
holding
being
back.
over at the Dinksters.
Thank
I
you,
think we need to-
everybody.
Shit.
Thanks,
Have a good
Dago.
night.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
Take care,
y'all.
y'all.
You need to
Bye.
come over there
Come by.
sometime, Dago.
What's that, buddy?
Yeah, so you need to come over to Dinky's, man. Say what up sometime.
I was just over there the other night. I always miss
Oh,
his
were you?
live. Yeah,
We're going live tomorrow at
Oh, yeah, that's right.
it's
You were
scheduled for
live when he was live.
3:15 my time, so that's like 6:15 your time tomorrow.
Where at Dinky's?
Yeah.
I'll go over there. I was over there for the last one. I don't know if anybody saw me, but I was in there.
Yeah, I just forgot you
I saw you,
were
but it got out
you
of
went live for the
control
trial.
later
If
on.
anybody wants to hear me to tell Bill Thompson to suck it, come hang out with
Oh
Dinky
my
tomorrow.
god.
Oh boy.
She could knock on his door and tell him.
I
All right,
can't
guys.
wait.
I'm gonna
All
hop
right.
down.
All
Y'all
right,
have a good
Willie.
night.
All right,
Later,
guys. Thank you
Dago
very
and
much.
Mama.
See you, chat.
Bye, guys.
LA, I'll talk to you later.
See you, Twiz.
Bye, buddy. All right. So thank you, Mama Bear, for hanging the whole time. That's crazy.
Yeah, no problem.
Everybody in the chat, thank you guys so much for hanging through that. Like I said, first off, it's a very long hearing. That was the hard part of the whole thing. But I hope I was able to explain some things that were misunderstood or didn't understand or whatever. But I appreciate everybody being so respectful again today, from what I've been able to tell.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, you guys were great, just like yesterday, and that's the way it should always be, and I really appreciate that so very much. So, I'm sorry to hear that, Vix. Other than that, guys, let me see, it's 6:30. I might be back in here tonight. I don't know.
I thought you were going to bed.
I did too. I didn't even see that she was back in here until a little bit ago, but I might be back in here tonight, guys, just because I don't know. So all you guys, thank you much for joining me. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. Moderators, thank you so very much for what you do. I couldn't do it without you. Sorry. And Mama Bear, thank you again. It was awesome having you here
You're welcome.
the whole time. So I'm sure if I am here tonight that I won't see you because it's CB time
Nope.
soon.
You
So
gotta work tomorrow.
yes, ma'am. Have a great night, everyone. And like I said, don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, guys. Have a great night and God bless you all. Bye-bye.
Have a great night, guys. I'll see you probably in a couple days.
Bye, Mama Bear.
Bye, there you go.